Good evening. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order, the working session. That clock up there seems just a touch tardy, but oh well, we'll maybe get going started early. Ashlyn, if you would be willing with the roll, please.
Commissioner Beaman, Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner LeBar,
Here.
Commissioner Lights, Commissioner Matveyevsky,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie,
Here.
Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
I do want to note for the minutes, Commissioner Hodge is with us now and Commissioner Somerville
Here.
is also, thank you, is also here, though she is not in the room at the brief moment here. I see Commissioner Beaman. Thank you. So we'll look forward to them joining us. We'll move now to public participation. Is there anyone here who has public comment at this time? You have 1 minute here at this meeting. You'll have 3 minutes ahead of your 7 o'clock full board meeting. Anyone here with public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I will move then. Ashley, do we have anybody online?
We do not, Chair.
Great. Ashley, is there any report, or excuse me, to our administrator, any report from the county administrator?
No report.
And Ashley, any report from the BOC liaison?
No report tonight, Chair.
Great. We're very fortunate to have Catherine Jones-Alter, our finance deputy, our deputy finance director here with us for 2 discussion items. First is the Q2 budget update, and then B is the resource management discussion. Catherine, if you will, would you prefer that we let you get through the presentation and then do questions, or would you like us to sort of raise the hand and stop as we go?
Yeah, there's a lot of data in both of them, so I'm cool with raising the hand and talking about it. We can always revisit slides at the end if questions come up after too.
Okay, great. Floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, so starting out tonight with the Q2 budget update. So this is actuals through June 30th of this year. So looking at the general fund, we started out originally budgeted at 157.6 million. It grew to 160.9 million, reflecting the Q1 technical adjustments, which was primarily the property tax dollars. Projected general fund revenues are 159.7 million. General fund expenditures, revenues are 160.6 million, expenditures are $157.2 million, which leads to a projected surplus of $3.3 million. We have a planned budgeted surplus of $2.6 million that started out this year above 7 million, and it is meant to make sure we have enough funding for future labor increases in 27 and 28 as part of the quadrennial budget. As we have adopted uses of fund balance, we're first bringing down that planned contribution of to fund balance before we would budget the use of fund balance, just to keep things nice and tidy on the financial statements. So overall, we have a net surplus right now projected of about 737,000 in addition to that planned surplus. For projections, since the first quarter, it has changed significantly. The net projected picture has, the net projected surplus has reduced by $3.9 million. A lot of that is expected, but some of it was surprising. So before I get into what everything is, just want to talk about what the big changes were in these projections. So the first is in Q1 technical adjustments. We made that reduced contribution to fund balance of $2.6 million. So that's 1.1 million for the non-structural lump sum payments going out in October, and then 1.5 million in the transfers out to IT. We knew about them in Q1, but because we hadn't yet brought it to you, we didn't build them into projections. So we are expecting this $2.6 million swing. The other portion is a reduction of $1.3 million, and this came from a bunch of different sources as we were diving into things. So on the sheriff revenue side, there is Their contract policing revenue reduced by $400,000, and that's based on the changes in billing to actual hours instead of using banked hours, which will present, when we did the year-end update earlier this year, there was a big conversation about these banked hour payments, and so it brings things more streamlined for the local units, but it is a change. So we're thinking we should have the ability to have smoother revenue, better projections moving forward, but we only had 2 months of that data. So we're estimating there'll be about $400,000 reduction.
Catherine, forgive me, we got a question from Commissioner Scott.
I've got spice in my throat,
Okay.
pardon me. Thank you, Chair. This is changed on the sheriff contract policing model is changed. Did we get revised contracts come
It's-
before us for that?
It's not a change in the contract or in the pricing. It is a change in the billing. So there were some billing things that weren't laid out in the contract, and the new sheriff has adjusted it to match more with the language of the contract, is my understanding. The big piece is vacant, like deputies that aren't filled. We used to charge the local unit for the whole cost of that deputy, and then we'd backfill those spots with overtime. We'd get reimbursement for regular time. There'd be a whole pool of hours that gets paid out at the end of the year, and it was a lot of administrative work, as opposed to knowing these positions are filled. We're gonna bill for these positions and not having to do those year-end adjustments. So-
Okay, I have so many questions about that, but we're gonna go through
But
quarter
it's-
two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
it's not a change in the contracts or the methodology. None of that stuff has changed.
I think there might be questions from some of our townships about that, but we'll
Yes.
get to that in another place and time. Thank you.
Okay, yep. The, the other sheriff revenue also came down by about $400,000. This is just ancillary revenues that we watch, but they're not the big ones. So they just fluctuate over time. That's where it's looking right now based on year-to-date trends. This was offset by interest earnings improving over Q2 by another 200,000. The Fed keeps holding interest rates higher, so that benefits us on interest earnings. But we are anticipating at some point there would likely be a reduction this year, so we're not overestimating. So if they stay higher, we'll have another surplus at Q3 when we're back. And then all our revenue increased by about $100,000. On the expenditure changes, we have about an $800,000 increase in expenditures. The biggest one is contract policing increased by $1 million. 500,000 of this is increased overtime. Overtime costs are still projected to be less than last year, but this is an increase over the previous quarter. So we're kind of dealing with multiple sets of data here, but it's a swing in the assumptions. These are driven by investigations, late calls for service, vacancies, leaves, and then covering for new hires. As new hires are onboarded and completing training, there should be reductions in overtime, but we don't know exactly when. So we're projecting higher, and we're hoping that these will come down as the year goes on. So I wanted to give you a conservative picture on that. All of the other sheriff expenditures reduced by $450,000 based on year-to-date trends, cost containment efforts as the sheriff is looking to find different ways to work within their budget with all of the other things that are going on. And then attorney fees and corp counsel increased by $150,000. This is based on some of the federal stuff that's going on, and so that wasn't captured in Q1. So those are the major changes since Q1. Jumping into the stuff you're more used to seeing. We are projecting total general fund expenditures at $157.2 million. So again, we see public safety and justice is the largest at 91.5 million. Contract policing broken out at 19.4. And then health and human services and support services are the two other areas that exceed the $10 million mark. And then we are used to seeing that cap credit not there, but I always like to highlight it because it's going to support all other general fund operations. This is a change. It's not easy to talk through this slide, so I'm going to leave it here as reference for a minute. I used to present these expenditures for non-general fund appropriations or non-general fund support, and then I did a service area look in general. Commissioner Sanders asked for a look by all departments. So this is that look, so you can see each individual department that makes up those service areas and the amount that those are projected to cost this year. This is just general fund expenditures. So this is breaking out that 157.2 million by department and service area. Great. I'm glad you enjoy it. For the expenditures, we have a projected surplus of $3.4 million. There's a bunch of different factors happening. I think usually we see a smaller graph and we have a few large shortfalls, a few large surpluses to make up that $3.4 million. Starting with the surpluses, that first is that planned contribution to fund balance of $2.7 million. Again, that's for future resource needs to make sure we can afford the planned labor increases in those contracts. And then there's an annual $100,000 of reserve that's in there as well. The next surplus is the current year mental health and public safety millage surplus. So this is 2020 for the millage funds from last year that are collected this year and go into the general fund to support sheriff operations. Traditionally, these are, when we've had these surpluses, these are what has been transferred into that millage surplus fund. Because there are operational shortfalls, they would not be transferred this year. The first thing they do is cover those operational shortfalls. So if you look at their net operating budget, it roughly offsets the jail, food, and medical, but saying that there's a $200,000, $300,000 shortfall doesn't make a lot of sense operation. So we broke those out to see those. The next one is the undesignated allocation. This was part of the Q1 budget adjustments of putting $1.8 million into the undesignated allocation. It's what balanced out when we calculated the cost of the July 1 increases and the property taxes and a few other items that happened that didn't have a source. We knew we had a number of budget issues, and so we reserved that so that as the year goes on, we can recommend use of that to cover one of those operational issues, but right now it's projected as a surplus to make sure we have it available. General fund personal services, this is outside of the courts and sheriff, is projecting a $1.7 million, which is over and above budgeted attrition for those departments. Yes. Surplus appropriations then is another $1.1 million. This is support to the non-general fund programs. It's based on the current projections of those grant programs. A number of them end 9/30, so this number hopefully will not change significantly. A lot of it is just based on timing of budgeting. If they have staff turnover, et cetera, it brings a surplus into the general fund. The sheriff fleet is also projecting a $624,000 surplus, so that's contributing to some of their operational surplus that can offset some of the other costs. This is just based on year-to-date trends, the vehicle turnover, fleet or fuel usage, maintenance, et cetera. So we'll keep monitoring that as the year goes on to see, hopefully that will stay in the trends. And then the district court's projecting a $308,000 surplus, and that is based primarily on vacancy savings. 4 shortfalls, starting with the big one. Sheriff personnel costs are projecting a $3.3 million shortfall. That does include the $2.6 million budgeted attrition figure. The biggest drivers are overtime costs, which are offsetting most of the savings from vacancies, but not all of it is due to vacancies. There are FMLA and parental leaves that are happening that have to be backfilled by overtime. So we're paying the staff to be on leave and we are paying the person working the shift overtime. So that's increasing costs. There are a significant number of hospital guard posts that they weren't anticipating, so they have to staff it extra. And court requirements that are also including transport. So there's a lot of different drivers of overtime.
Catherine, forgive me.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville's got a question.
Yes. Yep. Yep. We don't know yet. That's one of the things as we are working through the budgets and we started up the conversations about the budget. We are getting this anecdotal story and I was like, oh, that will have a significant impact on your budget. And so we're working to hopefully by Q3 have it actually broken down so I can give you each individual component because they're each driven by a different thing and some are more, yeah. Yep, because we can't control FMLA leaves nor parental leaves, not controllable. And let's see. Oh, yeah, so in that vein, we are working to better estimate over time to see. So we'll have hopefully a better detailed breakout when we come into Q3. And again, that's also new hires when they complete training. While they're going through training, they're partnered with an existing officer. And then when it's done, each of them can fill in shifts. So that's the sheriff or the first one. Jail food and medical is one that we have talked about. It's based on current contract rates that are driven largely by inflation. The jail population's trending slightly down, but the costs remain above budget. There's an active RFP for medical costs since the existing contract expires at the end of the year. We are not expecting the RFP to necessarily reduce or bring savings, but we will have a look at the industry, making sure we're getting good bids and not continuing just pro forma. Also last year's millage surplus funds covered $1.4 million of this jail food and medical issue. So it looked better last year than it really was because they had the surplus funds available to transfer these expenses to those funds. Yep. So that was the previous year's millage funds. So when I can't remember what the fund balance was last year, but that was from previous years. So they had the funds there. So rather than taking a hit in last year's budget, they used previous year millage to cover that. Yep. They all have the word surplus, so it makes it feel a little. Animal control is projecting 493,000 above budget. That's based on the current contract rates. And so we still don't have a funding source to cover the new cost of that contract. So we'll keep showing up until we figured that out. County administration's projecting to be $321,000 over budget. This is due to continued board directed sponsorships above the admin operating budget, which is largely offset by vacancy savings that is in that general fund personal services category surplus above. Banking fees is a new one I added on. Banking fees are what we pay to credit card processors to accept online payments. This is one of the largest numbers we have ever seen. 238,000 is projected based on, took the 6-month trend and doubled it, very nuanced and sufficient or whatever. Not the most nuanced approach, but it's much higher than we've seen in the past. So it's a thing we want to monitor. It is a thing that we have control over. Many local units do pass the cost of that processing on to people who are paying online for things. We do not. We absorb those costs. And then water resources is projecting $155,000 shortfall. That is due to the use of a contract stormwater engineer and is largely offset by by reimbursements that's on the revenue side. And then the trial court has a shortfall of $144,000. This is due to attorney's fees coming in much higher than the budgeted line for that. So it's another line that we are monitoring to see how it will play out at the end of the year. This slide is basically the same one you saw at the Q1 update, except for that the ITSS and the non-structural lump sums are all grouped together. But there haven't been any changes or any planned changes to this reduced contribution to fund balance, but it's a reduction of $5 million to those. Most of these are carry forward items from previous allocations or ones that were done last year during the Q3 technical adjustments in 2024. So attrition, got some feedback. I simplified some things. So we have a different look on this. So total budgeted attrition is $3.6 million. This is for general fund departments and internal service fund departments because cap revenue plays into the general fund. So we looked at both. Projected attrition at the moment is 3.65 million with a surplus of 69,000. So technically achieving 102% of attrition. In Q1, I just took the personal services category variance as the estimate of attrition. But in looking at that, it's not the best, most accurate thing because they're part-time temp budgets. There's shift premium. There's other things happening that have nothing to do with attrition. So this is looking solely at salaried, permanent fringes and overtime costs, because those are the parts that play into backfilling attrition or backfilling vacancies and then where the vacancies show up there. We see that public safety and justice has the largest amount total by budget. They're projected to not meet that target, but every other service area is projected to exceed their attrition budget. So support services is not only meeting the 750,000 roughly, but adding an extra 500,000 on top of it. To make things simpler, I think hopefully simpler, this is a percentage look at attrition by department. So we're taking the attrition budget is the amount of that attrition credit compared to their personal services budget. That's the green bar. The blue bar is their projected attrition savings compared to, or of that, sorry, the amount that attrition that they are achieving is of their personal services budget. So we see a number of departments vastly exceeding those attrition budgeted amounts. Any questions on attrition? Okay. For revenues, we're projecting 109.3, or sorry, that should say 161.1 million at the top. I'll get that fixed and get it updated. The largest revenue is the.
Catherine, we got a question from Commissioner Robbie.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I was still processing.
Yep.
It was like a delayed reaction from the last slide.
yes,
So the green bar is what we budgeted for them for the attrition that we budgeted.
mhm,
And then the blue bar is for the actual attrition.
yes,
So we want the blue bar to be longer than the green bar,
yes,
down.
yes,
Thanks.
yes. The bar, yeah. Blue bar being shorter than green bar means it's not achieving it. If it's greater than it, we are getting more attrition, more vacancy savings than we anticipated. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, so we know our largest revenue is the general fund operating millage, $102.7 million. General government is the 18 million, that's primarily state revenue sharing and other central revenues. Public safety and justice is 17.9 million, and then contract policing is down at 12.7 or $12.6 million for projected for 2025.
Got a question from Commissioner Somerville.
Thanks. So, so for contract policing, revenue is the 12.6, but the projected cost is like we're putting 19 from the county general fund into it.
I want to make sure I say it right, so yes.
But we're
Yeah,
putting in
19.4
19 million.
million, yes, so we're projecting, so, yes, so there's almost a $7 million supplement that is happening by the county. Part of that is coming from the public safety, mental health and public safety millage, though.
Gotcha. I just wanted to make sure people listening in know how much we're spending on
Yes,
police
it is
services.
vastly more than the revenue we are projected to receive. So the revenue shortfall is $1.3 million. The biggest, sorry, general fund interest earnings of 1.9 million is the biggest surplus. This is, again, just based on year-to-date trends. We're trying to be conservative. So hopefully that number will grow for the rest of the year. But that is one of the nice sources, one of the biggest sources of surplus in our budget right now. Clerk Register of Deeds, right now we're trending $418,000 over budget. We have already in a number of revenues met how much we got last year. So it's good news. We are working on understanding.
Catherine, we got another question from Commissioner Somerville.
Yes. Okay. So we're working on making sure we can understand if last year was an anomaly with it being lower, or if this year is an anomaly, making sure we have good information for future budgeting around those transactions.
Okay, now we're ready. Commissioner Somerville.
On that clerk line,
Mhm.
do you know like how much? I guess, does this factor in that the fact that there's an election coming up and that's costing us money in an off year? I'm just curious how much we're spending extra right now because we have something on the ballot in an off year.
Yeah, so this is the revenue side,
Okay,
and where we're seeing the revenue surplus is solely in deeds. So,
so none of it comes from like the shared partnership with the locals that are doing early voting with
no,
us?
so the work we do for local units for early voting, there's an offset cost, so they usually even out, but even though there are some elections this year, they are smaller. But this is entirely property transactions, the surplus.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. I mean, it's good news, but it was surprising. For shortfalls, animal control revenue shortfall is 73,000. This is an improvement over Q1, where we were projecting 200,000. We, by the end of June, had received the revenue from City of Ann Arbor. I've been told all of the other bills have gone out, but this is a picture through 6/30, so they hadn't gone out before then. So we should not see that on the next year's budget. But yes, we receive far less revenue than the contract costs. I know where we're going.
Got a question from Commissioner Sanders.
So the animal control shortfall,
Mhm.
that, explain why is that money that we're not collecting from the municipalities
Yeah, so
still?
this was what hadn't been collected as of the end of Q2. But since, which is June 30th, so since July, the remaining bills have gone out, and so we are reflecting that revenue. We just didn't have it yet at this point in time.
Did
Is that?
we have a conversation with? So I don't want to be out of order here.
I think we've
But
got
we had
comments
given-
from the administrator relevant to that, and
Yeah.
then we'll go back to you, Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you.
Commissioner, we have begun those conversations with those local units. The first one was this morning with one of our larger municipalities, the City of Ann Arbor. Very productive conversation. We talked about the new operating framework, the data and metrics associated with it, and talked about the desire of this body and this organization to close any kind of funding gaps. Very well received, and I'm looking forward to having similar conversations with all of those municipalities. And as I indicated to my neighbor to the left, it's my plan to close any shortfall that we have by the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Yep. And as those get put into place, we will be adjusting this number.
We got another question from Commissioner Robbie on that.
Thank you. Building off of Commissioner Sanders' question, so does this reflect that some of the municipalities have agreed to pay? Or you have not received an agreement yet?
No.
Conversation.
We're having discussions, conversations at this point. No hard agreements, but I feel very confident that that will be the ultimate outcome.
So then what is the 73,000 reflecting?
Yes, the projections are looking at what was budgeted in the 2025 budget, which was just over
2 million?
200,000
Oh, okay.
of revenue coming in.
Revenue, okay. Mhm.
And so we received the revenue from the City of Ann Arbor, the remaining townships. We will receive in that Q3. We just hadn't had it yet. So that 73,000 is the other local units who have existing agreements, but we hadn't yet received the revenue from them.
So is it, what I'm understanding you say is that some municipalities have signed an agreement to contribute.
Yes.
One has contributed so far, City of Ann Arbor. Others are anticipated to contribute because they've signed the contract.
These are the old existing agreements, not the new ones you all asked the administrator to look into. So the existing agreements have been paid partially, and by Q3 will have been fully paid.
And the existing agreements don't make up the full shortfall?
No, yeah, it's just the 200,000 that's budgeted is all we're talking about right now. But we're anticipating growing that with new agreements, and we have that. That's when we bring a budget adjustment.
I guess what I'm trying to get at too is like when we passed the contract, it was $2 million a year, if I remember
Yes.
correctly. And we were gonna cover part of it, and there was a part that we were gonna hopefully get the municipalities to pay for.
Yes,
Is that the 200,000 you're talking about?
no,
That's another number.
that was the previous numbers based on the previous contract.
That was our former, like, previous revenue was 200,000.
Yes.
What is the total that we are budgeted to receive?
So when we signed the new contract, we did not change the expenditure nor the revenue budgets because those conversations hadn't been completed. We didn't know what they looked like.
Okay, so if, for budgetary reasons, we're still anticipating that $200,000 will come in,
Mhm.
but we're hoping to expand that because that's what we've been discussing
Yes.
for 2 years.
Yes,
Okay.
but I won't change projections until we have an actual
Sure.
thing signed.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. So, but, and are we anticipating that that we will meet the 200,000 at least?
Yes, by Q3, we'll have met the
Okay.
200,000.
Thanks.
Just to remind you guys about the formula, of the 2 million, the county has agreed to front the first 1 million, and the expectation is that our municipalities will make the difference. And we are looking forward to those conversations, and it's again, my expectation that we'll find a path forward that closes any shortfall.
The other shortfalls that we're seeing, the first is in personal property tax reimbursement. This is based on what the state announced our personal property tax would be. It came in less than we budgeted. When we budgeted the 2025 budget, we assumed what we received last year as the carry forward, and it has come in less. So we will have to deal with that. It likely will be a future cut based on what we have seen in the past. So we're watching it, but this year we're expecting about $187,000 shortfall there. Trial court is $375,000 shortfall. Again, this is pretty in line with previous projections that we have done due to the ability to collect the fines and fees of the different court proceedings. And then the sheriff has a revenue shortfall of nearly $3 million. This is largely driven by those vacant contract policing, the police services units, in alignment with all of those being filled. That's the biggest place where we see that shortfall. Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Okay, so you're saying the almost $3 million shortfall is because there are not enough sheriff's deputies.
Mhm.
Does that also mean then that we have municipalities paying for contracts for deputies that they don't get?
In the previous method of billing, yes, there has been a change in the method of billing. And so now if they're authorized to have 30 and 27 are filled positions, they get billed monthly for those 27. But it has been a change for the local units, and people are adapting to it, and it's been 2 months. So, so it used to be they got billed for the total amount, and then at the end of the year, we would write them a check for the amount of hours that weren't used. So it's a lot of administration, a lot of tracking, and so shifting to, this is the amount that is filled this month. This is what we are billing you for. This is how we have staffed your contract policing, is what the sheriff's office has shifted to.
How do we get a breakdown of this deficit by municipality?
Interesting.
So how do we find
yeah.
out? And I'm not saying it's you.
Yeah.
I don't know who to ask.
Yep.
I'd like to know. I'd like to be able to look at the municipalities and see how much are they being shortchanged? Or should I say, how much our residents are being shortchanged based on what was contracted?
Yes.
Because if this were any other vendor situation, we'd be on fire about it.
Understood. So I can work with the sheriff's office to look at the filled positions, and we can get you that breakdown of where they are.
Catherine, let me interrupt, sorry, just to say, we'll go back to Commissioner Sanders. We do have our administrator queued up to provide some response.
Commissioner Sanders, we have restarted our conversations with the sheriff's office budget team. And we will make sure that that question gets answered. The conversation thus far has been productive, so I would expect we would have better information for this body moving into the end of the third and through the end of this year's, into the fourth quarter.
Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna put this little comment out there. I would be concerned not only for the deputies that don't have the cover that they need, don't have the backup support that they need, but also the residents who may not be receiving timely call responses because they are not adequately staffed. I wouldn't want to see any lives endangered. $3 million is a lot of money. To me, it just seems like a whole lot of non-coverage. If I were a resident and I'm making a 911 call, I'm expecting you to come. And I'm also expecting for those officers to have whatever cover is necessary in order for them to respond to those calls. So I'm just gonna say that for my little 10% of Ypsilanti
Yeah.
Township.
We will get to the breakdown by municipality.
Okay, in the queue, we've got Commissioner Robbie, then Scott, then Somerville. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. Just to further make sure I understand what you're saying, this has always been an issue with the sheriff's office, with contract policing, and it's by virtue of staffing in general with an organization as big as it is. There is turnover. There is maternity leave, paternity leave, sick time, et cetera. And by virtue of being a large organization with that turnover, there are, the townships expect a certain number of hours. And in the past, they have been billed for the full amount of hours that they expect. And then there's a calculation done of the total that were actually, of the deputy hours that were actually on site. And then the township is refunded for the balance of what was not actually used, basically. And so that's how it used to be done.
Yes.
And my understanding of what you're saying, of what we've transitioned to, is that it is now sort of more of an on-demand, where it's like you get billed for the hours of the deputy that are on site versus getting refunded for the hours not used. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
So it's more of a real-time responsiveness to, hey, you're not getting the deputies that you were expecting, so you don't have to pay what you had thought you had to pay because we have PTO, sick time, all this different stuff compounding, and you wanted 3 deputies, but you're only getting 2, so you only have to pay for 2 in more of a real-time setting. Is
Yes.
that my understanding?
And
Okay.
we're hoping that that will give us better trend data. Also, we can see things shifting, like as new hires come on board, we should see things shifting real time that we used to not be able to see because of the ways things were billed.
So then my understanding of this is, in order for us to reduce that shortfall, we have to hire more deputies.
Yes.
So, and that, I'm just gonna say this, I'm not trying to open up a can of worms, but that runs contrary in some ways, could run contrary to the expectations that we have of the sheriff's office for budgeted attrition. If they're trying to hire more people, but we're expecting them to not have as many people, those two things are conflicting potentially.
Potentially, yes.
So
but-
I just want, it sounds like they haven't met their attrition goals, but perhaps part of the reason is they're trying to hire more deputies to actually bring us more revenue so that we don't have the $3 million shortfall there anymore. Because the more deputies that we have in the townships at any given time, the more revenue we're also bringing in under that category.
Yes, that's true for the contract policing part. Yes.
Go to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Catherine, you might not be able to answer this, but, and it's maybe a bigger question, but if I'm, say, at one of the smaller townships, like with a smaller contract, and say I've contracted for 2 deputies. I've routinely had 1, and then that 1 is out for paternity, for maternity, for, let's just say parental,
Yes.
or some kind of FMLA or disability. And now I've got 0 deputies. How are townships being charged for that?
Yes.
But my understanding is that maybe they were having to pay overtime, and that doesn't seem right either.
Yes. So In the new shift to, because when that deputy is out on parental leave, the sheriff's office is paying the person who is covering that shift overtime. So that is part of what has shifted to being billed through the overtime reimbursement cost as opposed to the police services cost.
Was the township paying it or not?
The township is paying
They're
overtime.
paying the overtime rate because it's being filled by a deputy who's getting paid overtime to be there.
The
Yeah, that-
township.
The township
Is paying that. That's a
Yes, there
small
is.
problem to me because I feel like that is not what they are signing contracts to do. They have signed a contract to have 2 deputies and, or 3 deputies or 30 deputies. And it feels a little bit like I am working outside the contract in a way to charge those townships to pay overtime in instances like that. So that's something that's very deep in the weeds in this Q2 contract discussion, but it's something I'm concerned about, especially for some of our smaller partners whose budgets are very tight and I've got my friend Beeman next to me waving. Whose budgets are very tight and who have budgeted for a certain amount of hours. They say they thought they've had 2 deputies and now they've got 0 and they're paying money and now they're paying overtime to get less than what they've contracted for. And that's a problem.
Minister Dill?
Thank you, Chair. Chair Scott, that is the conversation or the ask for a discussion from those supervisors. Those conversations have been scheduled, and we'll get back to you with an update after those conversations have happened.
That's a discussion I've asked, our director of board services to schedule for me and some of the commissioners in those districts as well. So hopefully we'll get some more answers and feedback from township supervisors on that instance because I'm unhappy on their behalf.
Go to Commissioner Somerville, then back to Sanders.
Yeah, I guess I actually had a question about the overtime cost, but it kind of got addressed. And then I guess, so like the contract gets signed and like they have less than what they used to, so they're only paying for that other number. And then what happens if the sheriff's office becomes fully staffed and they get more deputies, the contract gets amended?
They would get billed for the positions that are filled. So they don't have to amend the contract
Okay.
because we're not amending it when there's a vacancy.
Okay. Gotcha, thanks.
Commissioner Sanders.
This is probably beating a dead horse. So this is about the overtime. I would imagine that if I'm signing a contract with an expert in providing those services, the contract should have built into it the ability to cover in a situation that involves a leave of absence or vacation, or that should all, and sick time. That should all be built in. I shouldn't have to pay overtime on top of. It should be all built in and transparently built in so that the customer knows. I mean, because we hear municipalities complaining about the increase. I have tried to say, listen, you're talking about labor. It's the cost of labor. You're not, I'm not gonna work for somebody for an indefinite amount of time without a raise. I'm not. So I just wanted to put the 2 cents in about that. That contract there shouldn't be oh, we forgot it was in the fine print or it wasn't in the fine print. It should be clear and precise, and that should be the cost that they're charging that will include your staffing period. And then I'm having a senior moment because there was one more thing. I forget. I'm just having a senior moment.
If it comes back to you, we'll facilitate that. Don't worry. Commissioner Robbie, then Hodge.
Oh, I know what I was gonna ask. So, on the issue of the overtime, and how that's billed, and you may not be able to answer this, and that's fine. Is it not in the contract that the billing occurs that way?
So I'm not an expert on this. So we can find out. My understanding is the banked leave system or the banked hour system was never laid out in the contract. It was done by the previous administration, but that the current billing is in alignment with the contract, but it is a change for those local units.
So that was my understanding, is that the contracts did prescribe payment, how the payment would work for situations like the one that Commissioner Scott described. And that the overtime payment was an expectation within the contract, and that the sheriff's office is not doing anything above and beyond the contract. But I think getting an answer, clear answer on that would be helpful.
Mhm.
But my understanding is that we are following our contracts. And I guess the broader question. Well, I'll just stop there. My understanding is that we're following our contracts.
So,
Thanks.
so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hodge and then back to Commissioner Sanders. And this is not aimed at any one commissioner, but I do believe the proceeding or the following presentation will also be robust in its presentation.
It's,
So,
there's a lot of data and the one that, this was supposed to be the quick and easy one, so.
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. I want to add some context to a comment that Commissioner Sanders had made, and I think it's along the lines of what you're thinking here. I've had some conversations with officials in Ypsilanti Township that have some issues with the current system, especially with deputies not being fully staffed. So a lot of what they're seeing, that's a challenge for them, and this is probably true in other local governments too that are contracted partners, is that they're not at the desired number of hired deputies. And then because of the, I mean, this part has nothing to do with us. This is what the sheriff's office is deciding to do. But because they're doubling up deputies for patrol, it's then fewer people on the road. So instead of like potentially having two people or two separate vehicles or people patrolling, there's two people in one vehicle. So this leads to them needing more overtime hours because people are together. So it kind of, it's the two issues kind of together there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
So I'll address what you just said. So the doubling up part, to me, that's that would be communication between the two partners, meaning if the sheriff's department has decided or recently gone to a double up sort of situation, you would need to talk to your customers about that and ask them what their thought is, because if they contracted for a single man car, that's what they think they're paying for. And there would have to be, I would think that there would have to be some sort of understanding or mutual agreement for you to then say, oh, for safety reasons, we're going to a two-man car. And then you let the customer decide if they want to take the liability on and say, nope, we still want one-man cars, or what that would look like. So that's a communication issue that should be rectified. You don't just arbitrarily decide you're gonna do something like that. It's not in the contract. The other thing, the senior moment thing that I was having was about, so these municipalities that are saying they're not getting what they're paying for, are they entitled to it? You probably can't answer that. What about a refund? Because if you're in the store and you're not giving me what I want, I'm not paying for the food. Or I want you to give me my money back. I mean, if that's not the case, something's not right there. I mean, because we literally are holding our municipalities hostage. And all of them are not in a position to be able to create their own policing agency, nor should they have to. If we have I'm gonna just leave it right there, because otherwise it'll get ugly. But, you know, should they be entitled to a refund?
So they're currently paying for what they are receiving. So they're
On paper.
They're paying
Yes,
consistently with the terms of the
the
contract.
contract.
That's what they're paying.
Yes.
To your issue, to the issues that you just lifted up, two items are being conflated. Sheriff's Office operations are driven by the sheriff and her team. The contracts, and I want to underscore this piece, are three-party contracts. Because we are part, this dais is the other part of that agreement. So we are going to have those conversations with those municipalities, and we are going to hear them out and hopefully come up with a framework that all of us can agree on. So.
I'm gonna put a zip on it for right now.
Okay. I'm going to speed through the rest of it. Non-general funds, most of our non-general fund departments are projecting a surplus or are in a neutral status, meaning their revenues will match their expenditures. There are 3 projected shortfalls in Q2. So community corrections is one that we know about. In Q1, they were projected to be about $200,000 short. They're now projecting only 50,000. So the conversations around billing, paying attention to tethering costs, collecting revenue have resulted in getting revenue and reducing that projected shortfall. So it's good news. There's only 10,000 currently in fund balance. If they ended the year this way, they'd be projected at a $40,000 shortfall. Facilities is projecting about $100,000 shortfall. This is due to inflationary costs for contracts. There are non-structural funds in reserve in addition to fund balance, so they will operationally look okay at the end of the year, but right now there's a small shortfall projected there. And then senior nutrition is projecting a $219,000 shortfall. OCD is waiting for other program expenses to finalize before recommending a funding solution. So likely we'll have more information for you at Q3, but wanted to let you know that there is a projected shortfall right now in the senior nutrition program.
Commissioner Somerville?
Sorry. Do you have any idea like why there's a shortfall with senior nutrition?
So there is, I'm going to try to get this right, but it has had uses of OCD general funds for multiple years for that program. So it's representing that, but I don't have a specific issue that's creating that shortfall, just the general costs of the program. There were no Q2 budget adjustments within administrative authority, so I get to go through that one. Yes. We're continuing to monitor all of the same things. We have some other revenue stuff I should probably add to this based on tonight's conversation, so we'll have more information later on that front. For federal revenue impacts, the good news, I'm probably going to speed through these slides. We don't have anything significantly that has changed since the Q1 report. A couple of things have gotten like good news or are looking better than we had feared, but there's no significant changes to these. So they're similar to what you saw at the last report. Yes.
Can I just say, if you go back to the health department though, I just want to pin that although nothing has changed since that Q2 disturbing funding, the current discussion about vaccines and what CDC is saying is recommended and what the American Academy of Pediatrics says is recommended may impact the funding that our health departments get from the federal government. So I anticipate seeing a further hit here as well. Thanks.
Yep. Okay. I'll be back in November with the Q3 update and more fun. Year-end report next March or April. The budget reaffirmation stuff is all of the things we have been seeing, including the resource management program inventory, which is my next presentation and I'm very excited about. But it's budget data day. Are there any other questions about the Q2 budget? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, now the next report. Okay. the long-awaited resource management priority report. I'm going to be walking through the process that we took, and then we're going to be looking at the different buckets of services, focusing on expenditures, and then a little bit of a position and financial breakdown. I will say this, there is a ton of data. The detailed services that you all will get after the presentation is 1,177 pages long. So it is a lot to comb through. It's a lot to absorb. This is the first stab at it. I'm certain you'll have questions that I will need time to answer, and anticipate answering them throughout. As I have been telling everybody, it's the kickoff to budget season. You see me all the time. We can work through all of this, but there is a lot of information that you all are getting tonight. So focusing on the process. I laid out the scope of work that we had. The first part came from the board priority retreat of understanding the county's resources, how they're obligated in services that we're providing, why we're providing them, providing a platform and framework to inform decision-making regarding resource allocation and anticipating aligning funding with board initiatives and budget priorities. In this work, we built it on the previous program inventory work that we did last year. This report is focusing solely on service area groups, because if I go by department, you will never get through a single slide. But the report that you will also get will have more information by department, and then the detail has everything. So we have a lot of information for you tonight. The big thing I want to highlight, departments and elected offices took this very, very seriously. They put a lot of effort into it. So over 100 county staff have been involved in this effort. A number of program people who aren't normally in finance work are providing some of the qualitative data. So it's a huge undertaking. It's really cool. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of everything that we have done. This is all of the data we asked departments to fill out by program. So we have a name, a program description, what they're trying to accomplish with that program, what performance measures will show that we're successful, how we'll know like what we want the performance measure to be so we could gather future data to see did we meet expectations, how many residents are served. In the board priority retreat, we talked a lot about like a bucket of funds around community expectations, but it was hard to get anything I could get in a quantitative manner. So right now it's a qualitative data field where everybody filled out what they perceive the community expectations are of that program. And then looking at non-general fund revenue sources, any associated long-term contracts. We defined long-term contracts as contracts that are longer than a year, because that is what we could get easy data on. It is not a contract that has been in place and renewed every single year for a long time. I just want to be very clear. It's like I've signed a 5-year contract. If we wanted to change something around that, we would have a period of time before we could make changes to that. Looking at mandate type, the source of mandate, if it's a federal or state, they gave us the MCL, they gave us the federal code. They've all been reviewed by Corp Counsel. Speaking of the amount of time, she has looked at all 395 programs. We looked at the level of service. That's another one that's a qualitative field of describing what it is interpreted that mandate is telling us to do. And then if the mandate has any funding, total FTE, so total positions. And then also after they described all of that, then we went back to them with 2 more spreadsheets and their line item budgets and said, map all of your budgets and all of your positions to these programs you just told us we have. It was huge. As I'm talking about the next thing, I want to also invite up Ben and Alex can come up here. So Ben and Alex are 2 members of my team. They are the reason you have all of this data. So they, awesome. Round of applause. Yes, great. This process started when you guys passed the board budget calendar on the 16th. We launched it the 21st. By the 15th, we got the initial list of programs from departments, and it took until July 31st to get all of that mapping. Since July 31st, this has been the primary thing the 2 of them have been working on to get the data into this format. And when I tell you it was a beast, I mean, I was sending them new data fields I needed yesterday. So it has been a lot. It is also why I'm calling this a draft report, because it is so much. a big part of that is the tools that we had. So we had 55 different Excel spreadsheets. We had to use Power Automate to turn them into Word documents, to turn them into PDF. We made a report in Word. We're pulling different data points out of Munis, which is our finance system. So a lot of it is, we really wanted to do this work well, and without good tools, it takes staff time. So it's huge. We've had conversations in the past about service area groups. I put this in for reference. So this is the list of departments that fall in each service area group. I'm not going to read it to you, but if you have questions, we can flip back to the slide to see who is in it. So with that, first piece of data. So one of the things we heard from you all is you liked how specific, especially health and OCD were last year in the program inventory process, where they, instead of taking a team level approach, we're really looking at those specific program service areas. So we've pushed hard with departments to get to that level. So you see most service area groups at least doubled. Health and Human Services, you see a little bit less, but that's because they already had that level of detail there that you desired. The other thing we did on like last year's process is make sure we could map every line of our 2025 original reaffirmation budget to a program. So things like general government, like outside agencies that we did not talk about before, are in this data now. I know, you're gonna have so much fun. So the way we kind of categorize these mandates followed the board priority retreat. So the first bucket we looked at, we're calling the mandated bucket. So this is where there's a federal or state imposed mandate through legislation or regulation. These have, again, all been reviewed by Corp Council to agree with them. If it was not agreed to, it got put in a different bucket. The next level below, we're calling committed. These are funds that are, or programs that are mandated because of action that's taken by you all. So county policies that are being operationalized, and then grant obligations is the other one. So there's a lot of grants we do because we've signed an agreement to do them. But if we didn't have that agreement, we wouldn't have to provide those services. So that's going in the committed bucket. Contracted is services that would otherwise fall in the lower bucket of best practices or non-mandated services, but that have that long-term contract. So again, if something was desired to change, we'd have a longer time window to change those. So making sure we have an understanding of that. And then the last bucket we're going to talk about is the non-mandated services. One of the things before I jump into all of the detail that I wanted to spend a little bit of time with is looking at how our general fund support is used in these different buckets compared to the total budget. So the dark blue is general fund support. The light blue is total expenditure. So we see federal and state mandates roughly on par with each other. County commitments use a little bit less general fund support than total expenditures, but then those contracted programs and then the non-mandated contracted programs, again, less general fund support than the total budget, but then the non-mandated, we're putting more general fund support into proportionately than the total expenditures. The amount of dollars we'll get to in a second, but is there a question? Okay. So again, for the non-numbers people, I'm so sorry about this presentation. There's a lot of numbers here, but
We're gonna go to Commissioner Sanders for a
yes.
quick
Just a
question.
quick question.
yes.
Um,
Do you want to go to the back
we're
slide?
blocked out on this lower right corner of our screen because it says talking. BLT
Yes,
meeting.
good point.
So on the previous slide, what was that that's covered up? And
Oh, yeah.
can you lift it up
Let's
a
move
little? So, okay, thank you.
Yay. Yeah, really. Even better. Okay. So that's what it looks like. So yeah, so it follows, this whole presentation is going to go through those same 4 buckets in different ways. So we're kind of going to keep looking at things. So programs with long-term contracts are those contracted programs, and then the remaining programs are best practice and non-mandated that don't have long-term contracts. Okay, this is total 2025 budgeted expenditures, financial summary. The way we got the data is a little bit, if you try to tie it out to any single budget, you're going to go crazy because We have the 2025 original budget reaffirmation. Health came through matching their latest amendment for the current fiscal year. OCD, we had a point in time because of the way we needed things mapped. It didn't line up well with last year's budget. So none of this ties out to anything, but it is the best resources we had. We are anticipating that once we have that 2026 adopted budget, we will have a point in time piece of information for all relevant departments that we can map onto this. But it is roughly representational for the conversations that you all are looking to have. So we see again mandated on $328 million. The committed is $76 million. Contracted is $30.8 million. Non-mandated $24.7 million of the $460 million budget. So we are nearing nearly half of we're nearing $500 million of expenditures across all of our funds and operations.
Catherine, quick question on that.
Yes.
What percentage of those roughly
Mhm.
are tied up as federal pass-through though?
I have a different one that will show us a little
Okay.
bit better. I don't have pass-through separate from other federal funds, but we can at least see the federal fund portion. I'll highlight it when we're at the next slide that has it. This is the same picture looking at general fund support. It's the same buckets. I'm certain, well, I'm hoping, I don't know if all of you know. When it says general fund support, and you see 116 million. Our budget is well over 116 million. It's around 150 million. What goes into general fund support is all of our centrally collected non-program specific revenue. So we're talking general fund operating millage, state revenue sharing, and then also the cost allocation plan expenditure credit that technically reduces expenditures, but for the purpose of supporting goes to a broad set of programs. So any program that is revenue that is generated by that program is not considered general fund support, even if they're in the general fund. So contract policing revenue, like the general fund support of contract policing would be just that supplement that comes from the general fund, not the total program revenue. Okay. So looking at mandated services. Well, I keep talking and not bringing this around with me. There are 186 county programs that have that verified mandate. 27 are federal, the remaining 159 million are state mandates. The dark blue is state, the light blue is federal. So you can see, again, public, if we're talking based on the count of programs, there are more mandates in the public safety and justice space, and then next is health and human services and civic infrastructure. This is not tied to budgets, this is just solely count of programs.
Got a question from Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, quick question. For the category that's the dark blue, that's a state mandate, for like the new voting laws that have been enacted that have increased the cost of elections, would that fall under the civic infrastructure or general government?
That would fall under civic infrastructure. General government is things that don't really apply well to a department. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Chair. Can you just tell me that number again, 186?
Yep, 186 programs have a verified mandate.
Yeah,
27 are federal,
27 federal.
159 are state.
Okay, thank you.
Also, everything I'm telling you is in a report that you're going to get after this presentation.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm still vigorously taking notes. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
I just to alleviate some pressure because there's a lot I'm throwing at you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair.
So when we look by total budgeted expenditures, we see 71.4% of that $460 million is tied up in those federal and state mandates. So this is where we can see federal mandates are the $23 million. But I don't know how much of that is passed through, but that is the federal revenue number compared to 305 million of expenditures. This, I actually realized as I said this presentation is focusing primarily on expenditures. So to answer the pass-through revenue, we need to bring the revenue piece. We're at 37 slides looking at just expenditures. So we can bring that back at a future presentation because I didn't want to make everybody's mind blow. civic infrastructure and general government, by the vast majority of their services are mandated. So those percentages that you see on the very right are the percentage. So civic infrastructure, 9.1 million is state mandated. Their total program is 9.17 million. So 99.6% of civic infrastructure expenditures fall into that mandated bucket. That's how you read this chart. That makes sense. So take a different look at it as a data monster. The total budgeted expenditures for mandated programs, again, 328 million. If we look at how those fall by service area groups, nearly 50% go into health and human services. This would be like CMH's Medicaid money. So it makes sense when you see it. Public safety and justice is 36%, and then smaller proportions for the other service areas. And then when we look to general fund support, it's a different picture. So 83 million supporting general fund support, but 75% is going to public safety and justice. And then much smaller proportions going to those other service area groups. So we're going to go through the same charts for the committed services bucket, so we can look through that. For committed services, again, these are ones that are obligated because of county or action by the Board of Commissioners, so county policies, grant obligations. There are 101 programs that fall in this category. They include special voter millages. I want to highlight that under county policies, special voter millages, because you will have the option to levy them. So that's why we put them in that bucket. Most of the county policy programs are in support services, which often makes sense because they're enacting the things that, the operational policies that are happening. And then grant obligations are primarily in health and human services. I should have said this earlier. 69 programs are county policy, 32 are grant obligation. Okay. Looking at total budgeted expenditures, 16.5% of total budgeted expenditures fall into this committed bucket. The biggest proportions are in land use and support services. General government is negative because of that lovely cap credit that we always keep having to talk about. When we're talking total budgeted expenditures, we want to include it so that it makes sense how everything plays out, but it does make this bucket look really funky with minus 91% of the budget being also, because I have a negative, I can't show you a pie chart. So this is the weirdest bar graph I've ever made in my life of percentages. But this is, again, the total budget expenditures for those committed programs. So we see almost 40% going to support services, 34% going to land use and environment, but proportions are playing out there.
Got a question from Commissioner Scott?
Thank you. Land use and management, and you're saying that's, I just want to just get an idea. I know we're
Yeah.
getting a report. just
Yes.
So I'm, plugging things into my brain correctly. And these are committed programs. So I'm thinking parks, roads, non-motorized millage, and that's maybe why that number is 33.8%. Okay.
Yeah, roads millage would be in there. Also water resources has a significant amount of operations that fall into that as well. I'm not sure where they fall off the top of my head on the.
It's okay. And then in support services, our services through OCD and I'm assuming seniors?
No, support services is finance, HR, IT, facilities, all the things that support the internal or that support the other departments of the organization. like
Okay.
whatever called support
I'm
services.
glad that I clarified that. Okay.
Yeah, that
great.
changes the perspective on it. for
That's,
sure.
that's
So-
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Okay. Looking at general fund, committed programs, I can do a pie chart because I cap credits out of this bucket. $18.4 million going toward committed programs. The biggest piece of that is the general government. And then support services is 34% of that, of the general fund dollars. Okay. Contracted and non-mandated programs. I put all of these together because technically none of these have a mandate citation. If it says best practice, we ask them to give us the organization that had the best practice. But yes, so we have in this bucket, The remaining 108 programs, 56 are contracted, so the green bars, 27 are best practice, and then 25 have no mandate. So we do see every service area has some element of programs that don't have a mandate associated with them. Looking at the resources, 6.7% goes to just contracted, so it's $30.8 million. The biggest pieces are support services. So that would make sense, often like vendor contracts, building stuff, things like that. Public safety and justice, $12 million, and then much smaller buckets in the other service areas. And then when we look at the pie chart of $30.8 million, again, we see the biggest proportion going to the support services area and then public safety and justice at about 40%. And then general fund support, $6 million is going to those contracted programs. Again, we see support services having the largest portion of that. Support services are largely funded by the general fund, so we would expect to see that in this field. And then also you don't usually get much revenue when you're an internal department. Public safety and justice is about 30% of contracted programs. Non-mandated, so this is best practice and no mandates without long-term contracts, 5.4% of the budget of total expenditures. And again, at this point, Health and Human Services has $12 million that fall into the best practice. The legislative branch, which is or area, which is you all, the 3.8 million is your board priority work. Yes, so those are the big pieces there. So 80% of the legislative bucket falls into the best practice category. Oh. Is there a question?
Commissioner Robbie?
What is the 3.8 million? What?
There's the board priority projects work. There's a best practice from an agency, I can't remember which one, NACO and ICMA, that said boards should have priority funds to spend. And so they actually found you the best practice, and that's how it got categorized that way.
And what does that represent in the
It's
budget?
so every year we do the budget, we talk through the board priority projects. So there's like a lot of the housing stuff is in there, Hawk, commitments to East Side Community Rec Center. I always mess up those words. So those commitments that are coming from actions that you all have the priorities for, and we've been categorizing them under the board budget instead of hiding them in central charges since they're in alignment with your priorities.
Okay.
Total budgeted expenditures for non-mandated programs, almost $25 million. Health and Human Services is the biggest portion of that, but the legislative makes up 16% with that board priority work. And then on the general fund support, 8.7 million, board makes up a larger percentage of that only because you guys are funded by the general fund. That is the quick look at all of the mandate levels. And then I have a couple other slides. Great. So looking at general fund support, this is specifically general fund support contracted programs because of the way the data is for this one is included in best practice and no mandate. We can break that out in the future, but that's where it is at the moment. And we see that general fund support by large goes with supports $75.5 million of state mandates. 7.6 million goes to federal mandates. 18.2 is tied up in county policies, and then the rest best practice. Very little in grant obligations, likely because the grants that we have matches for fall more in state mandates than they do in grant obligations because they're not ones we have an option of doing.
And a question from Commissioner Scott.
It's really just, thank you, Chair. It's really just a moment where I'm saying like, if you can like screenshot in your brain, friends, like this slide to think about, this is the general fund support by mandate level and the millions of dollars we have to support federal and state mandates. Go add the county policy to that. And if we are seeing pullbacks of some of this money in the non-existent budget from the state right now and what might happen at the federal level, this is why we all need to be paying attention.
Yes.
Okay, so like screenshot this in your heads. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's really just to call extra attention to it.
And then just a couple other looks at budgeted expenditure breakdown. So this is each service area and just all of the mandate levels stacked on top of each other. I realize no mandate and best practice are basically the same color on the slide, and I'm sorry, I meant to fix that before we got it. We can clean that up. But they are smaller things. We can definitely see.
Question from Commissioner Robbie.
I'm sorry, I was still thinking about the chair's recommendation that we steered the last slide into our brain. I just want to make sure, so for the state mandate, for example, it's $75 million.
Mhm.
That's the total amount of the mandated services that we are to provide based on state policy. But is it, I'm not trying to defend the state, believe me, but that is not the unfunded.
This,
mandate. That is theoretically the full value of the mandate. And in theory, we are receiving some money from the state to fulfill some of the mandated programs, right?
not on this slide. So this slide is general fund support. So it is the amount of general, the general operating millage, the shared, like non-program specific. So like state revenue sharing would fall into this bucket, but not like if state is giving us elections funding, like that's not falling.
I'm not gonna
into it.
count revenue sharing as a repayment for a mandate,
Yes,
if
yeah.
that's what you mean.
Ex-
So
so-
this would be accurate to say like, we have $75 million of unfunded mandates from the state.
It would be accurate to say we spend $75.5 million of general fund
Money.
resources on state mandated programs.
Is it possible does some of the state reimbursement for mandated services go into the general fund?
Yes, some of it does, and that's when we have a revenue piece, we can see the different types of revenues that support each of these programs. And in that detail report that you all are going to get after this, you will see that program by program, the revenue sources will be there as well as the expenditure and the general funds.
So we'll be able to see the revenue from the state and the total cost of the program, thus producing the value of the unfunded mandate from the state per category.
Yes,
So we can't extrapolate as much from the slide, but it is going to be broken out in detail in the
Yeah.
report.
you just can't tell from the slide how much the state is funding of state mandates.
Okay.
That's what you can't tell. You can just see that the general fund is supporting that much
So it's
money.
probably not true that that's $75 million of unfunded mandates, but it's probably a big number and we can delve into the numbers within your report.
Yes, not,
Okay.
and also not all state mandates come with come with funding. So there's, I guess that technically falls into unfunded, but there's different ways to look at it when you see the type of mandate that it is. All budgeted expenditures, again, this is breakdown by service area. Just another look at how expenditures are falling, and we see Health and Human Services the biggest, and we do get to see how much of our expenditures are tied toward state mandated programs. You see those light orange bars, that's the biggest thing that we're spending money on. And then lastly, just to talk about positions for a little bit, we want to talk about staff time. So 1,560 positions were mapped in this process. 72% are working on state mandated programs. County policy is 9%, federal mandate 6%, going down from there. When we say staff, if a person works on multiple programs, the portion of their time spent on that program follows that mandate level. So it's not 72% of positions are state mandated necessarily. It's not one for one. It's just meant to represent staff time in addition to expenditures and resources. So that's it for the graphs and charts for tonight for me. But I wanted to take, Tabitha, if we could do this. Yes, it's your time. Okay, you guys are gonna get a bunch of documents, and I thought I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't walk you through them. So, as she's handing them out, there are, I can bring them up on here. Sorry, let me bring them up. So, one of the things we made, you'll get a programs by department. This is a list of it goes by service area, the department in the service area, sorted by the mandate. You get total budgeted expenditures for 2025, total general fund support, meant to be a reference so you can see the names of the programs. You can look at and find the ones you want to pay attention to. There's a lot. Each of these reference documents, 14 pages. I'm trying not to kill trees, but we use a lot. the second, I knew you'd be so happy. The second one is programs by mandate level. So this, instead of looking at the departments first, is looking at the different mandate levels. I did both of them because we were having a conversation in ELT and we were trying to, like in our county leadership meeting, and I was trying to look at finance and find them. And I was like, well, it's hard if I start only by mandate. So it gives us the same information, a different view, just however it would be useful to find it. The last one that you're getting printed is called, is this full report. So that's this one. Every slide, every chart that we had on the previous slide is in here, along with a lot of other data. All of those expenditure charts have broken down by the general fund. There's a lot of information. The increased program detail by departments is in this file. Descriptions of service area groups, so we have that. Yes, we look at revenues, expenditures, all the different mandate levels. But a lot of the, this is where you get some department specific data in a presentation format. So it's a lot to digest. I'm anticipating that none of you all know exactly what you want to ask tonight. And so that's why I'll be back. If you have, I want to put in a plea, if you have any questions, I can start getting things together for future board meetings if you shoot me an email. Just so we can get it, because it's hard to look at this data and just know exactly what is useful for you all. It sounds like we need some information on the revenue piece. The last one I did not print because it is 1,177 pages. It's a 10-page table of contents, and when you open up this document, which will be on board portal shortly, this is what you're going to see, and you're going to be like, how in the world do I ever even use this document? So best way is to come over here to bookmarks, which is slightly off the screen. When you come to bookmarks, you're going to see each of the names of the programs. Scroll down and find. The names will match the ones that are on these reference sheets, so you can find the things you want to look at and you can find that detail. When you click on it, just to show what you will see, I'll pick on, whoops, why aren't you going? You'll see this. This is where, when I talked about the weird tools we have, this is as good as we could get. There's a bunch of weird white space, but I didn't want things to break across pages. So, sorry, we'll try to make it look nicer and cleaner in future iterations. But it goes through the program, the performance measures, mandate level, the source of mandate, what that level of service is, the residents who are served. Here's your community expectations. You scroll for a page because we have to get 2 charts. And you will see the budget. So you'll see that revenue and you'll see the expenditure piece, budgeted FTE, descriptions of funding, general fund support, long-term contracts, and then you'll move on to the next program.
So Catherine, quick question on this document that you have up here now. Was this a model that we took from somewhere else via NACO or MAC, or was this sort of organically self-generated?
This was organically self-generated based on the conversations and the data that you all asked for. It was built off of, I mean, some of it is built off of program and priority-based budgeting that we've been on that process for. So we knew we would want that data. So we wanted to make sure we had it. But all of it has been like manually collected, and all of this is where all of the work went into on this process.
It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's a ton of work. This organization did a lot to get you all this, and I'm very proud of all of them. Yes.
All right, we'll open it up for questions. Start with Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Catherine. This is, I think, the probably most useful budget document that we've ever gotten. It's exactly what I was hoping for after we had the priorities retreat. I think it's like even exceeded my hopes.
Great.
And thank you to the 100+ people that worked on it. And thank you to Michelle, because you had to review all of the contracts. I know this was a tremendous lift for all of you to do it, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you so much for doing it. Thank you for the presentations. This is just really, really fantastic work.
That's great. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I have an oil change tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and I feel like I'm just gonna be awake all night, like reading this. I'm so geekily excited to go through and look at all of this information. I feel like when I became chair, we had that scary executive order thing that happened that thankfully was rolled back a little and now is trickling down to us again. But, and then when I said like, can we do something like this? And then we discussed it further in the retreat. And then I've had all of these, this is my dream materialized that I feel like I have been hoping for since 2019. And I feel like it's a huge thing to add to transparency in government for not just the commissioners to see, to understand what we're doing with the budget coming up, but for everybody in the community. This, and the fact that it's gonna be on board portal and it will be available for people to see is so humongous. And I just wanna like hug you all. Like, I'm so gleeful about this. And so I thank you so much for making this appear and happen. And I can't wait for it to just be this working document that we are going to be able to go to and source when we're having some of these conversations about whatever programs that we're dealing with. It's just going to be so illuminating. And I think like already when you look at it and you're looking at like mandated programs, and I'm gonna point out one of the things that Commissioner Beaman and I were looking about, like when you look at like health department and you're like the mandated programs and then what we give are the county effort, it shows some of the holes that we've been saying for a long time. We have, there it is, clear, black and white. And I just can't wait to use this more. And I just want to thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited. So that probably wasn't as articulate as I wanted because I'm too excited. So thank you.
And I will say it's on board portal now, and we're gonna figure out how to get it on the county website and the best place for it. So people who go to the website will also see this draft report.
I feel like also let's look for places to submit this work for awards because this is huge. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
This is huge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you. I don't want to keep you much longer. I just want to thank you for this effort. I also want to encourage my fellow commissioners around the table and then those, once this is live on the website, look at the columns. We have the budget expenditure and the general fund support. The difference between those two is what we're fighting for. The difference between those two are the grants and the federal and the state and all of those other dollars that mean the most to these organizations. And when you look at the difference between those columns, some of it's breathtaking. So again, just pointing it out to everyone around the table, but also those once this is live, please, please, please look at this and pay attention.
Any other questions for Catherine while she's up here, commissioners? Our administrator.
Really quick, just want to echo some of what has been said here. I want to thank the organization. We had 100% participation from all departments and elected officers. So that's a huge feat. And then to the executive leadership team, this has been a standing agenda item. So thank you for your leadership around this, really creating the framework for this to happen. And finally, Catherine, to you and your team, the team in finance, wow. When I think about the man hours, and we talked about that a little bit earlier today, that you all undertook to make this a reality. This is wonderful work. Person hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions on this agenda item? Catherine, thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Move now then to item 6, forgive me, any items for current or future discussion? Okay, before we adjourn here, Chair, what time do you want to recongregate? So 7:18 by the watch up there. All right. Anything else? No, we are adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025, Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting. At this point, we will rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ashlyn, could you call the roll for us?
Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Hodge. Commissioner LeBar.
Here.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is public participation. This is where if you're here to address this board, you come forward to our podium. You will get to speak to us for 3 minutes. We would like to hear your name and the city or township in which you reside. There are a series of lights on the podium that indicate to you your time. Green is go, you're good, keep talking. Yellow means start to wrap it up. And when it gets to red, your time is up. It will interrupt you at that time. And I make this, I don't even know if it's a joke. I make this quip every time. I will interrupt you, not because I'm rude, because I was taught better than that by my parents, who if they're watching, they would be happy I said that. But because I'm just trying to keep things equal and fair for all parties. So welcome to the meeting. If you have public comment, please come forward.
My name is Tom Moyer. I live in Dexter, Webster Township, but I'm here to represent the Dominican Sisters of Mary, Mother of the Eucharist, which is a women's religious community in Ann Arbor at 4597 Warren Road, and our Spirit of Sanctus Academy School located at 4101 East Joy Road, north of and directly across from the Vela gravel pit mine, which is what we want to talk about today. We like the town or the county to help us protect the health, well-being, safety of the 100 sisters who live there, the children in our elementary school and the lay and religious staff who teach there. We made a substantial investment over 28 years of being in Ann Arbor, including building 118,000 square foot mother house built in 3 phases over 12 years. And our school, which has been expanded 3 times, and we just added a new building. I share this to underscore the fact that we have an enormous stake in the mine's operations, and we're extremely frustrated and disheartened that the mine continues to operate given the history of the violations and non-compliance, as well as Ann Arbor Township's lack of adequate response and further addressing many and most recent concerns of numerous property owners. Specifically, we have 4 primary concerns. First, truck traffic, which is constant, sometimes outside of permissible hours and along routes not approved for the weight of the load, endangering the sisters, our school children, their families, and other residents who use the roads, Earhart, Joy, and Warren. Every day they have to deal with damaged roads, large trucks full of heavy gravel and queuing, which turns Earhart Road in the morning into a dangerous 1-lane road on a dirt road. Our school families are especially exposed to increased risk during drop-off and pickup at the beginning and the end of the school day. Just yesterday, a school family on the way to school with 2 young children was hit by a truck hauling equipment as it exited the mine. Imagine if that had been one of the many single or double load trailers carrying a full load of gravel. We're concerned that road repairs on Warren, Nixon, and Earhart will further exacerbate this problem. Second, we're concerned about the drop in air quality that comes from trucks going up and down, which leads to excess levels of dust. Third, noise levels. Finally, recently we've had tiles coming up on our building, and we have a concern that water previously pumped from the mine into the aquifer and the wetlands and the creation of on-site lakes is increasing hydrostatic pressure. We've also had discoloration of water in our retention pond, depletion of amphibious activity, an increase in the smell of sulfur. And we're taking steps to try and remediate all this stuff, but we would respectfully ask Washtenaw County to assist us in addressing any items that are pertinent to your authority and responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Albers. I live in Augusta Township, Michigan. Mr. Justin Hodge, hello, is my commissioner. I came here tonight because I received a copy of the draft resolution that you all, I don't know if you're discussing tonight or at a future meeting, around data centers that the Washtenaw County Environmental Council developed. I think this is a wonderful document. There has been such a proliferation of data center projects in this county, and it feels like the wild, wild west right now. So to even have something, some sort of framework and guardrails for people, townships, local municipalities to consider when they're approached by a project is wonderful. If I were giving any input myself, the two things that I would ask to maybe also consider in this is that, one, when data centers are coming into communities, you don't know who the end user is. And that's really important because a Bitcoin mining data center is different than a hyperscale data center, different than a cloud computing data center. And they all use different things in terms of water and energy resources. So a lot of these communities are asking to approve billion-dollar projects, and we don't know who is going to be using the facility. The other point I might make is in my center is right on a bordering line between Milan. I have people here tonight that they were involved in the local petition drive that was very successful. If you didn't read the papers, Augusta Township got almost 1,000 signatures. They're only required 561 to get on the ballot. But some people in London Township helped us. They're going to be impacted by the data center, but they can't vote on it because it's strictly going in Augusta. And then the last point I wanted to make is in this resolution, it talks about, which I was so happy, Justin and I have talked about this from like health considerations in industrial sized solar farms, right? A lot of the health considerations that are outlined here are things that you can read up on solar farms and wind turbine farms as well. So it's a great thing. I hope you pass it. It's a great first step. And that was it. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tim Bruno, lifelong resident of Washtenaw County, living in Saline Township for 21 years. I spent my entire 25-year career in public service serving the citizens of Washtenaw County. I'm not here tonight as a politician or developer. I'm here as a neighbor, a father, and a steward of the land we all call home. Our township is facing a quiet but devastating transformation. Related Digital's proposed data center will consume 575 acres of farmland, with another 500 waiting in Bridgewater Township. They say they won't develop there, but we've all heard that story before. Once the concrete is poured, the promises vanish. Let me give you two examples of what this really means. First, in Georgia, a couple living near a Meta data center reported that their water taps ran dry days after construction began. These facilities can use up to 5 million gallons of water per day, and Related Digital plans to discharge water into the Saline River. That's not only irresponsible, it's dangerous. Heated discharge can trigger algal blooms, contaminate drinking water, and kill fish. Is this the legacy we want to leave? Second, in Prince William County, Virginia, residents have endured decades of construction noise from data centers. HVAC systems and diesel generators run 24/7, producing noises levels that exceed safe thresholds. And it's not just what you hear, it's what your brain processes constantly. Studies link low frequency noise to sleep disturbances, anxiety, and cardiovascular disease. We're not just talking about inconvenience, we're talking about public health. This project is not about progress, it's about profit. It sacrifices our farmland, our peace, and our future for a handful of temporary jobs and vague tax promises. Meanwhile, over 1 million Michiganders face food insecurity. Shouldn't we be protecting the land that feeds us? Just because we can doesn't mean we should. So I ask you, when the dust settles and the data center hums, who will be left to answer for the silence of the birds? The dry wells and the families who no longer recognize their home.
Hello, thanks. I appreciate being able to be here and to speak to you. Although I'm not good at this, this is good. I'm going to make it through it. I've lived in, my name's Tammy Bruno. I've lived in Saline Township for 21 years, Washtenaw County my whole life. It's where generations have farmed, families have grown, and communities have thrived. But today, that legacy is at risk from a new wave of industrial development, data centers. Related Digital says their proposed data center will bring in millions in tax revenue, 2.2 million in the first year alone for the township, and an average of 1.6 million annually through 2039. They also estimate that 8 million a year for Saline's area schools and 2.2 million for Washtenaw Intermediate School Districts. That sounds impressive, and yes, some of that money will go directly to things like school bonds, the sinking fund, and the CARES millage, which is specific to Saline City School or Saline schools. But here's the thing, the general fund, the one that pays for our teachers, our classroom supplies, our daily school operations, won't see a meaningful increase. And that's according to Professor David Arson of MSU. Most of that tax money goes into the state's school aid fund and gets redistributed across all of Michigan. So while the numbers look big, the impact to our classrooms and yours, kids' classrooms, is small. And beyond the dollars, we've got bigger concerns. This development with the slated industrial solar project in our township could affect our aquifers, bring more noise and traffic, and increase pollution. It could hurt property values and chip away at the rural charm that makes this place feel like home, Saline Township, at least for me. Rezoning that many acres isn't just a tweak, it's a major shift. And once it's done, it can't be undone. Let's build a future that welcomes innovation without erasing the past that grounds us. Should we allow industrial data centers to consume that much of the land that sustains us? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pat Valancourt from Manchester. I am the mayor of Manchester, and also I serve on the board of directors for our seniors. The Manchester seniors have received the base payment of $200,000. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate the time and the effort that this board has put into resolving the senior millage funding. But there's always a but. It's my understanding that the Board of Commissioners is considering restricting accepting RFPs until the new director is hired. So that means we can't access the $9 million remaining from last year's millage. We have a lot of frustrated voters out there right now concerning the millage dollars, as I know you're all aware. Just repeating what I've heard, many of them have said they're going to show this frustration in the voting booth at the next election. It concerns me that in November, again, almost $12 million will be paid by these voters to take care of Washtenaw County seniors. This means in 60 days, there will likely be over $20 million in the senior fund. $20 million. This is not what they voted for. As word gets out, we can expect that that frustration is going to turn into fury. If I'm wrong about this, please tell me. We're all aware of the federal funds being cut and the increasing needs in our communities. I'm asking this board to accept RFPs and put last year's $9 million that's left into its intended use, making sure our seniors have food, shelter, transportation, and a safe environment for education and social activities. Please do not restrict the RFP requests for last year's millage dollars, awaiting for the staffing of the Office of Aging Services. And I'd just like to give a 3-second plug for WAVE. Manchester heavily depends upon WAVE. We're in jeopardy of losing our door-to-door service. Our needs are expanding. WAVE needs to expand. They are our only public transportation. And I ask you to please, as you're looking at the transportation needs throughout the county, recognize what WAVE contributes to Western Washtenaw. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Somerville, my name is Tyrone Kelsey, introducing myself as the new Executive Director for Friends Indeed, serving in the Washtenaw County. And I'm here, based on that introduction, to seek at this point in time where the poor in Washtenaw County are facing dire needs based on reduced benefits from the federal and state government and cuts in their safety net. And so I am seeking relationship, strategic collaboration and alignment. And I wanted to be able to put my face before you so that we can have conversations on that topic. Thank you much.
Sorry, I'm a little tall for the microphone. Oh, look at this. Robots on Mars. All right. Good evening. My name is Tim Olson. I'm a Washtenaw County and an Ann Arbor resident, and I'm here today on behalf of the working people who keep this county running, your public employees. I'm here today with an ask that Washtenaw County reopen the pension plan and the retiree VEBA plan for all county workers. County employees give their time, energy, and hearts to this community. They plow our roads, respond to emergencies, keep our water safe, care for the vulnerable, and make the everyday systems that we rely on actually work. They do it not for the promise of great wealth, but because they believe in service. And they believe that if they give Washtenaw County residents their best, they will be able to retire with dignity and security. The current retirement system does not guarantee that certainty. When the county closed the pension and VEBA plans in 2014, it didn't just shift the financial burden to workers, it sent a message that long-term commitment as public servants was only a line item on a budget sheet. The message is still felt by those who stayed, and it echoes even louder among the next generation who would feel drawn to a career in service for the betterment of our communities. Reopening the pension and VEBA plans isn't just a benefit, it's a restoration of that trust. It's how we maintain the social contract with those who give the most to our communities. It's also a smart investment and will save this county and its taxpayers money while providing a stable future. Pensions are one of the most reliable and efficient ways to provide retirement income, and stable retiree health care ensures that workers aren't forced into poverty by illness after a lifetime of service. At a time when Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security are threatened, workers need more from their employers to ensure that their life of dedication to the common good isn't forgotten. Now more than any time in my life, our communities need leaders that stand with workers, of which everyone in this room is. You have the power to lead in this way. You have the power to send the message that this county sees the future as a horizon of hope. Hope for a kinder world, hope for a future of unity, hope for a future where a lifetime of service comes with a promise of a safe and dignified retirement. Today we have come with petitions that have been signed by over 800 Washtenaw County employees that are both in the pension and not in the pension, all asking for these to be reopened. Reopen the pension, restore retiree healthcare, and let's build a future where public service doesn't come with a financial penalty. Because as Paul Wellstone said from my home state, we all do better when we all do better.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Nancy Hine, President of Supervisors 3052, local here at Washtenaw County. I'm a resident of the city of Ypsilanti. I'm rising in support of the reopening of the county pension plan, also known as the WERS, and supporting the reopening of the retiree healthcare plan, also known as VEBA. As I mentioned to those of you who met with the two AFSCME units a few months ago, the VEBA and WERS plans were closed effective 1/1/2014 to new employees. This action was taken because the Board of Commissioners were interested in fully funding the pension plan by floating bonds. And one of the prerequisites was to close the pension plans prior to pursuing this action. All contracts were reopened prior to their expiration dates to effectuate this effort and to avoid the looming right to work law. Some of the union locals were intimidated into signing long-term contracts because of this legislation. Local 3052 tried to get some language put into our contract at that time that if the board decided not to fully fund the pension plan, the plans would remain open. This demand was denied because every union would have to agree to that provision, and some of the union locals had hurriedly TA'd their contracts to avoid the right to work law. This included intimidation and instilling fear on the part of labor relations at that time. Fast forward 10 years, Local 3052 and other unions have gotten some language included in the current contract that indicates negotiations to reopen the pension plan and retiree health care to take place by the end of this year. We hold labor relations, administration, and Board of Commissioners to good faith bargaining as we complete these negotiations. You will hear and have heard many stories about how a pension and retiree health care, and for those that have it and some that don't have it. It's very real, and it's a financial hardship for those that don't have it. I am lucky enough to have both of these benefits, and all county employees should be afforded these same benefits. The WERS plan is currently funded at approximately 75%, and VEBA is funded at 92%. There is absolutely no reason that these plans should remain closed. Reopening the WERS plan alone would generate around $10 million immediately upon transfer of the funds from the DC plan to the DB plan. The county is currently paying over $11 million a year to keep the closed plan legitimately funded, and that amount will rise over the next several years. As you can see, over 800 petitions have been signed by our members in support of reopening these plans. This should eliminate the assumption that some on the board and HR that lots of our members prefer a defined contribution plan. Not the case, the data shows it. In solidarity for all. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Shannon Sigert. I'm a county employee, and I'm the AFSCME 2733 Vice President. We represent 5 units in the largest workforce among the unionized workforce within the county. I want to highlight some of our employees who are the definition of public service, those who clearly have committed their careers to the most vulnerable populations, like our skilled trainers and peer supports through CMH. We have public health workers, community health workers, and medical assistants. We have housing assistants. We know that's a crisis right now. The clerks in the trial and the district courts, all of those court support staffs, our cooks, janitors, our youth attendants over at Child Services, they are all the lowest paid in the county. We need to start appreciating these folks and keep our most sensitive programs running. They deserve the stability and security of knowing after a career in public service, their retirement is there. Why do we leave this to chance with a defined contribution? I work with employees that are brand new on a monthly basis. They ask us why. They would like to see a pension. I have other members who are vested and said, it's been 10 years, I'm vested. What keeps me at the county? Nothing. If I had a pension, I would stay. A pension is retention. Our members are vesting and walking away with years of institutional knowledge. We are employing you to return their security and dignity for a career serving our community's most vulnerable populations. There is no better way to thank them than to reopen the pension plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Shelton Marion. I am a resident of the city of Saline. I am the exiting treasurer of the Police Officers Association of Michigan, retiring at the end of this month. I am a 25-year veteran serving Washtenaw County. I've dedicated my career to county government because I believe in public service and because of the promise of a secure pension through, for myself, MERS, and healthcare and retirement through VIVA. These commitments have what kept me and many others like me here in Washtenaw County. These matter. These matter to every employee who show up day after day to serve this community. A secure retirement isn't just a benefit. It is a sign of dignity and respect. It is a promise that those who dedicate their lives to public service will be able to retire with peace of mind. By restoring WERS and VIVA for employees who currently have neither a pension nor retiree health care, you're not just balancing numbers, you're standing up for values. You're saying to the people who serve Washtenaw County, you deserve a secure future. We, the people behind you, are the peacekeepers. We are the helpers, the protectors of this community. We show up during people's worst moments. We help those who can't help themselves. We are the workers who often go unseen until the moment we are urgently needed. And when that moment comes, we show up always. Thank you.
My name's Eric Flint. I'm a resident of Manchester, Michigan, and I'm the Sergeant at Arms for the Command Officers Association of Michigan. I'm here to talk to you tonight about returning the retiree healthcare along with restoring some of the pensions here. So I'm the last person that was able to get retiree healthcare with my pension. I was hired on December 1st, 2013. So I'm like one of the last ones that was able to get the pension through COAM. We have a retention problem we have a retention problem in every new officer that we hire. It costs $40,000 from start to finish just to get them in the door. So if we're paying $40,000, but then we're watching them pick up, turn and leave after, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we're still continuing training and we haven't really run the numbers on that, what it takes to get them to that point. A lot of them are leaving because we aren't the highest paid law enforcement agency here in Southeast Michigan, right? So they're betting on themselves and they're going someplace else, and then they're betting on investing in something else or doing something else and going to a higher paying police agency. All we're asking is you bring this back, help retention, help keep people around. You hear it all the time when people leave. Well, I can leave because this place either has retiree healthcare or this place has retiree healthcare. Why are we losing some of our best officers to go other places because we don't have it? We need to just reinstate it so we can keep the good talent that we have and then keep the door from revolving. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Washtenaw County community. I'm Danny Hoover. Okay, there we go. Okay. Danny Hoover, speaking only as a citizen. I live in the city of Milan, Monroe County, and I work for Washtenaw County. I started in 2013 as a supports coordinator and moved to supervisor in 2022. And I'm a member of ASME 3052. I'm also a steward and the recording secretary for Huron Valley Area Labor Federation. And I just have two main points tonight. Number one, regarding the living wage waiver, the 2025 to 2026 living wage in Washtenaw County is $17 an hour if the employer provides health insurance and $19 an hour if no health insurance is provided. The Michigan United Way Alice report says that a bare minimum survival income for a family of four is $74,000. That means a mental health worker in this county receiving the living wage is still far below the basic survival income. And I just want to know, how is it possible you'd even consider passing this waiver that allows those people to make even less? These people take care of some of our county's most vulnerable people, and you need to understand that. How would you feel if that was your family member? Washtenaw County should do what is necessary to pass another millage or consider how to modify a current budget of some sort to provide the funds to Washtenaw County Community Mental Health to fund the providers so they can pay the living wage. And then second, regarding pay, benefits, and working conditions, more specifically pensions and retiree healthcare benefits, retirement plans are important, and that includes a pension and appropriate health insurance. I mentioned to you, I worked for the county since 2013. I could go, I have a master's degree. I'm good at what I do, and I know it. And I could take that skill set and go make bank at like the VA or a prison or something. I don't want to. I want to stay here, and part of what is keeping me here is a pension. I have to have something to look forward to. And with retiree healthcare, the goal should be to make those plans affordable and streamlined while also delivering exceptional value and rich benefits. Improving and maintaining those things will continue to attract, retain, and maintain staff for some of our county's most vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to say I'm thankful for being here tonight because Saturday evening in northern Livingston County, I was T-boned on my side in a friend's car. Hence no glasses, a scrape, concussion, and some other whiplash, all that good stuff. But I'm thankful that I was able to walk out of it and they actually hit the front axle, front right fender, which took most of the damage, but they ran the stop sign at 50+ miles an hour and hit us, so that's that one. But what I like to talk about is, I'm not a doctor, attorney, lawyer, engineer. Don't even have a college degree except for associates. You know, but I was published in computational theoretical chemistry in a molecular orbital analysis of a eta-3 butanediol platinum complex. So I did go to college somewhat. What I'm saying is, I'm neither a Democrat or Republican. I walk that line. It's hard to fit in sometimes when you can bring up something that somebody absolutely thinks you're absolutely horrible for even saying. And it's hard to be in Washtenaw County when there's majority Democrats and some people take some things horribly the wrong way. I've actually, people sit at the other end of the bar when I come in because they don't want to sit next to me in case I might bring something up. That's kind of how I feel. And it shouldn't be that way. I heard in this body that you're all asking for a difference of opinions. You need people that can walk that line and and you should be able to hear what that other person has to say without taking any kind of offense, and have that open ear to that person, because that is necessary at this time. Because I can say one thing and you say, yeah, I'm a Democrat. I can say another and you say, no, you're a Republican. I don't know what I am, really. But I'm here in front of all of you. Okay? Just expressing myself. Sorry. It could be the accident too, I don't know. But it is hard to express myself in front of people who look at you and want to hate you. Because I may say something that they don't like. And it hurts. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Sorry. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Abigail Allman. I'm the AFSCME Local 2733 Unit A Chapter Chair. I represent the largest portion of general county workers in 2733. I'm a clinical social worker and intake clinician in the Access Department of Community Mental Health, and I live in the city of Detroit. I'm present with my other union siblings across the county to ask the Board of Commissioners to enter talks with us and other labor partners to reopen the pension plan. 81% of the members I represent, based on seniority date, do not have the option to participate in the pension. You've heard from several members regarding the benefits of the pension, how it would be an asset to retention and allow our employees to retire with dignity. I have 2 points I want to make sure that are covered in this conversation. The first one being retiree health care. It has been an educational experience for me to learn from current employees who are in the pension who have serious concerns about retirement and including their children or young dependents on their retirement health care plans. The second point I'd like to make is I'd like to address a common misconception that I've heard repeated by administration, which is that our younger or newer workforce is not interested in a pension due to frequent turnaround, that they are not informed or are ignorant to their retirement options. This is not true. I am present at multiple new hire orientations with new county employees, so I have firsthand knowledge the questions new employees have and know that they are inquisitive about their retirement options. I've had many conversations with other members individually about retirement and the benefits associated with this. It has been surprising to me to learn from them that the majority of them I've spoken to, one, understand and have a significant of the differences between the defined contribution and defined benefit, and two, understand the pension to be the better benefit. It's not that the younger generation doesn't want a pension, it's that they think having a pension is too good to be true. There is a younger group of this workforce who enjoy their jobs and are looking for reasons to stay and want the chance to have a financial future not currently afforded to them. There are people in my generation who are starting their careers, reading the news, looking at older adults in their lives and looking at their own career trajectory, who are coming to the understanding that the financial futures previously promised through our social safety net are no longer guaranteed. Our financial futures are in peril. We have the opportunity to change the culture at the county to one where employees are taken care of for their hard work and sacrifice. Our employees want to engage in public service, but they should not have to make the difficult decisions about their sustainability of their financial future to do so. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Sandra Buchanan from Hamburg Township in Livingston County, and I represent the members of T-Poem and every employee in my situation. I won't lie, I'm not good at public speaking. I get really nervous, so if I talk fast or my voice is shaky, I apologize. I teach my daughters to stand up for what they believe in, even if it makes them a little uncomfortable. I'd like to thank you all for being open-minded and considering this huge ask from us. I have 2 daughters, Riley, 11, and Raylan, 4 months old. Riley was diagnosed with autism at age 6. I had been working at the county for 6 years. I gave up my dream career to stay here, not because of the pay, not because we are treated well, but because of the autism benefit. In 1st grade, she was flipping tables and breaking chairs in her classroom. She was threatening to kill her teachers with their scarves. She is now 11 years old, 7th grade, and I'm proud to say that we were able to do away with the IEP and the 504 plan.
She is the top of her class academically with a 3.94 GPA. Her ABA therapy for 1 year was $180,000. Yes, $180,000. Our insurance covered it 100%. To say I'm grateful for that is a huge understatement. If you know anything about autism, you would know it runs in families, that there are literally a million different combinations of traits, and you know that people with autism can regress. I have been with the county for almost 12 years, and I'm 41 years old. This is important because by the time I'm eligible for retirement, Raylan here will still be a minor. I won't know if she has autism until she's older. My worry is that if she does have autism, I don't know how I will get her the amazing resources and the health care that her sister Riley has received. I also worry that Riley may in the future regress. Currently, I'm at the bottom of my pay scale with the county, and I worry about making sure all of our bills are paid. I'd like to know that our future would be secure as at one point in time, minors were covered under the retiree health care. I stand before you today asking that you reopen the pension plan and retiree health care. It's not only financially better for the county, but it also helps our little ones like these guys.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ashley Londi Feltus. I am a resident of York Township, and I am the president of the Assistant Prosecutors Association here in the county. The theme of my comments to you tonight is institutional knowledge. Prosecutors are the people in this county that prosecute the murders, the rapes, the animal and child abuse cases. They staff the specialty courts that are all throughout this county in all different levels. They are the ones who make sure that children who have been abused and neglected have their cases handled. They are the ones that ensure child support orders are enforced. They get child support for people. Experience helps us when we evaluate cases. When we choose which cases to charge, what plea offers to extend, and the experience help us to conduct fair and just trials. It takes years to have the ability to do something we call duty, which is to be on call and answer this phone, which I happen to be on call for this meeting, whenever it rings, to take any call from any law enforcement officer at any time of the night with a question. This is a county-wide phone. You don't learn to do these things in law school. You learn to do these things on the job. You learn it doing the job. Retaining this institutional knowledge for this county with a pension is a great way to ensure that the citizens of your county have good, ethical, fair, and just prosecution. In a time when so much makes public service harder, in a time where it is harder to get public servant loan forgiveness, in a time when it is harder to count on Social Security, Medicare, all of these things are going away and eroding before our eyes. It makes it harder to choose public service for a lifetime. Stand up for your servants and give them the retirement benefits they deserve and earn by giving their lives, their careers, and their knowledge to the residents and victims of your county. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kenneth Overwater. I'm the president of the Public Defender Association. I've been with the Public Defender's Office for nearly 7 years, and I'm a resident of Dearborn. First, I can confirm every single thing that Ms. Feltus said. It takes years, even decades of a trial experience to develop an attorney into being capable of properly handling a capital case. The county cannot operate a criminal justice system without these attorneys. But I want to speak about something a little more personal. In December of last year, I was diagnosed with throat cancer. It's the same cancer that my mom died of 2 years prior to that. It was in my tonsil, it had spread to my lymph nodes. I had to go through chemo and radiation from January to March of this year. And 50 pounds and a feeding tube later, I'm happy to report that I'm cancer-free. The benefits that I've earned in this job saved my life, literally. And I'm eternally grateful for that. Between working from home when I could and being on FMLA when I just couldn't anymore, I never missed a paycheck. Blue Cross Blue Shield paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars just to keep me alive. And I was lucky. It was caught early. I had relative youth and good health and resources. This job gave me the security that I needed to win my fight with cancer. But if I had been retired, I might not have been so lucky. I could have been forced to have to choose between poverty or death. It's a strange thing to sit here and tell you that I was lucky to get so sick so young. Again, relatively. So I'm asking you to reopen negotiations and consider providing the pension and healthcare benefits that will reward our service to this community with the same security in our retirement that we earn in our employment. It is financially responsible. It helps the county maintain the experienced workforce necessary to keep this community safe and to provide the world-class service that the citizens and residents of Washtenaw County deserve. And one day, our lives may literally depend on it. Thank you very much.
Any additional public comment in the room? Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evelina Taylor, and I'm the interim managing director of People's Express. I just want to take a second to introduce myself and say we really look forward to the discussion tonight on the senior transportation services, and we're available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? In the hallway? Okay, Ashley, I think there's probably people online.
Yes, Chair. First we have Amy O.
Okay, Amy, go ahead. Sometimes-
Okay, can
We
you hear
gotcha.
me?
Gotcha, thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Olszewski. I live in Ann Arbor Charter Township. And I'm here to speak to what the first speaker spoke to, the mine that's operating on Earhart Road, just north of Ann Arbor city limits. This mine has devastated our community. 6 years ago, it was owned by a mom and pop operation. It never hurt anyone. It operated for 60 years, and it was bought out by a mega corporation, the #1 contractor with MDOT. They immediately started industrial mining practices that work on 1,000-acre mines. They do not work on a very small postage stamp mine that's located less than 1,000 feet from more residences than I can count on one hand, less than half a mile from the elementary school that Tom spoke to earlier, less than a mile and a half from a high school. This mine has stolen our water. It took a judge to stop them from doing that in 2023. And the result of that vacuum that they caused in our aquifer then filled with silt, sediment, and toxic chemicals that now we cannot drink the water coming out of our taps. My neighbors have black water coming out of their taps. I have a neighbor who has something that looks like a chocolate milkshake coming out of their taps. I personally have 12.7 times higher iron in my water than it is allowed by the EPA. We all have filters in our house. They are not paid for by the mine. We are paying over and over for this mine to make literally hundreds of thousands of dollars on our backs. They have destroyed the protected wetlands that is less than 200 feet from the mines. They have destroyed the Huron River watershed, Fleming Creek. We are here to ask you, please get the Washtenaw County Health Department to test our water, have them come out, and as they did in the Flint water crisis, drink our water. It is not potable. Please have the Washtenaw County Road Commission enforce their own laws on what trucks can drive on Class B roads. We are just a tiny area that has gravel roads. We should not have double wagon trucks. They are illegally driving on our roads. In fact, just 2 days ago, a trucker yelled out the window at the cross-country team from the local high school to get off the expletive road. It is our road. It is not theirs. Also, we ask that the sheriff come. He is the only one that can stop the trucks as they leave the mine and demand their weight. They are overweight. They are driving illegally. We need the sheriff to come out, and only you commissioners can help us out. I hope you hear my anger, my frustration, my disappointment that's been going on, as Tom pointed out when he spoke, over the last 4 years as they continually destroy our neighborhood. But I hope you also hear my hope that you as commissioners can help us out. We have met Crystal Light. She came to the last township meeting. We hope to meet with her soon. And we hope that you will activate all the resources possible to look into what's going on in this tiny little area of Ann Arbor Township. And yet it has far-reaching
That's
effect.
time. Thank you.
All of the residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else online, Ashley?
There's no one else online, Chair.
Oh, how about that? All right, at this time, it's Commissioner follow-up to public participation. I have already heard that Commissioner LeVar would like to follow up, so I'll start there.
Thanks, Chair. Perhaps related to some of the discussion, we will, at our next working session, have the pension question on as an agenda item for discussion. There was substantive recounting of 2013 and 2014. Rather than go into that tonight, I will look to that working session discussion, and will simply say in response that I thought tonight's presentation from public comments related to the pension question was particularly useful, particularly the emphasis on retention. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. Had to go get a tissue. A lot of great public comment today. Want to thank everybody for coming out, who did come out and speak. I agree with just about everything that everybody said, and I want to be helpful. So starting in the order that I heard stuff and took notes, I just want to talk briefly about the gravel mine. I've been hearing a lot about this. It's not in my district, but you know, folks have been reaching out to me with very concerning images of their water that's coming out of their tap. I believe that this issue is one of many that we are seeing right now in Washtenaw County. We have a full-on assault on our environment occurring right now, this gravel mine being part of it, the data centers being another part of it. But this gravel mine is operating in a completely unacceptable way. They're damaging the ability of residents to actually live in Ann Arbor Township. I believe that we are on the verge of a public health crisis if we're not already in one. People's wells are running, as the pictures I've seen, they're running completely brown with water that is, you know, contaminated, changes in the aquifer levels. And of course, the truck traffic. This is completely unacceptable, the way that this company is operating. They should be shut down, frankly, and not permitted to continue their operations at this site. I believe one of our commenters about the data centers was talking about how, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we need the earth more than we need gravel out of a frickin' mine. We need to drink water. We need to have our aquifers. We need to be able to shower and bathe and drink water more than we need gravel out of a mine. And I think we have our priorities all wrong when we have allowed a for-profit, out-of-town company to come in and put our lives at risk here in Washtenaw County. Completely unacceptable. And I texted the sheriff during the call. I hope that we can work together to do something like that. I do think that other elected officials should be part of the response for this. I believe our health department should be part of the response for this. Obviously, we have the Gelman plume in my district as well, that and Commissioner Scott's district and Commissioner Labar's district, that is, and Commissioner Maciejewski's district. That is a huge problem. We have a problem broadly in the state with the fact that polluters don't have to pay to clean up their messes. That's completely unacceptable. And we need to pass laws in Lansing that force polluters to actually have to clean up after themselves instead of being able to leave their messes behind. On the data center issue, I want to thank everybody that came out and spoke on that. This is an absolute problem that we are facing in the state of Michigan. And it's unfortunate because we have the unfortunate privilege of having a state with a lot of water, of having a state that's relatively cool. And so data centers need those two things. They need water and they need a cooler, temperate climate in order to operate. And so they are coming after our water. They're coming after our electricity. They're coming after our climate. And this is a full-on, full-scale attack that corporate America is levying on our farms, that they're levying on our air, on our water. And I want to talk about a few things related to this. I'm on the Environmental Commission. I helped to pass that resolution. I agree that that there's some changes that we could make to it. I would have actually loved to see the resolution say, let's put a moratorium on data centers countywide and not do them until it can be done in a safe way, which may never happen. But I don't think we should have data centers at all in Washtenaw County, to be perfectly honest with you. And they are hugely damaging to our environment. The water issue being one of them, the massive amount of water that's used and then pushed out, that's generally warmer than the water that's taken in. It's going into our riparian ecosystems. It's damaging the ability of fish and other wildlife to survive. It's having trophic cascade effects where it's impacting animals all the way up the food chain that depend on our rivers, lakes, and streams, depend on our groundwater for survival. So it is having massive impacts. It's going to have impacts on our huntable and fishable natural resources as well. Then there's the electrical issues and the fact that we, the rest of the ratepayers, are going to be paying for them to increase DTE and consumers and all these other utilities to increase their capacity. We're all going to be paying for that ultimately. And so that's coming out of our pockets for the benefit of corporate America to get these data centers. And that's completely unacceptable too. And that was never addressed in state law. Then there's the issue of AI taking jobs. Everybody's worried about, foreign countries taking jobs. What about AI taking jobs? There's all these announcements recently of companies axing folks because they're turning to AI. Each one of these data centers that goes up, that's jobs that are being cost, not jobs that are being gained. Those are jobs that are being cost, maybe not in Michigan, but somewhere else in the country, and probably even in Michigan too. So you may get a couple security guards on site, maybe a couple tech people, but at the end of the day, you're losing 4,000 jobs at Salesforce. You're losing thousands of jobs across the country. And that's the trend that we're seeing with these data centers. Then there's the issue of the tax credits. And I did give one of the testifiers today some further information. I'm actually having a few other forms printed out against my no vote. When I was in the legislature passed not one, not two, but 3 tax exemptions for data centers, and that will allow them to exempt themselves from paying sales and use taxes for their equipment. The sales and use tax goes to the schools. 73% of the money goes to our school aid fund. And so they don't even have to pay that. They don't have to pay for schools. They don't have to pay the same taxes that you and I have to pay when we go and buy something. So we're not funding schools with that money. We're not funding local governments. 10% of the money is supposed to go to your township, to your cities. It's not going to that because they don't have to pay the frickin' money. They're exempt. The state legislature exempted them. Completely unacceptable. And that was for the enterprise data centers. They already exempted co-located data centers back in 2015 and expanded it to a property tax exemption for co-located data centers in Renaissance zones. In 2019, when I was in the legislature, we almost killed it, passed by 1 vote. That was specifically for a data center in Grand Rapids, but any data center that's in a Renaissance zone that's a co-located data center gets to exempt themselves from paying local property taxes as well. That's not something that you and I get a benefit of. That's something that somehow we're going to give corporate America because what, they're going to bring jobs? They're not bringing jobs, folks. They're not bringing jobs. They're costing jobs. They're costing our water. They're costing our energy. And we're rolling out the red carpet for them and giving them credit. The final thing I'll say is that one in Ypsilanti Township, the state gave them $100 million for it of our money. Why? For them to destroy our environment, our air, and our electrical grid? Unacceptable. Shame on the legislature for doing that. It's not okay that they did it. And I stand with the people standing up today, asking for data centers to be halted 100%. I want to talk about our pension and healthcare issue. I stand fully with our workers. I'll keep this one simple. Stand fully with our workers. We need to reinstate the pension. We need to reinstate our retiree healthcare. 110% in support of all of you. The finances work on this. We are at a place where we are well-funded in these accounts. We can bring new employees into it without a major financial hurdle. We can, spread the costs out over time and actually save money in many cases because we'll have more people paying into it. The way that pensions and retiree healthcare work is the more people that are in it, the better for the system. We can make a healthier system if we expand it to all of our workers, and it's the right thing to do because our workers are putting in their hard blood, sweat, and tears. They're showing up, and doing everything that they can for the residents of this county. They're not making big salaries, but the least we can do for them is make sure that they have secure retirements. That is the bare minimum. I do want to say as an asterisk to all this, because it must be said, this is what we have to do in the current context, but it is not right generally that your health care, both retiree and your health care before retirement, is tied to your job. Healthcare should be a human right. It should be universal, and it should be we should have a single payer system in this country that grants access to every American, regardless of their status as an employee, regardless of their status as a retiree. Everybody deserves healthcare. If you're a child, if you're an adult, if you're a senior, you deserve to have healthcare, and you should not have to make the choices that the gentleman was outlining of deciding between whether you can have your cancer treatment or whether you can pay your bills. Unacceptable that we live in a country with the wealth that we do where people have to even think about decisions like that. So absolutely agree. Pension, retiree healthcare, we need to reinstate it. I want to thank you for coming and talking about the Republican versus Democrat thing that you are experiencing. Thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for saying that. I love you. You're amazing. I don't care what your political party is. I don't care if you don't have a political party. It's totally fine. I'm more mad with the Democratic Party some days than I am with the Republicans. And we should all be critical of every political party and every political system and every corporate system in this country, especially if they're taking money from the elite to advantage the working class in this country. We should all be mad at any political party and anybody that's doing that. So let's talk about our ideals. Let's talk about our beliefs, and let's set aside those labels to make sure that we're bonding as fellow Americans first and foremost. The last thing I want to say, and then I will stop talking because I know all my colleagues are annoyed at me for going on. The waiver for mental health care, we're going to talk about it later in the meeting. I want to appreciate that it was brought up. I will be voting no on that item. We should not be waiving our living wage ordinance for any of our contractors, and especially not our mental health contractors. These are some of the most hardworking people. We're working with the most vulnerable population in our entire county, and they deserve to earn a living wage and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ravi. Commissioner Beaman?
All right, I get to follow that. Thanks, Susan. I'm not as loud. Sorry. So first I want to address Jeremy. Welcome to talk to me. I have the most split district in the county. All of my township supervisors are Republican, and I work alongside them to do many things as a Democrat. So I'm not stuck to party lines. So I'm sorry if you feel that way, and I don't want you to feel that way, or anyone here to feel that way, that they can't speak to any of us because of a political affiliation or non-political affiliation. That's not how we do things here in Washtenaw County. Second piece, I just got to point out the mama power that was here in this room. There were some babies I love it. I love when we come forward. I was 8 months pregnant when I ran for this office. So babies are the inspiration and the future. In terms of the data center, so this is my district, District 3, where we're seeing the development for Saline Township and Bridgewater Township. I can echo a lot of what Yusuf said, and I can also understand the need for industrialization. However, the way it's happening right now, I don't agree with. It is birdshot. It is scattered throughout the county. There is not organization. There is not thorough thought. It is here is a lead to the electric that we need. Here is a farmer desperate to do something with this land because they can no longer make a profit. So let's go. And that's not how you bring prosperity. That's not how you develop an economy. My background is in economic development, former Ann Arbor Spark, now at UM. So anyway, but the one thing that I do want to stress is that as your county commissioner, I have to talk about my role and the role of the county when it comes to these proposals, when it comes to these data centers. There are two equally important responsibilities when these things come forward to a community. So I want to just touch on those for a quick second. The first is that the township boards are the decision makers. They are elected by you to represent you. They hold the authority to approve or reject based upon their zoning, state law, etc. Not us, not the County Board of Commissioners. These township leaders, they know the land, they know their people, they know the values of their community. So I know you're already making your voices heard there. I just want to tell you to continue, don't let off the gas, keep going with these different initiatives because this is their authority. For us, the county's responsibility is very different, but it is still essential. What happens is once these townships make that decision of moving forward with a gravel mine, a data center, a biodigester, I got one of those coming. All of these different things that are happening in our land, we make sure that the public infrastructure and the systems that we already manage are in place to support it, really to support you, protecting public health, safety, quality of life. All of those pieces fall upon the county and the work that we do. So that is ensuring access to clean drinking water. I appreciate that phone call. I don't want groundwater anywhere coming out of any tap. And unfortunately, there are too many in this county that are facing that, and we need to step in, making sure that our roads are safe and maintained. And if it's Class B, only Class B trucks are going down that road and not Class A. Making sure that the stormwater, septic, all of those infrastructures are not flooding. It's not making any environmental contamination or hazard, those different pieces. And again, public health oversight to safeguard you and making sure that we provide all of the safety nets that need to be in place once this development occurs. So I, as the county commissioner, I don't get a vote. I don't get a vote on whether this happens or not. I don't have veto power when they vote. That responsibility lies with the local township board. Still, I'm not taking a back seat. I'm coming to township meetings. I'm working with local elected officials so that if the project does move forward, we can do so responsibly, with transparency, with your well-being front and center of this project. The promises made need to be the promises kept of anything that comes into Washtenaw County, corporate, nonprofit, whatever it is. Those have to be adhered to, again, when we're especially looking at industrialization of our agriculture. I'm a small town girl. I'm a rural girl. I have the most rural district in this county, and it does break my heart to see land not used for those purposes and land literally, for want of a better word, destroyed with acres of concrete. It's virgin soil. It's soil that can feed people. And we're filling it with concrete and gravel. So if you want to talk about the perfect storm, data centers need lots of gravel. So this is what we're happening right now across District 3. So I completely understand that you are deeply concerned
about the data center, and whether you're here and you oppose it, if you're listening at home and you support it, you deserve a commissioner that's going to be very transparent in my role in these different projects going forward and in fighting for what does matter most, making sure your water is clean, making sure you have safe roads, making sure the infrastructure holds all of those different pieces to have that really good governance and create that trust. So I really thank you for coming forward with this today. I am engaged. I was at 2 township meetings last night. I was in Lodi and I was in Freedom for other different developments that are happening. So I am out there and I am staying engaged. One way that I am doing is I'm trying to bring together the townships from across Washtenaw County, because as I said, this is scattershot. It's east to west, north to south. Any place that has land that's viable, that's for sale, that has that energy lead, they're coming. So I want to bring everyone together so that we can sit and talk at the table and talk about strategically what's happening and what needs to be done within our communities to ensure that if and when there is growth, it's sustainable, it supports the community, it's not detrimental to the community. And again, we're all having these different conversations in Augusta Township, in Freedom Township, and Saline Township, and all of that. And when we come together collectively, we can make a response. We did it with broadband. We had people who normally would not want to come together at the table, talking to each other, working forward toward a solution. And I see this again. I'm talking about the industrialization of our agricultural land, not just data centers, not just gravel pits, also biodigesters, also solar fields, all of these different pieces so that we don't end up with this very odd and bizarre patchwork that's happening right now with development. It's not sustainable. It's not good for our communities, and we need to have a better plan going forward. So thank you for coming out.
Any other commissioner follow-up to public participation? Commissioner Somerville?
Thanks. And Jeremy, I get that right? I'm glad you're okay. That's really scary. And I notice daily how distracted drivers are. And it's really and for the person who called about the cross-country runners, I, in my high school career, ran long distance on the road, and I'm terrified that high schoolers are being harassed by an industry that is really not doing anything to benefit any of us or our environment. So I'm hopeful that there'll be some looking into from the sheriff's office into the way that they're treating folks on the roads. At the end of the day, I think we tend to think that motorized vehicles and trucks have like all the authority on our roads, but people like pedestrians, especially on like back roads where runners, run, they also, you have to share the road, and you should be able to run long distance without being harassed, especially when you're in high school, just trying to practice for a sport that you participate in. To the staff, our union staff that spoke tonight, I just appreciate the context that you provided and the way that you structured your public comment was really thoughtful. I was really moved by the employee who shared his cancer journey. And also Abigail brought up that millennials or younger folks don't want pensions, and that's not true. I work in the state legislature and I would kill to have a pension that staff like me had in the 90s. There's only a few of them around still, but we put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into our jobs, and I think it is a benefit to know what you're going to get at the end of the road. And I just want you all to know that I appreciate you. Commissioner Robbie and I had our environmental council meeting last night where we voted on the resolution in opposition to the growing number of data centers trying to develop in Washtenaw County. I think that what I know about the industry and what it's done to places outside of the state of Michigan is really concerning. And I hear both on the data center and mine issue, keep showing up at your township board meetings. As Commissioner Beeman said, we can't decide what they do, but you guys can keep encouraging them to do what you want, and there are other ways to react to that if they don't listen to you. Happy to explain further offline on like what I mean by that, but you have a lot of power, each person in your community does. So it's unfortunate. And then I think Pat, are you still here? Oh, hey, Pat. I just want to say I agree with you. I have expressed my frustration with the wait on getting millage dollars out, as I'm sure you're not surprised by that. And so I guess I'll say again here that I personally think that there's no reason why we can't get those dollars out immediately to services. So thanks for coming, and looking forward to hopefully accelerating that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner follow-up to public Beeman, you wanna, Beeman has a postscript.
Apologies, I went ranting on about development and ag, and that gets my heart rate going. Sorry. Also just wanted to thank the mayor, Manchester, Mayor Valancourt, for coming out, and I echo Commissioner Somerville. We don't like sitting on dollars. I don't like sitting on dollars, and I would like to get them into the community. And I believe we actually have something on the agenda tonight about that. So stay tuned.
Thank you. Any other commissioner follow-up? Okay, well, then it's, I'll just say briefly that, as always, I appreciate everybody who comes for public participation. I think it helps us stay in touch with what is on people's minds, both who work for the county and who live in the county. I was really upset hearing about what was happening with that gravel mine in Commissioner Light's district. She is nodding. I'm glad she's on it. I'm gonna connect with her after the meeting and our first speaker to see what I can do to help. It's hard to know exactly what to do because I mean, I joke about this in my day job as a nurse, that I have a really good bossy gene. And so I'd really like to be the boss of everyone and tell this gravel mine that they can't do that. But unfortunately, my bossy gene does not go across government lines, but I'm sure that there are things we can do to try to help organize the community and do a little work to try to push back on this. I am so disturbed about water coming out of people's faucets that looks like a chocolate milkshake. This should not be happening. It should not be happening in Washtenaw County. And that is, of course, connected to some of the data center concerns that people have as well. I just want to touch briefly on, and we'll probably talk about it more, but we did have somebody in public comment talk about the living wage exemption ordinance. I want to note that we have a Medicare, Medicaid funded mental health service here in the county. It's funded under a capitated contract. It took me a long time to try to understand this, but the federal Medicare, Medicaid rules pays a set amount per client, no more, no less. And it's not tied to hours worked or services delivered. It's a capped pool of money. And there's no legal way to supplement those wages. The federal Medicaid rules prohibit us from adding side payments or wage supplements outside of the capitated rate. So there's a lot more to say on that, but I want to be really clear. I think every worker deserves a living wage. I don't think what our living wage that we've set in the county is close to what a living wage should be. But unfortunately, in this case, in the community mental health system, they are paid almost entirely through Medicaid dollars. And under those federal Medicaid rules, those funds, again, come to us in that fixed capitated rate. And we are legally prohibited from supplementing wages beyond that rate. So I would love to have a vote of conscience and vote no on that tonight, because I agree that they should definitely be paid more. So I have to vote for the exemption, because if we all voted no on conscience on this, then those people receiving those services would not receive those services. And so I want people to continue to be able to receive those services. So I will have to vote for the exemption, and the real fix is at the state and federal level where we need higher rates of reimbursement that reflect the true value of this work. I'm sure we'll talk about it more when the time comes. But it's, we want people to keep getting services. Okay, that's it for public participation and commissioner follow-up. Next item on the agenda is the liaison reports. Do I have any liaison reports this evening? Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick one. So at Community Action Board, we had a number of presentations that were all really useful, and I see Nathan is here, so you might talk about a little bit about what he mentioned at Community Action Board. But the one thing I wanted to highlight was the discussion about the Financial Empowerment Center. I don't have all of the stats that they presented to us, but I just want to give at a high level, it's been extremely successful. We have had, I think it's fair to say, hundreds of people that have been positively impacted by participation with our Financial Empowerment Center, which, as a reminder, or as for new information for people that are listening, if you are in Washtenaw County, you can get free financial counseling, which can help work on your credit score and help move you economically. It's an investment that we've made as a board into making it a county service. So it's an official service of the county government. We have nonprofit partners, but it's a county government service, which is, the research shows, helps build trust in it. Eventually, we're going to have to hopefully allocate more dollars to continuing to fund it. And I hope we do that because it's been extremely successful and impactful for many people in our community, and particularly in the eastern part of the county where we've seen high participation rates. So that was the big update from Community Action Board.
Great, thank you. Commissioner LeBar?
Thanks, Chair. Commissioner Somerville, do you want to do CMH? I'm happy to do that. Two quick updates. One, we did have a CMH meeting. Quorum is a sensitive topic because of some of the limitations of some of our board members. And so I'm hopeful that we can find some exemption for them in order to attend without having to be physically in person. I appreciate the Corporation Council has at least looked into that, though I suspect the answer may be that we are relatively blocked. On the COC, we did form a subcommittee ad hoc just to try and bring a few recommendations back to this body in the context of our budget work with COC thoughts in terms of how we can best deal with limited resources as it comes to dealing with homelessness services, and some collaborative suggestions from the COC members in terms of what we might do and how we might best work together. So when that recommendation gets further along, we'll bring it back to the board as a whole. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner LeBar. Any other liaison reports? Okay, fantastic. Next item on the agenda is report from the county administrator.
Thank you.
Mr. Dill, I turn it over to you.
Oh, boy, thank you, Chair. First, let me just say to Jeremy, is he still in the room? I'm glad that you're doing okay. Don't know if you remember our conversation from about 2 years ago in the gym. We were talking about politics and our passion for the community. I still remember that conversation. So thank you again for being here, and I'm glad that you're doing well. Commissioners, I have just a few updates from our last Board of Commissioner meeting on August 6th, beginning with the older adults deliverables. The RFP work is still underway. Brady Peck is here this evening. I suspect that there will be some kind of dialogue during the course of this meeting, and he's prepared to answer questions about that. To the director selection process, we had over 70 candidates for the position, and that's been distilled down to 6 interviews. So I want to thank the commissioners and staff for the work that's gone into this point. And it is our goal to perhaps have someone as early as October to fill that role. So again, thank you to those commissioners. The Ypsilanti Senior Center, me and my team, we met with the director. Great conversation. We toured the facility and talked about some modest support that's necessary to get that facility back up and functioning. So just want to thank you, Commissioner Somerville, for making that a reality. and again, to the work of this board, I see the good that we can do in community with our senior centers. Townsley Health Building, I saw the photos. I'm sorry I couldn't make the event last week. I have toured the facility. Grateful for this board for leaning into that space. This is an opportunity to add capacity for the unhoused work that we're doing in community. You will move through and provide some additional support for that project. There might be an additional ask that I will work through the chair and board leadership to bring back to you all. So just wanted to lift that up. I won't go too much more on animal control. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I'll just say two things. One, I think we have a solid cost containment framework, and we'll work with our community partners to make sure that we try to reduce, our subsidy for that work. And I'll just say it that way. And we're also working in administration on some internal cost containments. So we'll be back before you with that. Two last things. One, thank you again, Commissioner Somerville, for the meeting with Senator Irwin. Great conversation about the state of things in Lansing. We talked a lot about the budget and potential local impact. So certainly something that we'll keep an eye on. And then lastly, Friday is the downtown cookout. So if you have some time and want to stop by, it begins at 11 and will end at 4. I look forward to seeing you all. Again, I want to say thank you again to Catherine and her team for the work that we've done around the budget, and to the departments and organizations that participated. I think it's great work and will pay dividends for us in the future. That will conclude my report.
I think, thank you. Thank you, Administrator Dill. I think that there was a question from Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I wanted to thank staff and the administrator's office for investing some time into checking out the situation at the FC Senior Center. Additionally, I'm grateful that staff was able to accommodate their fitness program that they didn't have a space for in September. And so it's all volunteer based, and it all got worked out. And it was nice. I didn't have to do anything. It's really cool having 2 staff people to help us do things. Thank you, Tabitha, and Ashley, and Brady, and Andrew, and Greg, and everyone else. Also, you forgot to mention, an important update. The Lions start on Sunday, Greg.
Can't wait. Yeah.
Thank you, Administrator Dill.
Yeah, so one other thing I neglected to say around the tour of the senior centers, we are going to try to make it to all of the senior centers in Washtenaw County, and our senior center that straddles the Monroe area. Just to put a face on the services that they're providing, and make sure that when we're talking to you all, that we have a clear working knowledge of the programmatic options that they're providing. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. Next item on the agenda is report from the Chair of the Board of Commissioners. I do not have a report from you this evening. I just want to say a preliminary thank you to my colleagues and staff who are doing the work of interviewing for the new director for senior services. It's a huge job to do that work. I know it's a very thoughtful process, and I appreciate the time you're putting in to do it. Next item on the agenda is a special order of business. It is a public hearing on the Broadway Park redevelopment brownfield plan amendment. I'm going to call this public hearing open. Do I have any comments on the Broadway Park redevelopment brownfield plan amendment from anyone in the room? Okay, and the hearing is closed. Thank you very much. And next item on the agenda are appointments. Could I have somebody move the appointments, please? Any support? Great. And let's do a roll call on the appointments, please.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Appointments passed.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next item is the consent agenda. Would anyone like to move the consent agenda? Is there support? Thank you very much. That's a voice vote or any discussion? Okay, great. That's a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, fantastic. Next item is resolutions. We'll start with the first reading resolutions. Who would like to move the first reading? Commissioner LeVar?
Chair, first reading, 1A, resolution approving the CMH budget. B, a resolution amending the 2025 CMH budget. C, a resolution authorizing the county administrator's signature on the county health department's comprehensive agreement. D, a resolution appropriating $1 million in American Rescue Plan interest earnings and amending the county budget. E, a resolution ratifying the county's county admin signature on a grant agreement with Superior Township. F, a resolution to adopt the Broadway Park redevelopment brownfield plan amendment number 1 from OCED. G, a resolution approving the opioid litigation settlement with various generic manufacturers from Corporation Council. And F, a resolution recognizing Washtenaw County's bicentennial working and their role in planning the county's 200th celebration in 2026.
I think you went to single reading. So can we go, the pages,
sorry,
I
that
know they're, just so
I'm-
you know, Commissioner LeVar is literate. The pages are just.
I'm
upside
new
down.
to paper, that's all,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
thank
Yeah,
you.
okay.
Uh,
So
sorry,
go from, the opioid from G to H.
H, a resolution approving the opioid litigation settlement with, approving the litigation settlement.
Support.
Okay, great. All right, let's have some discussion on these items. Who would like to pull things for separate consideration? Commissioner Robbie?
Can you guess?
Yes, I can.
Item F.
Yes, okay. Any other items pulled for separate consideration? Okay, let's go through, item A. Is there any discussion on A? I have CMH staff who's here in like great numbers. I see you all. Thank you. Oh, they're waving. Do you have any questions, comments? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Light. Oh, you want to pull D as in dog. Okay, okay. D. All right. Anything on A for CMH? CMH, do you want to say anything? I mean, I don't want to, if you don't want to say anything, don't worry, but it was a huge Herculean effort to get the budget to us, so I don't want to silence you either. Okay, they're good. Okay, all right, and that is going on to B also. Anything, you want to say anything on B? Any questions, comments, or concerns on B? Okay, C is the, oh, Commissioner Robbie has a question on B?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think I know the answer to this, but this is accounted for in our budget already, right? Our annual budget. This $8 million adjustment is accounted for in our annual budget already, or
So for
adjustment to
B,
that.
the adjustment, yep, so we're just getting our budget in line for year end. We've had some revenue adjustments come through for the PHP to fund some legislative initiatives. Some initiatives we have with some surplus revenue, so just to get things in line.
So this is an increase in revenue for the county of $8 million?
Correct.
Okay.
To match the expenses that we're incurring.
Sure, yeah, but we're getting paid for the expenses we're incurring. from the
Absolutely.
PHP.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
any other questions there? Phew. Okay, great, thank you. C, anybody have anything to say about C? Washtenaw County Health Department budget, Commissioner Robbie?
Just a quick clarifying question. The position that we're creating is, I assume that program administrator doesn't mean the director of the health plan. So what is this position going to be doing? I was reading over the job description, but could you give me a brief summary?
Do you want to talk about the position? The position is for the Washtenaw Health Project. And so it is an administrator, removing one position and adding the administrator.
There's currently 2 managers that sit under the executive director of the Washtenaw Health Project at this time. And the Washtenaw Health Project, they are looking at creating a position that is going to focus more on the enrollment side as well as on the provider relationship side. So making sure that the relationship between the WHP clients and the WHP provider, like the service providers that WHP contracts with, that there is a better relationship, because right now the contracts are very compartmentalized.
Are any of the, I call it health plan, but health project staff union currently?
Yes. Yeah.
Is the position that's being eliminated a union position?
The community health worker position that is vacant is a Unit B position, and it has been vacant for over 2 years.
So we're swapping a union position out for a non-union position.
No. Because a union position wouldn't be able to be doing this work that a non-union position would be doing. So that's not a swap.
But we're eliminating a non-union position, or we're eliminating a union position, right?
We're eliminating a union position that has been not filled for over 2 years.
Okay, but the net effect is that a union position is being eliminated for a non-union position. We're using the funding from that to fund the non-union position, right?
No, because there isn't funding. The reason why that community health worker position has not been filled is because there isn't funding to fill that work that is being done. Jeremy, the director or executive director of the Washtenaw Health Project, has identified additional funding or alternate funding for this administrator position. This position is something that is going to be put, it's not going to be filled right away. It is something that he wanted for flexibility as it related to, these are the things that he and his team are seeing as a transition process, as it relates to all of the changes that are happening with Medicaid at the federal and at the state level, and wanting to make sure that he's capturing all of the needs that are there to fulfill their strategic plan work.
And if it's helpful, Jeremy is actually online as well, in case there are questions that he can answer. But thank you, Jennifer. That's
I guess
detail.
usually when we have these or when we have our agenda, we get, it's either in the cover memo or somewhere that shows like the net, like the change, there's like a staffing chart. And I don't see that in this one, where it's like FTEs eliminated, FTEs created.
It's in the material.
Where is it?
So it's going to be, that grid is typically in the resolution itself, not in the cover memo.
Okay.
There's a grid in the resolution.
Okay. Got it.
Commissioner Robbie, you have more questions?
I'm just concerned about eliminating union position, I guess. I mean, I get what the goal here is. But I have concerns about doing that. So I know this is just first reading, so I think I'm going to vote yes, but I would like to follow up with Jeremy maybe later and talk through that.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns on item C? Commissioner Somerville?
I just want to thank the health department staff for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think if there's nothing more on C, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna skip D because we've pulled that. On E, anything anybody wants to say on E? Okay, no, and F, we're skipping F, G, and H. Any other comments, questions, or concerns on any items other than D and F? Commissioner Robbie?
Just a quick question on G, the $250,000, is that over the life of the settlement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
It's not a lot, but it's something. Okay. Let's vote on all of those items except for D or F. This is a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items pass. We're gonna go on and talk about D, a resolution appropriating $1 million from ARPA interest earnings. Comments, questions, and concerns? Commissioner Light?
So I was just a wee bit concerned because of the $100,000 going to community corrections. Specifically, what is, and I'm not diminishing that $100,000, that is some good money. However, what is the direct point of that being allocated to community corrections where we could have just split that and put that with the health department and the Washtenaw Health Project? I am certain that they could have utilized, divided that 50,000 to go with the funding they're receiving, and could have done a lot more and made sure that that money was provided to our residents and just done right by, I should say. Because lately I have just seen all of the dysfunction with anything having to do with the sheriff's office, and until they're able to manage and to operate without the discord that they've had, I would rather not provide funding to be tossed around. Whereas we know with the health department and with the Washtenaw Health Project, that they are going places and are gonna get things done, and they could utilize that additional funding. So I'm just trying to figure out what is community corrections gonna do with that 100,000. And I would like to have a layout of what they're gonna do. It's not a lot, but from this point, I kind of would like line item by line item with any funding that is provided to them.
Thank you. We will accommodate that. Let me begin with the latter question. The $100,000 closes out their budget. They're on a state of Michigan calendar year. So we need to take some action now to meet that timeline. To the funding source, we could certainly look at other funding sources. The GF fund balance is likely the other source. That is our most flexible source of funding, and we want to preserve our opportunity to do all that we can with those dollars. But certainly the will of this board will drive it. We can do something different if you like.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, let's vote on D. I think we can just do a voice vote, unless it seems close. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the item passes. And we'll go on to F. I'm not even gonna, I'm gonna say Commissioner Robbie,
How did you know?
I knew.
You just
Can
knew.
I ask before you start, not attempting to do anything other than just make sure we're focusing on the amendment in front of us, not the whole item itself, the issue?
Unfortunately, Chair, the amendment is related to the full issue.
Okay, I mean, the item in front of us, not relitigating the entire plan, but okay.
It's related. My understanding of what's occurring here, and Nathan can correct me if I'm wrong, but the $20 million state earmark that was received by the project, in a nutshell, was used to cover more of the costs of the project than was anticipated when the brownfield plan was originally passed. And so as a result, this amendment is to shift from over $3 million of environmental costs to non-environmental costs under the brownfield plan. And there was previously a cap of $8 million for non-environmental costs in the old brownfield plan. And this is uncapping the non-environmental costs thus allowing for the developer to use, looks like 11.1, just over 11.1 million for non-environmental, versus the 8 million that was previously allowed under the old brownfield plan. Is that all correct so far?
We're having Nathan come to the podium. Thank you.
Yes, that's one of the. Your mic's off.
Yes, generally. I mean, there's more details obviously in there, but the 8 million cap for the non-environmental was lifted. That was one of the changes that was made.
But this would not have been possible but for that $20 million grant earmark that the state gave to the project, right?
What would not have been possible?
The shifting of this $3 million, the uncapping of the non-environmental activities.
I don't know if there's a direct relationship between the 20 million that supported brownfield activities and other activities versus why those activities were uncapped. I think the developers could maybe speak to that particular point. But generally, the way I'm viewing this amendment is 5 or 6 years has passed, conditions have changed, funding has changed, there's grant funds that have come in, the earmark funding, et cetera. And so this is kind of bringing it up to 2025 to be more reflective of today's costs and today's circumstances versus in 2019.
Okay, does the developer want to, they're right behind you.
Good evening, Commissioners. James Van Dyke from the Roxbury Group, member of the development team. Yeah, basically there were a number of things that changed since, 6.5 years ago when we first analyzed the brownfield plan and its benefit to the project. Costs have gone up significantly. The scale of the remediation went up significantly. And so this was one of the tools that we would like to utilize to help bridge that gap. It's important to note, though, that although costs have gone up, and we did seek additional grant dollars, as Commissioner Robbie has alluded to, the important point for the commissioners tonight, I believe, is that the amount of this brownfield plan has not gone up $1. So we wanted to keep consistent with the amount that was previously approved, although, yes, shifting some of those costs to apply to the work that is still yet to be done. And in doing so, in taking full advantage of the plan, we had to request things like uncapping the non-environmental costs just to, again, utilize the full benefit. But this was one of a number of tools that we utilized to help solve a problem that occurred after the original brownfield plan was approved. But again, of note, the amount of the plan has not gone up at all. I will tell you, given the passage of time, the amount of tax increment has gone way up, or our projections of that. So the $17.3 million plan that was approved then will now, again, in the same amount, be captured more quickly. And there will be more tax dollars now for every taxing jurisdiction over that same period of time. So, so revenues have gone up. But again, the amount that we're requesting to be reimbursed is staying the same.
Are you shortening the capture period then? Did I misread that? I thought you were lengthening the capture period.
I think if technically, and I'll ask Elizabeth Messamy just to confirm this, I don't want to misspeak. I think technically speaking, because the plan was enacted in 2019, there has been 6.5 years that have burned off, although no real increment has been realized. So in our minds, we start the plan today because we're moving forward now with the part of the project that actually creates tax increment. So I think technically speaking, the plan might be extended. But when you talk about, starting in 2019 versus starting today, the amount of capture from this point going forward is short.
Okay, but you are extending it to 14 years?
Correct.
Okay. And then can you talk about some of the non-environmental activities that are going to be funded with this shift? I know some of them are listed. And it looks like the category that increased the most was the one that speaks to a parking structure, the construction of a street, geotechnical engineering, architectural engineering, design and surveying, and then site construction management, and then construction general conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, generally speaking, all costs went up, and so there's more eligible, from a statutory perspective, there's more eligible costs on site to capture. And so that really became the shift that, as we talked about, a lot of the environmental costs that were in that open space along the riverfront were covered by the ARPA funds. So we shifted to the non-environmental things that we had not previously included, although we could have technically just from a statutory perspective. But it includes, parking facilities, more of the roadway. There's about $1 million planned for the improvement of Broadway Street itself. There's off-site improvements associated with utilities that are coming to the site. So again, it's, a lot of the same types of things that were included in the original plan. But the shift really is just in response to the fact that certain of those things had been taken care of with grant dollars as opposed to the brownfield plan itself.
Okay, so, and that's what I was asking Nathan earlier, so it sounds like you're confirming that to be true. Thank you. And so, but reading out some of these items here, like site construction management, that seems like, so, sort of backing up, like the reason that brownfield exists is to say, okay, we are going to improve the site conditions using public financing for you to remediate the land up to, a better standard so that you can develop it. It, in my opinion, should not be to help fund the actual project. And it feels to me like that some of these non-environmental activities and non-environmental activities in general are always an issue for me. And I've said this to Nathan, if it's an environmental only brownfield, you'll have no issues for me. But when you start to include things like site construction, a parking structure, which is half public, but half not public, in this, it starts to feel like you're funding your development using tax dollars.
Well, I don't know, David DeRita with the developer. And again, understood loud and clear in our last engagement, Commissioner Robbie, that you have a point of view relative to this project in general and any one of these points specifically, though, just for the simple point of fact, these are all eligible under the brownfield statute. And to James's prior point and Nathan's, originally, the anticipation was some combination of brownfield dollars and other dollars, grant, private and public, would cover all of these expenditures. There is you can absolutely say, I feel I would prefer these dollars be spent on environmental versus non-environmental, but there's no question that they are all eligible. We just are asking to move from one set of eligible to another. Consistent, by the way, I might add, with the city of Ann Arbor's point of view, when the $20 million enhancement grant came into the project, which at the time they were very pleased about for the reason we should all be pleased about it, with all due respect, to those who view it as philosophically inappropriate, because it was the difference between the project moving forward and not. And so when the dollars came in, the legitimate and specific question of the city of Ann Arbor, which I understand we're not before right now, who at the time had set the caps, for instance, on environmental versus non-environmental in the conversations initially, said, we don't mind moving caps. We don't mind finding additional eligible dollars that the grant dollars aren't going to. What we want is transparency. And what we want to know is there's no double counting. Couldn't agree more. Good news, plenty of money to spend. And to your point, Commissioner Robbie, while I understand when you start to say, well, parking structure, which is 50% public, you're absolutely correct. Parking structure or roads versus the park, these are all public improvements that support the overall project and help us get to the thing which we have not gotten to yet that actually generates the mystical tax dollars, which are housing, both affordable and market rate, retail, and hospitality. Those are the things that pay the tax dollars. And to get to those things that pay tax dollars, that pay into this TIF, we need to find tools to close gap. This one was already there. And so I think it was sensible. I think it was appropriate, and I think it was collaborative for the Brownfield Authority and the committee before it and the city council, all of whom so far have unanimously supported this shift, to say that dollar's there. The very project you developers are proposing to produce here is going to generate this tax revenue. So that by all means, that is the thing between us and getting to that tax revenue and getting to this project being done. Let's make the shift. That's a public policy decision. I understand it's one that not everybody would make, but it is without question the one we're before here asking for approval on.
Just to be clear, though, the tax dollars that we're talking about are tax dollars that you're keeping for a period of time.
GPS signal lost.
What the heck? I've been here for 3 hours.
Sure.
Now we're just into the whole politics and philosophy of TIF. The only way we quote keep these dollars is by investing in something that will ultimately produce the tax revenue. So we can play that game all night long. But this is a simple discussion. There is a certain amount of tax revenue, an increment that is captured, which but for that capture will not produce the tax revenue. And we're only talking about changing to other eligible uses that are well within the act. And as I said, at least within the bodies before us, everybody has seen as necessary. And I can certainly say, but for this approval, we don't generate the tax dollars. So
That's like one of my favorite things that I hear all the time is the but for argument. I mean, they use it for everything. They said but for every single tax abatement that's ever been a question that I've ever had to vote on. Everything is but for. And a lot of times the projects don't happen. A lot of times the jobs that were promised don't come to fruition. The state's gotten screwed more times than it's, seen actual projects move forward. So I don't buy the but for argument generally. One question I do have about your housing is I noticed that you mentioned last time that there were going to be affordable units on the site. I saw somewhere that it was going to be 17 units.
The requirement under the development agreement and the PUD was for 15%. That's what we're providing. In lieu of writing a check to the Affordable Housing Fund, we just thought it was better to build the housing. It's not easy, cheap, or profitable. I think you know quite a bit, Commissioner, about affordable housing, and we certainly do as well. We just thought it was better to put the housing on the site than just write a check to some organization, however well-intentioned, and have them do something with it. And it was one of the other, if you will, budget busts here when we started this project. I don't know, 8 years ago, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I think estimated payment was $250,000. It rose to 2 million through the PUD process, and we're not complaining, but that is about what that plus now we'll have to add, I don't know, another $7 or $8 million on top of that to actually make that housing happen. But we're committed to doing it. And we were before council last month asking for a change to the site plan to permit that housing. So.
But it's 17 units?
It's 17 affordable units, yes.
And
15.
so that's 15% of your project. And is there a requirement for how long they'll stay affordable?
I can't recall. I'm sure there is. We'll comply. We're in no rush. I mean, we're one of the largest affordable housing developers in the city of Detroit.
Well, I ask because generally if there is a time on it that it has to be affordable, my concern is that after that period of time, they cease to become affordable.
Sure.
Usually.
Yeah.
And then they become market rate. I believe a lot of MSHDA requirements is 15 years, sometimes it's 30 years.
I don't want to misspeak, Commissioner. We have a requirement. We'll meet it or exceed it. We're not in any rush. Actually, we think affordable housing in this location is accretive. There will be new jobs created here. We think that it's an ideal location for workforce housing. We are building more units, hopefully in that building. They're just not in affordable housing constrained. It doesn't mean that they won't be naturally occurring affordable housing at the end of the day. But we're delighted to be doing it. And this shift helps us do it.
Thank you. I think that there's a lot of value in redeveloping the site. I just am very concerned with how your proposal is so heavily reliant on the public for providing the development. You would not be in this if there wasn't some money to be made at the end of the road. I know last time you said, I don't know if we're gonna make money on this. I just, that seems like a something that I have to throw a flag on the play, like you would not be building this if you weren't gonna make some money off of it. And I think about all the public services that the tax dollars, this, $17 million, could be providing. And, with the state grant coming in, the $20 million covering more of your environmental costs, I would think that the proper thing to do would be to come forward and say, we're gonna reduce the brownfield plan by the $3 million that we save so that the taxpayers can get their money back sooner. This is money for children, it's money for mental health, it's money for all the things that we do, seniors. That's what the money's coming from. And every brownfield plan that we approve with non-environmental costs, all this different stuff, that goes towards the base cost of constructing your project, which you will ultimately make money on, means that these services get less funding. So I do plan on voting no on this, particularly because of the shift from the $20 million in the state earmark, which someday would love to hear your take on how that money got in the budget. If you don't want to talk about it right now, go ahead if you do. But I'd be interested in learning more about how that happened. But the fact is, it happened, you got the money, and now this feels like you're coming back for $3 million more dollars. Feels like you're trying to squeeze the taxpayers for every last dime. And that doesn't feel right to me, so.
Well, again, Commissioner, as with our last visit, I don't want to be argumentative, but as a simple matter of fact, we're not asking for more money here. We're simply asking to use the money in a different way. And as much as I would like to come back here and said, and a sensible developer would have come back here and said, because of all things we just said, we need more money than the 17. As much as it might all feel good going down to say, hey, let's take a whack at it, that would mean we have a gap that we have to go find a way to close. I'd probably wind up identifying some grant dollar and getting my head handed to me for closing it that way. So this is the shortest distance between 2 points, which is how we generate the tax revenue that Commissioner Robbie's talking about. I'm not going to bore you any longer, but this is a small increment in a vast amount of tax revenue that gets created by this project. And that's the money I think we should be focusing on, because that's the money that ultimately gets to the valuable ends other than the project itself, which we consider a valuable end. And the rest of it, is above our pay grade, but we appreciate your consideration.
I just want to say one last thing. You don't have to respond to this. Just want to read into the record for the public's sake that this tax capture will cost the state education tax $1.7 million, the school operating tax for the state $5.1 million, our operating millage $1.2 million, Washtenaw County Parks $200,000, and then just skipping ahead to Ann Arbor City's affordable housing millage $282,000, community climate action $284,000. The list goes on. Older person services $142,000.
Commissioner Robbie, where are those numbers from?
The brownfield plan amendment that the developer submitted to us. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns on this item? I just want to note that the city of Ann Arbor approved this revised plan unanimously, noting that it exceeds many of the priorities that they've set, and have requested that we do the same. And I think that it is a site that has long been a blight on our community. I'm really excited to see it. As my colleagues know, I just bought an e-assist bike. I can't wait to ride my bike down there. Last year I was in part of an area in Ohio with a team that's red and gray. And we had a dinner at some place along the river, and it was really vibrant and fun. And I asked our mayor when I came home, how come we didn't have a place like that? And he was like, what, you mean like Lower Town it's gonna be? And I was like, oh yeah. So I'm excited, and thank you for being here. Any other comments, questions, or concerns? All right, we'll do a voice vote on this one. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, thank you. That item passes.
Thank you.
That is the end of the first reading. We have no final reading. We have several single readings. Would anybody like to move the single reading? Commissioner LeBar?
Trying to read the right paper today here. 3A, resolution to approve the older adults transportation RFP recommendations. B, a resolution authorizing provider exemptions for the living wage ordinance. C, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of the compost grant agreement with BPI from the Department of Public Works. D, a resolution allocating up to $700,000 for the Trinity Ann Arbor / Alpha House Family Transitional Housing Project. E, a resolution commending the Sheriff's Office for their audit. F, a resolution recognizing the County Bicentennial Working Group for their role. And approval of claims.
Support.
Thank you very much. Would anybody like to pull anything for separate consideration? Oh, we do all these one by one, don't? No, we can vote on them all. Anybody want to pull anything for separate consideration? Commissioner Robbie?
B.
B? B, as in boy?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Light? A and B? E as in Edward. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, let's talk about item C. I would love just to have our Water Resources Commissioner say a brief word to us about this resolution. Water Resources Commissioner Gretchen Driscoll. I feel like I should have like a drum leading you up or something.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a long meeting. I won't make it too much longer. I did want to speak to you a little bit about, first of all, letter of support from Beth Gibbons. We working closely with her on one of the locations for this pilot. The reason that I wanted to speak is because this actually ties into the materials management plan project that we have going on. That's mandated by the state legislature that every county in the state needs to come up with a materials management plan. Our department's responsible for that, and we will be having a draft plan sometime early next year. Theo, who's responsible for this, is on paternity leave. He had a little boy named Remy.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we're all excited. And he'll be
Congratulations,
back in
Theo.
October, and we'll be able to report further. But I just really briefly wanted to just let you know this is a really important piece of that, because 20 to 25% of the landfill comes from food waste and compostable paper products. So this could go a long way. And basically it's a pilot. We're one of 3 counties in the country that received the grant to do this work. There are going to be 3 locations in the county. And it's basically to build a template, do kind of a test on the market, how it's going to be received, what the challenges and opportunities are. We're the only county in the state of Michigan that is looking at this. There are a few cities in Michigan, Ferndale, Canton, trying to think, whatever. So there's Lansing is doing food waste composting, but we're the only county, and as I mentioned, there's 3 counties in the country that had gotten this grant. And it goes through next year. Trying to think what else. There's 1 location at the Public Health Building in Ypsilanti, 1 in the city of Dexter, and then 1 in Salem Township. And I think that's it. Oh, I just want to remind you about the landfill tour, because that's an important part of understanding this whole process. And really the goal is to minimize the amount of waste that's going into our landfills ultimately. And this is a huge effort to be able to make that happen. So, yes.
Commissioner Robbie?
How will the 3 sites be, like what will be the user experience as one walks up to them?
Well, first of all, you have to be pre-registered for it. And so we will be having a pre-registration process. It It will be a dumpster. It will be managed by a company called My Green Michigan. That's what they do is they take care of food waste and they take it to a dump. And they've been doing it since 1990, since 2014, and they will be taking it to a site called Spurt that's in Wixom, and they've been doing composting since 1994. But basically, you have to register and to utilize it, and you can take your food waste from your home. It may be an apartment, and bring it to that facility.
And any county resident can sign up for that or?
Yes.
Okay.
But
And
I
is
would
it-
expect it would be in the region, like where, it would be people that live around the locations. I don't think somebody's gonna
But in
drive.
theory, somebody could drive. I mean, somebody from Ann Arbor is not gonna go compost there because they have curbside, but like, what, in theory, somebody could register from anywhere in the county to go to that or no?
I would assume that we would probably get registrations mostly from the area that's closest first. So, because I think that's where they would be marketing, because we're trying to get the demographics from a more urban area, from a more rural area, smaller town. So a different kind of demographic background.
But it would be sort of like the county's hazardous material drop off in terms of how you register for it or?
To be honest with you, I don't know the exact process. That's what staff's going to be looking into. This is a pilot, and I'm not in the details of the operations of it. But it is a pilot. It's 100% no cost to the county. So it's a great opportunity, basically. I will make sure that I get that information from them tomorrow.
And so earlier when we were talking, you said that there might be a second phase to this down the road.
Well, hopefully the pilot we will be able to. So one of the challenges we've had is we're trying to make more efficiencies in waste hauling and also take more product out of the waste stream. And so one of the things is also the waste hauling contracts. And right now the haulers aren't interested in doing food waste throughout the county. The only one is the city of Ann Arbor. So we're trying to show that this is actually something that's viable and get the municipalities to make this more of a requirement. Because it's kind of not something that a lot of people are familiar with, a lot of communities.
I would love to chat with you about phase two. I'm gonna vote yes on this to accept the grant, but as you consider moving forward, I'd love to have a conversation with you before you come back with a new proposal.
Sure, that'd be great.
Caroline, Commissioner Sanders?
I feel like I need a chair that's left-handed.
I was literally just looking down there and did not see your hand. I tried to keep scanning.
Can you please share with us the approximate percentage of food waste that goes into the landfills and clarify that our residents will have access to essentially free compost that comes from processing this food waste? Is that accurate?
So would not say that's accurate because, so the process is we will have 3 locations and people will have the opportunity to take their food waste to a location.
Okay.
And put it in the dumpster. That will go out of the county because the only place that's taking it right now is in Wixom, the Spurt. So that, but it is 20 to 25% typically of the
Landfill,
waste
okay.
that goes in the landfill is food waste.
Okay,
Food and compostable paper products.
thank you.
Commissioner Machewski?
So this is the exact thing I wanted to talk about. So I'm the representative to the Materials Management Planning Committee that is working on this plan. And it's at our July meeting, it was interesting to note that it was reported that only 10% of the material that goes into a landfill is not recyclable. Right? So 90% is some degree of recyclable material that goes into a landfill. And if I've got this right, Theo is not here to correct me, but if I've got this right, almost 1 in 5 items that go into a landfill, or one fifth of the volume is food waste that goes into a landfill.
Yeah, that's 20%,
20%.
yeah.
So,
You got that right.
right. We're on the same page. That's good. And in order for us to really have an impact on reducing our utilization of the landfill and making an improvement there, is the organics and the food waste. It's a big part, I think, of what Materials Management Planning Committee will propose to do. It is, something that's not done in a whole lot of places. It's exciting to have this grant opportunity to begin this work. And I wanted to share really quickly, we're about a year away from actually seeing this plan come before us for consideration, I think, but the number one goal that we are working towards in our draft document is to reduce the reliance on landfills. Number two is to increase the diversion of recyclable material. Third is to educate to improve the recovered material quality and quantity, right? So it's getting on the same page about what we can and can't do or should be doing with recycling. And then fourth is the access to actionable information. So all of this, getting at the idea of working on things like this grant is allowing us to do in work on organics and food waste. So we'll see that hopefully in a year or so when this gets before us.
Yeah, and actually the Materials Management Planning Committee next week is going to be talking about food waste. So I know you'll be much more informed with the presentation too.
10 o'clock next Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's a fun time.
Everybody wants to hear
Over
more
at the
about
LRC.
trash. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting stuff. I wanted to see if you want to chat at all about the communication we got about becoming a certified master composter, since it's like on theme. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then I'll talk about it.
Not yet.
Okay, well, it looks like there's a class being run through Project Grow Gardens. And we received, one of our committees received this, and I'm on it. It just looked really interesting. And there is information through Project Grow in partnership with Washtenaw County, how you can, residents and anyone else can, since we're talking about composting, you can get certified as a master composter. It's a 6-week workshop, $69 plus an optional $10 if you want a printed manual. And it runs through September 16th through October 21st.
Great.
And one of them is at the Ann Arbor Senior Center. Yeah, so very composting day here.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you, that's all I got. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. In reading the grant application, I note in the penultimate paragraph, it says, as a result, Washtenaw County will commit to funding the program beyond the grant period at a minimum through September 2026. Our budget delineates those costs above $10,000, including collection from April onward, will be funded by the county.
Right, that's what we talked about earlier.
So are we committing, what are we committing to?
It's not coming from the general fund, it's coming from the zero waste fund, which is the tipping fees from the landfill. So it's not taxpayer dollars.
Well, it's still public money though. And I'm just trying to, we're voting to accept the grant, fine. But we're also committing ourselves to doing something through September 2026. How much, what's that gonna cost us?
The estimate is $5,000.
For the remainder through
Correct.
September 2026?
Correct.
I think in the future, it would be probably good to have that broken out in the proposal so that we know that fully instead of it being buried into the language, just so that we know what we're fully committing to.
Okay.
And so since we are committing public money at this time, the question that I had earlier, I guess I'll be a little bit more pointed with it. When people come to the site to compost, what will the company that's giving us the grant, who will the public think is collecting their compost? The company or the county? Will
County.
the Water Resources Commissioner's Office will have
We're facilitating.
county staff, so it'll be county staff, county logo.
We'll be registering everybody.
It'll
Yeah.
be clear that it's a county service?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Good.
No, I think it's great, fantastic. One of our park members, our park commission members, Dan Ezekiel, started a little club called the Once a Month Club that I joined, where we take our garbage out once a month. And I can do that in Ann Arbor because we have a really robust composting system. So it makes it much easier for me to do that. I can think of few better uses for our county dollars and money than to be spent thinking about how we reduce materials going to landfills. And because I think the burden on the communities for these landfills is huge. We've heard about it from communities that have landfills near them. So I'm really excited about the project to see how it goes and to see what happens. And thanks for bringing it to us.
Great. Well, thank Theo. He's the one that pursued this. Thank you.
Any other questions on any items other than A, B, and E? Okay, we'll do a vote. Commissioner Robbie?
Don't sound so excited.
Yep.
Wondering about this $700,000. Can somebody explain what the format of governance of the Family Transitional Housing Project will be? Like who will be running this facility? I know it's IHN. It's at a Trinity property run by IHN. So what is the county's role in this? We're giving them a ton of money. What's our role in this project?
Currently, our role is the supporting the infrastructure improvements. That's the extent of our commitment at this particular juncture. You just laid out the framework as has been described to us. It's a Trinity property.
Is there like a three-party MOU that we're joining in on, or?
Not as of yet. We haven't talked, so the operating components have not been completely flushed out. At the point by which that happens, we will certainly bring something back to you all.
I think
Right
that
now, we're focused on the infrastructure component.
Sure, yeah. I think it's generally a best practice to ensure when you're spending this amount of public money in particular, that there's some type of agreement of like how that money is going to be spent and what the governance looks like of this program moving forward. I mean, we're investing enough in it that this is a joint county program. It's a joint county IHN and Trinity Health program. And so just seeing some sort of governance document of what the expectations are from the county for the money, I think is like super important here.
Can I just make a point? This is not a program we're entering. This is money to help rehabilitate the space. We are not entering a program of operation with Alpha House at this time. This is rehabilitating that space to have it online by November for family sheltering, so it's ready for the winter. We are not entering a plan of agreement and operating this space with them.
I'm not
Correct.
disputing any of that, but we're still investing a large sum of money in this is a private space, privately owned. The hospital owns this space, Trinity Health. So we're giving almost $750,000 to a private entity to renovate a space for a programmatic purpose. And I feel like it's happening with no strings attached. I mean, obviously there's a purpose for it, but what is the sort of documentation to back up that this money is going to be spent for the purpose that it's intended for? And that programmatically, this space will be programmed for the purpose that we hope that it will be programmed for. I just would hope that there would be more strings attached to this money, I guess, and that it's not. So you see what I'm saying?
I do. Hearing this conversation, if it's the will of the board, we will absolutely put together or request some additional documentation. But this has been a part of a dialogue that we have had for almost 2 years now. And I feel very confident in the partners that have leaned into this space. And this aligns with one of you all's principal priorities. So that's the will of the board. Absolutely, we will do that.
The order that I have here is Labar, Sanders, and then Somerville.
Thanks, Chair. I think Administrator Dill largely answered the point. I think this will be not just a key part, but maybe in some ways a crown jewel of the services that we can provide to individuals in need. and will be part of the portfolio of services this community through the COC work, through lots of other endeavors that we have to offer. And so I think this is a great step forward, and we'll be supporting this. If we want to codify anything in the future, wonderful. But I do know that getting this done tonight is very helpful towards meeting that that November 1st goal that I know we're all focused on. So, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBar. Commissioner Sanders? I guess I just wanted to add for a little context that I had an opportunity to attend both of the walking tours of the facility. I believe, I hope I say this right, the Merit Foundation provided them, I believe, with the initial seed money. I don't think that this agreement is any different than Trinity Health gifting them the building that they are currently operating out of off of Jackson Road. And just for the benefit of the public, we are talking about if they're opening on time in November, we're talking about the immediate ability to house 30 families. I want to say that slowly again, 30 families with children in their own individual rooms. This is just one floor. It is phase 1 out of phase 2. They have the option of a second floor that has a commercial kitchen, a gymnasium, and I personally have gone to labor and asked for support, and they have obliged. They will be providing painting and changing out all of the bulbs on that first floor. So I don't believe that this is a situation where, and I'm not saying that this is what has been said, but I don't believe this is a situation where they are coming to us only and asking for money. They are in a fundraising phase. I put my little 2 cents in and suggested that maybe they even, offer people an opportunity to adopt a room for those that may not have the big dollars, but might be able to go to Ollie's or Big Lots or wherever and buy the things that they need for that particular room. I think it's monumental. I asked on the second tour what some of the funding that we gave them initially was being used for. It needs a new roof. It has the capacity to have a playscape space. So I'm not trying to make this an emotional request. I don't think that we have any evidence to show that Alpha House has ever tried to bamboozle us out of any money. But this is a multi-pronged effort. And to be able to house in this space that we're in right now, 30 families immediately starting in November. To me, it's a no-brainer. They are waiting for funding from Ann Arbor City. I have gone so far as to suggest that they reach out to my district, and they've done that, to invite them on a tour. I've suggested that they reach out to 2 other of my fellow colleagues' districts to ask for some financial support. I was able to attend Superior Township's planning meeting where they unanimously approved the conditional use. I just think that this is something that, when we're always talking about housing and homelessness, we've got a nonprofit that, and this is no disparagement to the others, that is actually doing something in partnership with Trinity Health. And I want to put this last piece on there. Because it is on Trinity Health's campus, just imagine how we were able to cut through so much pushback by not having to have community meetings. It is on their campus. There is bus transportation. If your kid is sick, it's across the street. There's parking. we could not have dreamed of a better place. And Commissioner Somerville and I have been looking at other areas in her district. She's looked at areas in my district, and this was a blessing, an absolute blessing. So I wanted to add some context. I just think it's a no-brainer. So, I mean, the amount of money that we would spend if we were trying to house 30 families. Yeah, I'm done.
Commissioners, the reality is that we don't get to your priorities without additional capacity. This provides that. Trinity is one of the strongest partnerships that we have had in this community. So, yeah. Again, whatever you direct us to do, we will do.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna try not to get emotional, but I just want to say before everybody else, I was on site with Shekinah and for some other reason, she's like, do you want to go see it? And I felt bad because Commissioner Sanders and Chair Scott weren't there with me. Because I was like, oh, I feel like I shouldn't be doing this because nobody else is here. But I really, like, when I walked in on the third floor, had chills because they're individualized rooms. Each room has a bathroom. The space is big enough where there can be, a bed for the parent and bunk beds for, a lot of the time, these are families from Ypsilanti who have multiple children, and it's really hard to keep them sheltered in the winter. And there's been a lot of housing, we've been at a lot of ribbon cuttings for projects that have taken a really long time. Literally this past fall, I had like one of the most devastating meetings at work because I didn't think this project was going to happen after my boss was able to secure a grant in last year's budget. And so the fact that like this 700,000 is gonna make it possible for us this winter is amazing. And obviously we're not the only one. And so the way that I see it, anytime we allocate this amount of money, there's a contract associated with it. So there are requirements for them and we're not the only one. So I'm comfortable. I'm just putting that on one person. Hopefully a majority of us are comfortable moving forward as is with the contracts that we always use, language that we always use when we do things like this. I don't think we need to put any more roadblocks and making sure that we can get this done by November, because winter is coming. It was freezing last week. I was wearing my winter coat when I went out for my morning walk. So time is of the essence. And honestly, I just want to thank Administrator Dill for hearing, like, I think a few of us, once we got wind that we needed to quickly work together to close this gap. It's a tough time right now because we're dealing with federal cuts. We're going to be dealing with cuts to other programs from the state. And while everybody, is coming to us to help fill the gaps that they're getting from the federal government, we can't do anything if families are on the streets and if we're spending more of our dollars hoteling them. And it's also traumatizing. It creates generational trauma for the parent and the kids and the health outcomes. And so when you look at the data, the amount of families from the Ypsi school district that are homeless at any given time. So it's 30 rooms, and it's going to help more than 30 families because it'll free up space at the other shelter. And I think the great thing, well, two more points. There's another health system in our county, and I don't see them stepping up in the same way that Trinity is. And Alpha House has been one of the only organizations in the housing space that I've seen kind of break some of the rules that are in place to actually make sure that every single person who calls them in the winter gets housed safely at night. And that's just a commitment. They're going above and beyond. I'll just say this, no offense to all of us. They go above and beyond what the county even does. What we're even willing to do with our own call center that we're in charge of, Alpha House goes above and beyond. And so I'm super excited. I'm comfortable personally, maybe we can do a little hand raise. I'm comfortable with just the general contract and you all just pushing this through because it really is urgent. So I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
I have Commissioner Hodge, Light. Hodge.
So, sorry, I thought there was another comma coming after that one for more
There
people.
was. Commissioner Robbie would like to speak again too, but I want to make sure
Okay.
people who haven't spoken yet go before people have a second turn.
All right, well, thank you, Chair. I'm very supportive of this. I just want to remind all of us about how long this project has been in the works. I remember going and having a conversation at Alpha House before I had broken my ankle, and then going again for another conversation about this with Administrator Dill, and he drove me when I was back on the scooter, or on the scooter after I broke my ankle. So it's great that we're finally at this point now to get the support, the grant that we got from the state, and then for us to be able to close the gap. I understand the concerns that Commissioner Robbie brought up, and I would hope that, as Commissioner Somerville said, that the contracting process would give us the peace of mind around it. I still hope that longer term, we can get to a space where we are supporting the shelters and other organizations in the community by potentially providing case management. That's something that many of them said it would be helpful, as something we could provide from the county as a service, and that could be something that we have our employees do. Maybe we can revisit that again in the future, but I think this is a great next step in getting, trying to get to some longer term solution around the housing and homelessness crisis. And I want to thank you, Administrator Dill, for the work. Years now, this has been years in the making, and it's taken a lot of conversations between Alpha House and Trinity, and you leveraging your relationships and others to be able to get to this point. So I understand the concerns, but I would hope that the contract process would make everybody feel comfortable with supporting this. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Light?
So I just want to thank our administrator and our staff for working on this. And I must say that this new temporary housing sheltering will be located in District 2. And so you all know that District 2 is the district that I try to govern so delicately and properly. But I just want to remind you that. And so since it is in District 2, I'm going to make sure that I advocate that we move forward and we don't set up any roadblocks, because we have families that need to be housed. And I just want to say that Alpha House, their work speaks for itself. And I don't think that they would utilize any funding from any entity in an effort that does not represent the work that they do. I have worked with Alpha House out of this role as a case manager, and families have been housed and they did not have room. They could not get through through other agencies to be housed. But do you know what? They were not gonna leave them on the street. They were not gonna call the county to say, hey, we need to put them in a hotel. The work gets done, and we need to make sure that we assist Alpha House with to continue the work that they do, to make sure that these 30+ families will be sheltered. And then another thing is that Trinity Health, they have property, they have land. So what they're saying is, we may not want to give you the funds to run projects and programs, Howard, but y'all can have all the land you want. Hey, here it is. It's here to go with. And so we need to assist agencies and organizations as such as Alpha House to utilize this land and property that that Trinity Health so kindly does not mind to donate. And so we need to take advantage of that. And so I would like to move forward on making sure that we approve and move forward. And I don't think that our administration would let us slip through the cracks with any kind of contracting or any funding. We haven't thus far. We may have our opinions some of the time, but I'm absolutely good with it. And I just want one more reminder, this is District 2, and you already know how I feel. Anything that floats across me, I've been in my feelings lately for the last few months about anything with myself or District 2. And so I would hate to keep addressing that myself and good old District 2 is being put on the back burner or forgotten, or we're always pushed aside. So it behooves us to make sure that we do that, because if not, I'm gonna have a whole lot of not chatting, but I'm gonna be fussing and cussing, because it'll be ridiculous and it will be not so fair if we don't move forward. So just remember, District 2 is not up for the BS. I won't cuss today, but we're not up for the BS, and we need to go ahead and push this along.
Thank you. I'm just gonna say something really quick before I go on to the second round of questions, comments, or Questions, comments, or concerns? One, I'm gonna note that I think that this item is about dignity. In the cover memo that came to us, it's noted that, in 2024, there were 538 homeless households. That's shocking. And the fact that we think 30 spots is revolutionary tells us how much work we have yet to do. And I appreciate Commissioner Sanders. I appreciate everybody, but Sanders and Somerville talking about like how they don't want to get emotional. I'm gonna get emotional and say that when I read that 86% of these families are Black families, 93% of them headed by a woman, I think I am gonna swear. I think this is some bullshit and we got to get this work done. And do I wish that we had more money from more people helping us out with this? Absolutely. But I am not willing to think about going into this winter and this held up because of whatever. I don't care if our name is on it. I don't care if nobody knows where this damn money came from. I want this money to go to families and get them in someplace where they have dignity, where they have rooms for their children, where they have places to cook them food, where they have a place to take shower so the kids aren't embarrassed going to school. I want to see this done tomorrow. And if it took $700,000 more and cutting money from someplace else, I'd figure out how to do it. So I would really like to get this passed tonight in the single reading and get that money to Alpha House yesterday. Thank you, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. You won't find me disagreeing with anything that anybody has said. I support this item. I want this to be funded. And I understand Commissioner Light's concerns, given that it's in her district and, feeling sensitive about that matter. I certainly can identify with that, as the last item that we voted on was in my district and I was the only no vote on it. So I get why people can feel sensitive about their districts, as I felt sensitive about mine. That having been said, we are not giving this money to IHN. This money is going to Trinity Health. And as such, I think it's important that we make sure that there's clear guardrails for how this money will be spent. I understand that there will be a contract. Is that correct, Administrator Dill?
That is correct. And as with any contract that we have let under my leadership, it will have the appropriate guardrails.
And for instance, one item that occurs to me is the longevity of this building to be used for the purpose that we're hoping it to be used for. And so will the contract include language about a timeline of how long this I don't understand why my colleagues are moaning right now about my questions. I think these are valid questions for any.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry.
Stewarded money to ask, especially because we want this to be not just for this winter, but for many winters into the future. And so I want to make sure that that our public dollars are being used by this private entity that we're giving the money to for the purposes of securing this as a shelter location for many years to come. Is there a timeline of how long this building has been set aside for this use?
No, I cannot give you a timeline this evening. Hearing that, those questions will be asked, and we'll try to bake that into any agreement that we author.
Because we're making a substantial investment here, and I want to make sure that that investment is going to last. Recognizing that Trinity has given IHN many things over the years, including a building. I also understand that priorities can change for any private entity and buildings can be taken away in the future. And if we're making a substantial investment in this space, if the state's making a substantial investment in the space, I think that we should see that space be used for this purpose for a long time. And I think it's important to delineate what that long time is, since we're making such a big public investment. And I agree with the chair that we should make more public investments in this building, but with those public investments should come some insurance that we will be able to use the space for the purpose into the future. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not saying that I disagree with this money. I feel like a lot of people are getting really heated about this, but I'm just asking simple governance questions about this because it's important to ask these questions when you're talking about this public money. I agree with the purpose. I agree with what we're doing. I'm in agreement that it's something that needs to be done to protect families. And I want to make sure that the guardrails are in place. And that is a guardrail that I care about.
Commissioner Sanders.
I don't know that I asked, Shekinah or Shona, but I believe Alpha House has the same type of agreement with Trinity Health as they did for the Jackson property, which is, they're paying $1 a year, and it is for a long-term period of time. So if Commissioner Robbie is comfortable with that, I think that we can provide that information. I don't know if it's 5 years or 10 years. Annie, do you know? I'm sorry, Commissioner Selby.
You can call me Annie. I don't know, but
It's long-term
they,
though.
like the,
It's-
okay, I do not work for the nonprofit, but, and I don't know exactly what their private conversations with their board and the board of Trinity, but there have been many with high leadership at Trinity and the leadership at Alpha House. I trust the agreement. Our participation is strictly capital improvements right now.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to, I'm relatively certain that it's the same type of agreement that they have for the Jackson property. I know at the second tour, the executive over this area of Michigan for Trinity Health was present, as was the executive for, Washtenaw County. I want to say Washtenaw, Livingston County. I don't think that you have that caliber of leadership come out for an event where, and I'm not saying that Commissioner Robbie is saying this, but I don't believe that you have that caliber of leadership come out with the intention of like taking money from us and not honoring their commitment. And was our budget 1.3 something for housing and homelessness this upcoming year? And yeah, so anyway, if there's a way that we can ask Alpha House to provide that information, perhaps that might be amenable.
Yeah, we can get you that information, and specifically to President Alonzo Lewis, who lives in this community and has been a great partner over a number of decades, not years, decades. I would expect that to continue, but we will provide that information.
You good? Commissioner Beaman?
I just wanted to note that per the article for this, it is for 30 years.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you for providing that information. That's certainly helpful. Last thing I just want to say, I am going to vote yes on this, of course. But I just want to state this for this and any future thing. It's great that people have good conversations. It's great that promises are made. It's great that Alonzo lives in the community and is a wonderful, trusted member of the community. In 30 years, Alonzo will be retired. There will be somebody new in that role. There will be a new board of directors for Trinity Health. And most of us will not be here either. And so and this is the reason why I just want to make sure that we are writing the most ironclad contract possible for this and any other project, because we do not operate on faith and promises. We operate on contracts. And because it is not the same people that are going to be dealing with this in 30 years. That's why I care so much about this. We want to make sure that it is the 30 years and that we can look at even beyond the 30 years. I think, so just want to make sure to say that. Thank you. I'm going to be voting yes.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, things on something not A, B, or E? All right, let's do a roll call. Are you kidding me? Are you? Not A, B, or E. Commissioner Hodge looked like he was going to raise his hand. Okay, all right. What would you like to say?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really quick. I just want to say thank you for F on here. Thank you to Ashley and the team working on the bicentennial work. I look forward to the full proposal later and for us to hopefully vote yes on it. And celebrate Washtenaw County's bicentennial in a really big way. So thank you for the work that's already been done to the team and looking forward to that later. And that's it. That's all I got on that one.
Thank you. Me too. I'm excited. I started talking about it really early with Ashley. 200 years. Okay, let's do a roll call on all the items except for A, B, and E.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Resolutions passed.
Okay, great. Let's go on to item A. Questions, comments, concerns on A? Commissioner LeBar,
Thanks, Chair.
Robbie Sanders.
I'll be voting for this and I would urge everyone else to. I do think it's worth noting, we went the RFP route essentially to build comfort with the decision based on data. I think the data as it presents itself in the RFP and specifically the score rubric, I don't think it necessarily paints a picture where there's three co-equal applicants and recipients. But I respect, one, that the committee did the work well. They adhered to the standards. They turned it around on, I think, a rather remarkable timeframe. And I also think, and I don't know this, Brady, but I suspect you have watched a board meeting or two and have dealt with a commissioner or two and understand who you're working with and the overall thrust of the last 6 months of discussion on the senior millage. Going forward, though, I think we should consider that we extend the RFP for a year, because if we do essentially stopgap again, that's really hard to plan on. And if we go the route of additional RFPs, I think we need to commit that that's going to begin in January, because this funding will run out at the end of quarter one. And I think we've just done the work. We've done it in an expedited fashion. It's good enough to make the decision now. We know transportation per past needs assessments, per conditions on the ground right now, and per best educated guess as to what the future will bring. It's always going to be a need. So I feel like let's go with this work and let's not replicate it in the future, except when absolutely necessary. So I'll be voting for it and hoping that we can talk in future meetings ahead of the expiration date about how we either expedite the RFP process or simply extend it in order to meet the need. And as is evident by the three selections, these are scalable based on amount. So appreciate the staff work, appreciate the discussion at the board. Said my piece, we'll be looking forward to voting for it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I had two questions. Brady, so the first thing that stood out to me was I was sort of shocked to see that each of the three were recommended for an equal amount of funding.
That is accurate.
What's that?
That is accurate, yes.
I love Brady.
Thank you for that. When we passed this a few months ago, we set out an entire scoring process.
Correct.
Do you mean to tell me that each of the applicants scored the exact same?
They did not, no.
And so how is it that each has received the exact same amount of funding?
So the review committee looked at all their proposals, were requesting $500,000. And that the vote last month or 2 months ago, whenever it was for $1 million. And we looked at that, and the primary consideration that we looked at was all three providers have different primary service areas. And for us, the major consideration was the equity of making sure that those rides are available to seniors throughout the entire county. And where there was discussion about, do we go with the top 2 vote getters? That would leave a gap in one part of the county. Do we go with funding the number 1 at full and then 50% for the other 2? Again, looking at the proposals, there's capital requests in all 3 of them. And by giving a third to each of them, it does reduce it slightly, but it does allow for some of those capital considerations for purchase of accessible vehicles to allow the scaling of the services and to get those dollars into the community and make sure we do have that equitable transportation throughout the entire county today or as soon as possible.
Thank you. You've said a lot of words, and I respect the fact that you are relaying an action that occurred from a committee. However, I'm somewhat concerned that we set out a process for determining who would get funded as a board through a scoring rubric, and it does not appear that that scoring rubric is reflective of the actual funding. And so it just makes me feel like, why did we approve the scoring rubric if we're not going to actually use it?
So we do use a scoring rubric. That's a tool to help a committee with their recommendation. And so there were 4 proposals. One of them did not score enough, and frankly, there was a number of concerns with it, and we were not going to recommend that to the board for funding. And so it's a tool that's used to identify, and it's not the sole purpose of identifying the top vendors.
In the future, I would love to see the scoring rubric in our packet if we do an
Okay.
RFP again.
Apologies if that was not included.
I didn't see it. I
Okay.
might have missed something, but it would have been good to see the scoring rubric and the result of it. And then also, I think in the future, it'd be good to see like who all the applicants were. I know there was a 4th applicant that didn't get funded. My understanding, it was a private company. I would have agreed with the decision to not fund them. But it would just have been nice to understand who all the funders are, or who all the applicants are for funding. Last question for you is in terms of who will get served by this allocation, is it accurate to say that every senior in the county will have access to, like, are the providers, each of the 3 providers covering every area in the county?
So yes and no. And so it's yes and. And so one thing that this question did come up, and we have asked the vendors as well, is, okay, if you have someone that is living in Linden Township and they have an appointment in Trinity Health Ann Arbor over in Ann Arbor Township, or I think Superior. How do you get there? Yeah, the answer is yes. They'll pick them up in Linden Township, take them over to Trinity Health Ann Arbor, and then they will take them back. Even though Superior Township might not be their primary service area because they're serving the western part of the county. And so likewise, so the vendors are also happy to, for instance, at Chelsea Hospital, if they have an appointment there, they will bring them back to Ann Arbor or wherever they originated from because they're coming out. So there's multiple options. Yes. Any senior can get a ride to where they need to go in the county.
So even a senior in Ann Arbor will be covered?
Correct.
Okay, and we're not relying on AATA for that coverage, right?
Correct.
Okay, because I did ask AATA why they didn't apply, and it sounds like they don't deliver these types of services currently. And we're not interested in turning around in the short period of time an application, is basically what they told me. They may apply in the future. But I just want to make sure that we're not saying, okay, we're relying on ATA for senior rides, and they do provide senior rides, just not the type of senior rides that we're asking for. And so just want to make sure that residents in Ann Arbor will be served. So who will be serving the residents in Ann Arbor then?
That'll primarily be JFS. And that was a point of just very vigorous discussion of the committee, is how do we make sure the largest population centers of the county are served? Because the 2 providers that provide east and west focus out there and not so much in the center here in Ann Arbor. And so that was what we did want to make sure was we did have coverage of every single municipality, whether it be township, city, or village.
You're good?
For now, yes. I
Okay.
don't want to keep going.
Okay,
So-
I'm Commissioner Sanders. Couple of questions, actually. So, well, let me just put it out here. I am proposing that we postpone this vote until our next meeting, because when I look through it, we asked 2 of these 3 providers for information that they did not provide. So we asked for last year's budget to show revenue. JFS did not provide that. We also asked for last year's revenue from PEX, and they did not provide it. And I'm consistent with my request for information to make sure that things are transparent. And when you're applying for something and we ask you to provide answers for something and you don't give us that information, you should not expect us to be giving you a response either. And so to me, why can't you tell us what your revenue is? If you've done a 990 for that last year, you know what it is. It's a simple filling. The fact that for whatever reason, they felt that it wasn't, pertinent enough. You're asking us for originally $500,000, and we're asking you to show us what other revenue you have. And let me just add this important part. It's not our money. It's the taxpayers' money. We are stewards of that. And so when we say we want this information, it's not optional for you to turn it over. And so I don't think that we should be approving this right now. But let me be clear, because I don't want any senior sending me emails. This is not about not providing them with the transportation that they need. It is about stewarding their money so that they are getting what they're paying for. I don't think that a 2-week delay is going to cause a problem for any of them. But I have an issue with them not adhering to the guidelines. There were 3, and 2 of them, for whatever reason, and I don't want to say this, it appears like it's arrogance, like they asked for that, it's optional, we don't have to give it to them. No, you're asking for taxpayers' dollars, and the taxpayer representatives are asking you, where'd you get revenue from last year? And how much did you get? Also would like to know, how do we know that the service is dedicated to seniors only? And I'm gonna add this little caveat. Where I used to live, I would go walking every day, almost every day. And I would see a JFS vehicle parked in a residential driveway, and it never moved. And I couldn't understand that, because when you decommission a vehicle, you strip it. You take all of your titling off of it, right? I don't know how, so I would be curious to know, how does that work? Do they get to take the vehicles home? And is the fact that that vehicle is parked there basically all throughout the day and not moving, are we paying that driver? To do what? The other thing is, in this proposal, there's capital requests for vehicles. So I'm asking the question in my own mind. So if the nonprofit goes belly up, the taxpayers have paid for these vehicles, do we get the vehicles back? Or do they get to liquidate and keep that money?
We can write that in the contract that
We
would
need
come
to
back
write
to
it
the
in the
county,
contract. Because it's taxpayers' dollars, the vehicles are being purchased specifically to service our residents. And so the vehicles belong to the residents, they don't belong to the nonprofit. The other question, and I think somebody just asked, I would like to see the scoring matrix as well. And I think that any organization, not just nonprofits, there should be some
penalty for non-compliance. When you're asked for something and you're not doing it, you just don't get to just continue to walk away with the money. And then the last thing I think I wanted, don't know if anybody can address, is that it looks like JFS has spread their administrative cost over everything, including the capital cost. And I don't think that that was the case with the other two. And so I want to try and understand how does that work? Because when I look at the data that's provided, it's a whole lot of money that we're spending every month for salaries. I think there were 5 or 6 categories in there. So it was equipment, something, salaries, benefits, blah, blah, blah. When you break it down and divide it into the 6 months, even though they say 7, it's like $83,000 a month. That's one company. We transporting that many people? Okay, I'll give you a chance to answer.
Commissioners, I'm gonna give it back to Brady to deal with the specifics around the RFP. But I wanted to address the gaps in your request for information. The recommendation to bring this to the board in the manner in which you received it came from me. So if there are shortfalls in your expectations there, those things are on me. In terms of the work that's gone into this, I'm very comfortable with it. And I'll let Brady talk to the details. We will get you the information that you've requested.
Brady, do you have more before we go to Commissioner LaBarre?
I am working on sending the scoring rubric to all of you, and we'll get it up to board portal shortly after we're done.
All right. Is that good for now, Commissioner Sanders?
I'm still sticking with my suggestion that we delay the vote until that information is provided. Oh, I don't know if that, Michelle is.
Are you making a motion?
I am making a motion. Yes.
Okay.
Making a motion that we delay the vote until the data that we requested from 2 of those providers is provided to us. And I would imagine that they should be able to get this to us by the next meeting. It is not my intention to hold up the funding from them indefinitely. I just want them to be compliant with what the request.
Yeah, so I think you are, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your motion is to adjourn to a time certain. That's the kind of motion you want, and the time certain would be the next board meeting.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Light seconds it. All right, so now we can debate the motion to adjourn to a time certain. Does anybody want to, Commissioner LaBarre?
I would reference Mayor Valencourt's comments earlier tonight. I think the time is now to move this forward, and would urge us to do that however we might tonight. Thanks.
All right. But hold on. I mean, I gotta put you in the queue. So I see Commissioner Robbie, then I'll go to you, Commissioner Sanders. And then Commissioner Machewski.
I guess just a quick thought, building off of Commissioner Sanders' request for more information. And I don't know, Commissioner Sanders, if you could respond to this really quickly, but since one of the 3 organizations did submit the proper paperwork, do you think it would be proper to fund them tonight and then wait on the other 2?
I don't have an objection to that.
Let's wait. I'm gonna try to do a friendly amendment, but let's wait for the chairs to figure out, to download on each other what happened. So,
You made a motion to adjourn to a time certain.
and I've just suggested that there was support.
Okay, and then you are now discussing it, then Sanders is next, and then Machewski.
Yeah, I was just suggesting that since one of the organizations did provide the proper documentation, that maybe we fund them tonight if we're gonna wait on the other 2. That was my suggestion, and I can make it as an amendment.
Oh, yeah, you can make that amendment, because, yeah, all right.
If it's friendly, it needs to be friendly to the whole body, but yeah.
Support.
Forgive me, can it be restated?
people to correct the JFS, but on.
It needs to be unanimously friendly? I'm not.
So right now we're on just the amendment stands and was adjourned to the next circle.
I'll make a motion to amend the fund way.
You. Wait a minute. I think that we need to debate the motion on the floor that's adjourned to a time certain. Or withdraw that motion and then make a new motion. I'm okay with and allowing the debate, and then I will withdraw that motion, make a new motion. Okay, and are you okay, Crystal, as a seconder to withdraw to a?
I withdraw my second.
Okay, okay. Is there a new motion on the floor? Is it necessary to make the new motion before debate is closed? Well,
Okay.
debate's closed.
So-
There's no motion on that because it's
Okay.
gone. It's dead.
So the new motion would be that we approve the allocation of funding to waive,
Mhm.
since they were compliant, and that we adjourn to a time certain. My time certain is our next meeting. To be specific, so people aren't saying, oh, it's just up in the air. Whatever that date is, September something, 3rd Wednesday of the month. To allow the other two providers to get their documentation in. And then for us to approve and release the funding to them. Is that long-winded?
Second.
Hold on. I think we need to break them up. To be separate. So let's just do a motion
Okay.
to separate the,
Okay, so I'm
Funding.
withdrawing, Michelle. I'm withdrawing my second motion.
yeah.
And I withdraw my second.
Fuck Ashlyn.
So I think the final would be, my first motion would be to take a vote to approve the push out of funding for WAVE. Stop. That's it. And then the second motion would be to.
Wait, we'll just do that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so you can divide them up. So you wanna, when we vote, wait, pause, we actually don't need a motion for this. What, so this is like sometimes Commissioner Robbie has voted like, yes, I've done it too, you've done it, I think, yes, no.
Okay.
So we probably don't need a motion when we vote on this item. We can say, I'm
Yes to
gonna vote
waive, no
yes
to-
on
okay.
waive, no on this, no on this.
Okay.
I do think though that what Commissioner, there's something we need to consider for what Commissioner Sanders is saying, because she's not saying no on JFS and no on People's Express. She's saying she would like a little bit more robust information before she considers that vote. So I'm wondering if we need, how we can do that. You can make a point of order
Point
at
of-
any time.
The point of order is that, so the motion is already properly before us to fund all three.
Yeah.
And so I think that my suggestion is that perhaps the postponement to a time certain of only the two items then means that the remaining item is the waive on the already made motion. And so you postponed the other two line items to a time certain, but you're still.
Yeah, that's the motion.
Make the motion.
My eyes are crossed. You make the motion, Robbie.
I'm gonna let Commissioner Sanders.
Okay.
Just motion to postpone those two items to next meeting.
Okay.
And then the underlying motion would still be there.
Okay. So I make a motion to postpone the funding approval for PEX and JFS until the 3rd Wednesday in September.
17.
Second.
There's a second. Now, we will debate that motion. Beeman, are you raising your hand for that? Beeman's had her hand, then Somerville, then Labar. Beeman, Somerville, Labar.
Sorry. All right, my question on this motion is that there was questions around it being a third, a third, a third. Are we okay to approve what's here, which would be 1/3? And then the other 2/3, I'm just asking because that was something that was brought forward. So I just want clarity on that from the table, that if we say we're gonna vote for waive, it will only be a third. Because that's what proposed.
Well, can I just make a point that you can debate on this motion to say that you're gonna, the motion would be that we're changing to adjourn to a time certain, the previous, People's Express and to JFS. As soon as that motion is either voted up or down, then you can come back to the original motion and you can talk about the dollar amounts. Okay. That was Beeman. Somerville.
Thank you. I just want to let people know, it's 10:35, so some of you are about to lose. That's an inside joke. On a serious note, respectfully, I don't agree with this amendment. I think we should push this funding out. In fact, I would rather give more than the third amounts that we're giving out to these organizations because I know that the need is there. I said this, I think the night that we approved the framework, that like right now there are people stuck at home who can't make it to doctor's appointments, who can't make it to senior centers, social isolation. And that's just not something I'm willing to push off for 2 more weeks, respectfully. So I will be voting no. And who knows, maybe I'll make an amendment to increase the amount of funding, but I just wanted to express where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Commissioner LeVar?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Somerville. I think we've done a lot of good debate here and we should move and take a vote tonight and go forward.
Commissioner Light?
I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but I agree. We need to push funds forward, but we also need to make sure that the funds that we are pushing forward, that for the services being used, that they're going to be, that our seniors and individuals will receive the services. I've said this on many occasions. I don't have any beef with JFS. However, the funding that they've received in the past and whenever they come to attach to anything, it's not always utilized the way that it should be. And I feel that this would not directly go to the transportation. It's going to cover a lot of salaries and others because of their cuts in the organization. And I too ride past Holmes Road every day, Holmes and Ridge, and see the JFS vehicle parked at a residence in the morning. And so I'm just saying, I have no problem with getting funds out. That is the goal. However, we're gonna push the funds, they need to be utilized the correct way. So I see this every day on the east side. And I also want to make sure that since we want to push these funds out for transportation, that the eastern portion of the county is going to be serviced by these transportation, with this transportation as well.
Anyone else on this motion? Commissioner Machieski? You look like Roboto there.
Yeah, well, I know I had
Mr.
I was in the
Roboto.
queue before, but then there's. all
Oh,
these
I'm
amendments
sorry.
and,
Okay,
like,
all right.
I don't know where we're at, so,
Okay, well,
Thank
it's
you.
you.
thank you, Chair. I have actually some questions. I'm offer my comment first and then I'll ask the questions. I look at this, first of all, for people who are on this review committee, and we're part of this RFP process, I thank you very much, because this was done in an expedited way. So I thank the administrator and staff for seeing this process through. Because I think we all want to see this money put out into the community, right? So thank you to everybody that was involved. I think this is a very important RFP because we are about to take the next step, which is a much larger RFP and many more programs. And we are in some ways setting precedent here by how we handle this. And so the comments about delaying because we want to have complete application materials, I think is germane. I think we're setting a standard in terms of what we're going to accept for RFPs in terms of if we ask for something, we should get it as part of that application process. And that's not a comment about anybody's ability to do the work. I'm just saying that I think it's important for us to establish that if we put it in there as something we want as part of the RFP process, we should get that and not just let it go. I hope that we are not establishing the idea that when bids come in, that we're just going to divide things equally amongst the bidders, right? These are not your typical kind of RFPs either. We're not buying a bunch of nails here where we're going with the lowest bidder, right? We are contracting for services provided by potentially multiple providers in different geographies across the county. So it's a little bit of a different situation. But I hope that we're not kind of creating a default position of, let's just split it up evenly amongst everybody. Because when I read these three proposals, they're not the same. There's varying degrees of service delivery here and various degrees of capital cost versus services versus administrative charges. One of the proposals has a 7-month salary budget in it. This is a 6-month RFP. It's already been pointed out about how the admin was calculated on one of the proposals to be on the entire thing rather than just the services component. But I do have some questions that I want to get to for administration, and this gets to the idea of ultimately getting this approved and what gets written into the contract and how, first off, how is the money going to get paid out? Is it paid out as a lump sum? Or do they have to give us a report saying we provided in the month of October 3,000 rides, and is there a unit rate attached to that, and then they're paid after? So we know that they've actually delivered rides and that's what they're getting paid for? So how are they paid out?
We don't have contracts drafted yet, but I do believe that having that reimbursement model where we do get an invoice after the fact and know what services have been provided is worthwhile putting in the contract so that we are not just putting out a lump sum and then reconciling it at the end of the contract to say, hey, give us the numbers and going back, because that would be very difficult and if not impossible to prove. And if we do find something that was provided outside the contract, how do we claw that back? So yes, I think we would write that in the contract that give us an invoice of the services you provided over the previous month, and we would reimburse that.
I would suggest that many providers that we're going to encounter with these millage dollars are used to that kind of system of having to report units provided and then getting paid based upon reporting those units. My second question is, are we going to put requirements in the contract about what data metrics and outcomes reporting are required so that everybody's dealing with the same set of requirements, right? And we know what we're asking for ahead of time and they know to collect it, right? So I don't want to assume something, that's why I'm asking.
Yes, absolutely. And I think a component of all three proposals, some were very well explained and others it was lightly touched on, is that they do have a registration system where people call in and they are able to gather those metrics up front as far as how many people are getting rides, where they're going to and from. And so, yes, we would ask for those metrics and it would be standard across all providers to make sure that we are comparing apples to apples at the end of this or during the contract to see where there is opportunity to grow in the future.
Okay. Third question. Some of the components of these proposals are, I would call, ambitious. One of them calls for doubling the ridership in a 6-month period of time, which is, I'm all for that goal. However, what happens if they don't actually achieve that goal? And you get 4 or 5 months into the contract and you see that their pace just isn't going to get them there. Is there an opportunity to reprogram during the 6-month period, or do we wait for the 6-month period to be over and then reprogram those dollars later? How does that work?
Don't have an answer for you tonight, and that's something to definitely look into, and we'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Again, I will say thank you for the process. To maybe touch on Mayor Valancourt's comments earlier about let's get the money out. Absolutely, let's get the money out. I want to do that. However, I do think that what we do, especially with this RFP, is setting a precedent for how we're going to handle this. And we, as a body, when we wrote our policy on this, said that we wanted to be the ones to ultimately make votes to approve the allocation of money, right? And I don't think we wanted our role to be simply rubber stamping what gets recommended to us by the review committee every time. I respect people that serve on those review committees, and I think vast majority of times, what's going to get recommended weighs heavily, in terms of what I do here, and that's really important to me because they put in the time to review things. But we are kind of a first time through here. So I also want to note that by whittling down the amounts to each one of these, the things that are going to get taken off are probably going to be vehicle purchases, the capital things that actually allow you to expand service, and the enhancements. So one of the proposals was enhancing, reestablishing a route they've lost funding for, and then establishing a new route. And by reducing the award from what they had bid, we're not going to be able to get those expansions. We're just kind of treading water a little bit there. So, you know, I guess that's the extent of my questions and comments. But I do think this is, first time out, it's pretty important for me to get it right, because in the future, then we could be much faster in terms of how we're doing things. So again, appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Machewski. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brady, and thank you to the team and to all the reviewers for this. I agree with most everything Commissioner Machewski said, probably everything. I do think it's really important that we get it right on the first time as we do this. But the other thing that I think about as we're going through this process is pretty similar to some of the other dollars that we allocated earlier in the year around emergency funding for food assistance. And that we did that on an emergency basis because it was an emergent need that we needed to tackle. And we know that transportation is one of the pillars that we put in the village for trying to fund to support seniors. The other thing I think about with this dollar amount is that we know that all 3 of the organizations that apply, or the 3 that are recommended for funding, could scale up to a higher level if the resources were there. So I kind of see this as a first step in us funding transportation. So I do want to make sure that we get it right, but I almost view this as another sort of emergency allocation. And I'd be willing to be more flexible on some of these things, given that that's the case, because we know that we would want to, I would want to do more. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I would want us to do more than the up to $1 million for a more comprehensive transportation plan. And I think all of the organizations listed here could scale up in a way that would make sense for us to do that. I don't want us to wait until the new director is hired to do additional allocations. I'm glad that we're considering being able to push some of the dollars out. It's a significant need, and I don't want us to be in a situation where we're towards the end of the year and we're still sitting on a majority of the dollars for this year, and then some of it carries over to the next year. So I'm willing to go with it this time and hope that we have more comprehensive plans and we have all of the resources that we're looking for. And to the other point, since we're discussing right now, there's one particular motion that would only fund one of the organizations. Commissioner, you made a point earlier, but I wanted to make sure that transportation is also happening for the eastern part of the county. So one of the other organization that right now would be excluded until next week or next meeting, if we did that, would be People's Express, and they're the one that would be designated for doing much of the work in the eastern part of the county. So I'm thinking about that too as we weigh the next step here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville?
Oh, okay. in addition to everything that I said, I agree with everything Commissioner Machewski said. And I just wanted to make a point on this item and future RFP items and our overall plans for how we're gonna move the needle in a number of issues in older adult services, how important it is to hire somebody for the Office of Aging that actually knows what they're doing and understands this landscape, because Commissioner Machewski just asked questions in a way that made a lot of this like, not only make sense, but it got me thinking too. And so I just wanted to highlight how important it is. And something that Commissioner Hodge just said too is like, kind of reminds me of like not making the perfect be the enemy of the good, because we do know that there's gaps right now. We do know that we need to fix this. Is it ideal? Probably not. Do we want to push off 2 more weeks to offer more rides to other people? I don't know. I can see where Commissioner Sanders and Light are coming from. I think I'm in a position where I'm like, I just want to get people from point A to point B as quickly as possible. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Just really wanted to highlight how great of the questions and comments were from Commissioner Machewski. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Light, and then Sanders.
I just wanted to know, would would 2 weeks make a difference? Because they're not gonna get the funds tonight. It's not gonna start, I think, roughly till October, or, I mean, you know, we have to go through a process for them to accept and be provided the funding. However, even if we've asked for the documentation and data that we've asked for, I would hope that it would get, that we would be provided that tomorrow, you know, and so that when we get to the board meeting, it's not like, oh, we're just getting it, but this is not gonna stop any of the rides that are tomorrow, which is Thursday, Friday. If they do weekend rides, it's not gonna stop it. Then again, on Sunday, if they're taking people to their place of worship, then Monday, Tuesday, and then when we meet here again on with the third Wednesday, just the days of the week. I don't think if we don't make the vote tonight, that's gonna stop transportation and services until we get here back to our board meeting. So I just want to know, if we do not vote for all 3 organizations to receive the funding tonight, is it going to stop transportation starting tomorrow?
I can't really answer that.
We cannot answer that. What I will
We have
say-
some of them here.
Say to you guys with a great deal of certainty is that we will get that information in your hands as quickly as we can. Outside of that, we're gonna move in the direction that you all tell us to on this item.
Thank
So,
you.
if I may?
Go ahead, you got more?
So my point is that if the documentation that we've requested months ago is provided to us tonight, tomorrow, and then we vote on at the next meeting, what makes the difference of the 7 months that these 2 weeks, we've been at this for 7 months. Let's be realistic. The 2 weeks for an organization to do what we asked, that's like my mama saying, didn't I tell you to do X, Y, and Z? And now this is what happens. When you didn't do what you were asked to do, basically told to do, because you're asking for money from the county. So why would we provide that information? But I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. Get the information requested so we can go ahead and vote. You held up your own self. It wasn't us, it's not us trying to hold up and stop funding from going forward. They did it to their own self. So get the information to us so that we can, so that we can just get this moving forward. But it is not gonna stop rides. What day is that? September 17th, y'all said? September what? I bet you the rides still continue, and if they don't, please let me know, and we'll make sure that we can do something about it. But until then, it is not gonna hinder the rides until the 17th, because they did not do their homework and submit it. Gotta be held accountable for your own flaws.
Commissioner Sanders.
So we, and I'm gonna say this, we pushed these decisions off for 7 months. And I was pretty clear that I was disgusted that we were taking that long to push this money out. And now I am simply asking for a 2-week delay. And we have the representatives here in this audience that can speak to whether or not their services are gonna stop, come to a dead stop if we don't approve this tonight and we approve it instead in 2 weeks after they've submitted the information, that unless I'm missing something, they have the information and it should be at their fingertips. Shouldn't take anything for them to get that information. They've done their 990s. 990 say what their revenue was last year. So this is an issue of, this absolutely is an issue of, and the seniors may not like me saying this, I am saying we are asking you to comply to the requirements of the RFP. And they have not done that. And I am willing to support the funding of all three, even though I don't like the three-way split. I don't like it. It doesn't make sense to me at all, because they're not all equal. And the matrix should have ferreted that out. But to ask the two of the organizations to submit the information forthwith and then have us vote on the 17th, I don't think anybody's gonna change their mind. I will support it on the 17th. But allowing this habit of someone that wants to contract with us deciding whether or not they need to comply to our rules and regulations isn't making any sense to me. And so, as I've said before, People's Express is in the audience. They can answer that question. Is the service gonna stop if we don't approve it tonight? Because my understanding was contract is supposed to start in October. So I'm just confused. And this is not anywhere close to the 7 months that we fought it out here at this table until 2 and 3 a.m. And it's amazing to me that we're asking for accountability, but we're getting pushback for asking for accountability. I am so confused. I'm confused. And I think the last thing I want to say is to all of the seniors that are watching this or will be using the services, once that Office of Aging is open, I want to hear from you if you are not being serviced appropriately by any of our nonprofits. I've been asking for this for going on 5 years, some accountability for our customers, our residents, to have feedback about how they are being treated or not treated by our nonprofit agencies. And we still don't have that figured out yet. So apologies to whoever the director is gonna be, but you can talk to me later if your email is inundated with information. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Just so you know, the queue, everyone, it's Labar, Robbie, Beeman, Maciejewski. Labar.
I'll have more to say when we get back to the underlying resolution. I think there's a lot that's been said tonight. The beginning date is listed here spells out the county is aiming to do this after affirmation on September 3rd. We spoke about doing it in single reading back in July at this table. I don't think we should be afraid to keep our word. And I think we should build on the last 7 months of discourse on this. And the 2 months now of analysis. And I welcome folks to look at the scoring rubric. Brady was kind enough to provide it to me. I'd asked last week. I think it paints a great picture. There's a 18 percentage point disparity between the top selectee and the third selectee. So please have at it. But we should stick to this deadline and make the vote tonight. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner Labar. I have said nothing yet, so let me just interject. I hear you about fear, And we shouldn't be afraid to stick to our word, but we also shouldn't be afraid to have standards too. Commissioner Robbie?
Well, I was just actually gonna speak to the, and I'm not saying this to try to cash aid at anybody, certainly not the chair. You know, I'm just stating this as a general thing. I do not like single reading items. I never have, I never will. Single reading items, not good. This is a single reading item. One other way to solve the problems that we're bringing up is that we could do a first reading vote today and just have a first vote and then have the second vote at our next meeting. In between, we will get the information. We can all express our support for these projects, and then we can have the second reading at our next meeting. That would be another way of accomplishing this. I just want to state that I certainly never committed myself to a single reading vote. I would never have done that. I don't know who made that commitment or how that commitment was made, but I certainly did not commit to that. And I would be very comfortable having first reading tonight and the second reading on the 17th. So.
Well, it's an idea if the amendment, if the motion we're talking about that's on the floor right now doesn't pass, that's something else that can be discussed. But right now, we'll continue to focus on this motion. Beeman?
Thank you, Chair. My question is actually for Corp Counsel. If we move forward tonight, are we setting any type of precedence? Is there going to be any ramifications, just like from that legal lens? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm not really clear about what you're asking.
So I'll expand. Since they have not met the requirements of fulfilling the RFP, are we setting a precedent so that other organizations could say, well, they didn't do it, so we don't have to either? And, or could it even make a contract invalid? Because to Commissioner Robbie's point earlier, any of us could get hit by a bus tomorrow. There could be a new commissioner sitting in this seat and they could challenge what was done previously. So I'm going black hat, worst case scenario.
Sure, it would not invalidate the contracts. However, a future bidder could come forward and make the argument that they're not getting the same treatment if we're not holding everyone to the same standard.
We are now on Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. A question for administration. I'm going to come at the timing thing maybe from a different angle. If there wasn't a final approval of this until the 17th of this month, would that delay the ability to start contracts on October 1st?
Potentially, once the final approval is given by this body, we will then move to formally award the contract or award the bids and then start to work on contracting with the entities. That process usually is a 1 to 2 week process. So working forward from the 17th, we probably wouldn't agree on contract language and everything and receive everything that we need in order for a contract insurance, or we probably have that on file, but just making sure that's up to date. That process probably wouldn't be complete until October 1st, around there. And then when it's executed, probably would be after that date. I can't say for certain because there's a lot of factors that go into how long it takes, but it's typically 1 to 2 weeks from we start working on a contract to when it's finally executed.
Do we have the ability to say if a contract gets signed October 3rd, that it's retroactive to October 1st?
I believe so. I would look to Corp Counsel to confirm that. Thank you.
In addition, let me just add a couple of points. I know Brady is choosing his words wisely, but to your point, if you all authorize the contract on the 17th, we'll work with deliberate haste to get those contracts executed as quickly as we can. And to me, based on what I'm hearing tonight, that means not the standard 1 to 2 week timeline, that we are looking for an opportunity to move it out as quickly as we can. So it'll be all hands on deck to make that a reality.
Thank you. I appreciate the nice comments earlier. You're probably not gonna like what I say next. I think it's just really important when we put an RFP out and we say, this is what we need in your response, that we get what we need in the response. That's just kind of a fundamental thing to me.
I was right. I do like it.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Light, Hodge, Robbie.
So why can't the organizations just give us the information now? Like, they're here. Why can't they just do it now? And then we can just let all this go? I mean, because we talked about it like they're not in the room, like, raise your hand, hey, we here, we have the information, because, or do you? I'm just saying, tell us right now. Why we gotta wait?
For me, I'd rather see a budget written in an RFP because I think there's something about the process of doing the RFP and having it in writing in the public record.
Right. But they could at least speak up for themselves right now, like, oh, we.
Not
we have
unless,
it.
not
I mean,
unless
if
we're
we
asking
ask,
it to.
But I wanna
right.
know, like, do y'all not even have it? Was you gonna even try?
We
Like,
will,
something.
we will get that information as quickly as we can.
Commissioner Light, any other?
No, I just was trying to just,
Yeah,
so they could plead
I
their case.
appreciate
I mean,
that.
cause I wanna pass the money. We, like, but they gave us nothing to work with.
Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, this is probably either for Administrator Dale or Brady. So you brought it to us because you recommend that we pass it, and there was a team that went through the scoring, and there was some missing information, but despite the information being missing, you still recommend it. Could you talk to me about, that gives me the impression that whatever information was missing isn't so significant that it stopped you from recommending it. So could you talk a little bit about that?
So the review committee did discuss that, and we did ask the 3 vendors to provide that information. We received it from 2 of the 3. One of them was on vacation. We're working on getting that information, in addition to what's been requested here at the board table. So we are comfortable making that recommendation. If we were not, we would not have made that recommendation to move forward in this manner.
Okay, and I'm trying to be helpful here. Can you tell me why you are comfortable with that?
Because all 3 of these are existing providers in the transportation space. Half of the review committee was comprised of members from the Commission on Aging that has more of an expertise in this area, and we're comfortable making that recommendation or supporting the recommendation to say, yes, we know these organizations, we trust them. It's not a new provider that's coming in. It's not someone that's saying, hey, I'm gonna open up shop, give me $500,000, $1 million to go buy vehicles and stand this up from nothing. They're taking an existing service that is known in the community, building on it, or making up for areas where funding has been cut recently.
And it sounds like, if I'm hearing you correctly, there is an expectation that the information would be received pretty quickly. And
Yes.
you all would not have recommended it if you weren't comfortable with that, particularly from a contracting perspective.
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna have to yield the floor again, so I'm gonna give you one more chance if you want to make any more of a compelling argument. I feel compelled by this, but I'm trying to, you want to say anything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that there's anything else for us to say. There's a request for additional information. We're going to do everything in our power to get it to you all as quickly as possible. I don't want to say any more than that, because at the end of the day, you all will have to make the decision about how we move forward.
Okay. So I think in general would agree with the points that Commissioner Maciejewski made. The only thing for me that's making me feel more comfortable about still voting yes to allocate the dollars today is that administration and having to take care of the contracting felt comfortable enough to still recommend it, because they are 3 existing organizations that are well-known in the community, we've worked with before. The people on Commission on Aging feel strongly about this too. And I want to get the money out so we can move on to the next thing. So I appreciate you answering the questions. I am going to stop now.
Commissioner Robbie?
I would also like to say something to our administrative team. I think in the future, I think you are hearing, maybe from a majority of the board, I guess we'll vote soon, but I do think that it is vital that we hold our process to a high standard, and I think that that has to include staff. In this case, certainly not blaming anybody. I think that you guys had a committee, all this different stuff happened. There were forces outside your control, but if people don't provide the right information, they should either be eliminated or asked to provide the right information before they get to us. Like the fact that we're having this discussion tonight and that it's gone on for an hour and a half shouldn't be happening. And I look forward to having the discussion about the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 split after we dispense with this amendment, because I think that's also problematic. But, you know, in the interest of this specific part of the discussion, I think that I would encourage, it sounds like you've already heard what all my colleagues have already said. I think we want to hold this process to a high standard, and I think you guys are vital to helping us to do that. So I think we've squeezed this lemon down to the rind, and it's probably time to vote, but I'm certainly not one to make those types of motions. So thank you, Chair.
I think that we can probably vote on this motion. The motion is, say it again. I know it's like we're moving forward. We're adjourning to a time certain, the People's Express and JFS funding until the next meeting. Let's do a roll call on that.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
No.
Commissioner Beaman. Oh, no, sorry. Commissioner Hodge,
No.
motion passed.
Okay. The motion passed. So we are now talking about the motion as it stands, but the only thing on this motion is the funding for WAVE of $333,333. Correct? Correct. Commissioner LeBar.
I will be voting for the funding for WAVE. I think we've done maybe not irreparable damage, but certainly damage to our reputation as a body tonight. I've never seen something quite like this. And I just want to go on record in the context of this vote. There's been enough said negatively towards JFS as an organization directly with comments, with observations and so forth. I just want to let them know and the community know, I think they do great work. I appreciate that we've contracted with them many times before. And I don't want us to hold them to a different standard across lots of different discussions over the last 4 months. We should fund WAVE tonight. But we have routinely throughout this senior millage discussion not looked like we're on top of our game. And I'm not trying to pick a fight with anybody, but I'm tired of hearing from constituents in the senior community that say, what is going on? And we just did that. And it came from some places on this board where I would not anticipate it. I don't want to engender a long-term fight on this issue. So again, I'll be voting for it, and we'll look forward to voting for it in 2 weeks. And I would encourage folks to look at the scoring rubric because there's a standout and then there's the rest. Next year.
Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Chair. I want to actually say the opposite, which is that when we put this millage forward, our biggest piece was transparency and protecting our seniors. I'm not saying I don't value our partners in the room. I do. However, they're not the only ones who are going to come forward with an RFP process. And if we grant them this error, we have to grant it to anyone. And then how dark and muddy does it get? It has absolutely nothing to do with organizations in the room. I think that they are amazing. I think they provide amazing work. And I look forward to having complete packets for this process, because my job is to be responsible for these funds, period. This is where those dollars lie. And we cannot do anything with this millage, any millage, where our constituents are going to be confused, where they're going to be hurt. That's our job. Our job is to protect them. How many months did we go through with the mental health and public safety millage, where people wanted to know everything about every dollar? It's the same here. And I'm sorry that there was an error, and I wish that it were caught sooner than tonight, so we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. We could just be voting. But for me, a contract is a contract, and we have to abide by the rules of this RFP process. The large organization I work for, if this had happened, you would have been thrown out, period. It wouldn't have moved forward. So again, just, it has nothing to do with these organizations. I think they do amazing, fantastic work. I look forward to their new packets coming forward. I look forward to voting on those. For me, speaking with Corp Counsel and getting that answer, that's what sealed my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Robbie and then Hodge. Okay, I can do Hodge first. The first is the other one.
You can do Robbie first. He was quicker.
He's trying to hand me my purse so I can take headache medicine.
Okay.
So go ahead, Hodge.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I want to echo Commissioner Labar's points in that I've heard from a number of constituents about the process that we've gone through and the delays in getting funding allocated. And a large portion of the time at Community Action Board, I highlighted how great Financial Empowerment Center is during my liaison report. I didn't highlight, and we spent probably 45 minutes with almost everyone there talking to me about why is it taking you guys so long to do anything with the senior millage? And I don't really have a better answer than what just happened now. I mean, under different circumstances, maybe I would have not been supportive of trying to allocate the money. But again, like I think I expressed the view that I saw this also as us doing some emergency style funding, similar in nature to what we did with the food resolution that we did several months ago. Also, you know, this is creating a number of challenges. Also thinking that administration recommended it despite lacking the information because they felt comfortable with it and that they knew the information was coming. So, I mean, I do have trust that it would have worked out well because you guys typically recommend good stuff to us. And if you weren't worried about the contracting piece, I wasn't going to be as worried about it because I want us to get the money out. And that it seemed like it would have been fine, given that they are community partners that we worked with regularly. Similarly, I want to express support too for the two organizations that are going to have to wait another couple of weeks, JFS and People's Express. They do great work. And for JFS, even though they were focused on serving the Ann Arbor area, just looking at the data that they presented too around what zip codes they serve the zip code 48197, 48198 zip codes that are in my district as well. So I look forward to voting on it next week in single reading so we can move on to the next thing. But I would reiterate that I hope that after we have done this RFP and then we hopefully have the director hired soon, then we get more comprehensive, larger RFPs, because this $1 million is a small amount for the big transportation needs that we have. So want to thank everybody for their work on it. And we'll, you know, I'm glad we're out of summer session so we can vote again in 2 weeks. Thank you.
I actually don't know if I have too much more to add. I know that there was some commentary earlier about wanting to revisit the scoring and the conversation of the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 split. Seems like maybe we don't want to talk about that anymore, but I do still think it's a relevant thing to talk about. So let me just say this. If we're not going to talk about it for this RFP, which I think we should, I definitely think that, to Commissioner Maciejewski's point, next time we do this next year, I think we need to be adherent to our scoring policy, whatever we set out. I think we need to learn from the mistakes, the pros and cons of this RFP, and adapt our next RFP to those changes, and then be adherent to the outcomes that we come up with. And I do think Commissioner Machewski being very well attuned to these types of issues could be invaluable in helping to draft that. All that having been said, it would be helpful for me maybe at a future time to understand how points were assigned. I know you sent the rubric around, and some of them, I guess, some of the items kind of make sense to me and some of them don't make as much sense in terms of like how you assigned the points. And maybe, so just maybe explaining that, walking me through it would be helpful, especially before our next meeting. So yeah, again, if we don't want to have the discussion today, I hope at least we will go into the next RFP having thought through a lot of these issues so that we end up at the other end with sort of a pro forma vote that's like, we trust the process, everything went well, we're good. So.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify that I did vote no on that. I'm not gonna vote against giving funding to WAVE, but, what? Are you laughing at me?
No, I'm laughing that they panned out because your close-up was.
Sorry, for visibility purposes, I had spine surgery in February and these meetings are long and not very friendly to people with ability issues. So I'm standing and that's why I keep getting up. I, again, understand a lot of the concerns raised by colleagues. It's not that I don't share them. I just am frustrated with how long it's taken to even get to the point where we've been having a conversation about getting dollars out for transportation. In a perfect world, we would have like a fully like baked plan on like countywide expansion. And we shouldn't expect like, there's a reason why there are organizations that serve certain areas. We shouldn't be asking them to go like serve the entire county because then it's not going to be good service. So I'm happy to support WAVE. I'm really excited for the future director to lead conversations with all the transportation providers so that we can every year improve how we're allocating resources to expand services for the people who need them, even if it means we're putting money into staff for people to actually drive the older persons around, even if that means we're investing in vehicles and upgrades and sustainability so that we actually have like the thing to actually move the people around. So I don't know, it is what it is, but sounds like some people might be experiencing how frustrated I was a few months ago. So it's just a circle of frustration on this stuff. But I'll vote yes.
Any, Commissioner Light? Machewski, did you? Yep, okay. Light Machewski.
I just want to say that I am going to vote yes for WAVE to receive the funding this evening, tonight, almost tomorrow. And I do want to make a few points that though we are a unit that this board cannot speak for me individually. And I have on various times expressed what my frustrations and disappointment was with JFS. And I said it and I said it clear. I have worked personally and closely with that organization. And I said that before. And I explained why I questioned some of the things that went forth. So I'm gonna say it one more time for everybody that's listening, that's sitting in the back or wherever you may hear this. I have the right to express my concerns with any organization, especially when I have worked with them in another entity besides sitting at this board table. So I have no problem with making sure our seniors get the transportation and the funding that they need. However, I want to make sure that funds are going to be utilized for the correct thing. So I will call out any organization. I have done it with other organizations when they did not properly utilize the funding as we voted for them to do so. So I will call anybody out at any time, because I don't mind doing that. The next thing that I wanted to say is that this board, the landscape of this board has changed. So wake up and realize that nothing will be the same as it was, and we will continue to operate as we do. We are having these heated discussions, and you know, we all can be upset at this table, but when we go back there, we're leaving work here. This is not personal against one another, but this is who we are. We have a new board and we're getting a lot of things done. No pun to those that were before, because some of y'all was here before, but now we're operating newly. It's different. Y'all heard the song, I'm different, but we are. So we're different. We're different. So just accept it. But we're gonna hold people accountable. We're gonna get these funds out to WAVE tonight. And then we'll come back if the other organizations provide the documentation that we requested.
Thank you. Maciejewski.
Again, I just want to say that, yeah, I know the work of these three vendors pretty well. I think they're all really good vendors in terms of delivering transportation services. I'll throw AATA in there as well, even though they didn't bid. We have really good transportation providers in this county. And Commissioner Somerville pointed out, once we get a director of aging soon, building upon this and improving as we go forward. So I just wanted to note that for me, this is not about the quality of the vendors because they all do good work. I've seen that firsthand. So I have every expectation that if this all goes the way we think it's going, I guess, we'll be back here in 2 weeks and everybody's gonna be doing services on October 1. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna tell you something. You all know my son, and how much, like, if he called me right now, I would ask Commissioner Hodge to take over the meeting again. Like, I love him more than anything that I could know that I could love. And other parents in the room know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh geez, I'm calling Annie now. Talking about calling my kid and I'm calling Annie. That's how much I love you too. When he wanted social media and TikTok, I made him write me essays on telling me like the pros and cons or why it was good, or like, so he had to write these things for me. And he made good arguments, but I'm going to tell you what I told him. And both times I looked at it and I made some comments and said revise and resubmit. And that wasn't because I didn't love him or I didn't think he had created good arguments. It was because I knew he could do better. And so I also 100% feel that these are great organizations and know that they do good work. I am not scared to say I was disappointed with the level of information and detail provided in those RFPs. And I don't think we've done damage to the county tonight. I think that we have set up expectations for what we're hoping for and what we'd like to see. And that when we're asking for information and we're saying, we're asking for information like we got tonight from our own county staff on county programs and mandated services, and every department in this county, 100% of them responded to give us this fantastic 1 billion page document for us to look over. We're just asking for those same standards for outside organizations when we are giving taxpayer money out to people. I recognize that getting this money out and having it not be out right away is difficult in all of the funding things and knowing it's there. I do think that it is such a large investment we're making. I'm happy that we're doing it iteratively and we're doing it correct. And we're not just saying, let's give this money out. I think we did that in some other places in the county at different times with different amounts of monies that we had. And I can tell you, I was disappointed with the results.
don't think that we asked the questions we needed to ask and that we didn't get the results we needed to do. And at the beginning of when we had this large pot of money, I said I was worried we were going to be at the end like a lottery winner without actually transforming our lives. And I think we did some transformative work, but I think that there's places where we lost some of the lottery money. And I don't want to do that in this process. So I'm happy and fully confident that we can get that information so we can track things and understand how money is being spent and get good ideas of budgets and going forward. And I don't think anybody on the whole is saying these are horrible organizations and that we don't appreciate the work that they do. I very much appreciate the work that they do for my constituents. I am excited to think about how I can continue to support that work and that transportation work. I just am asking, like I asked my son, revise and resubmit. Commissioner Sanders.
I, I agree with what you've said. I don't believe in anything that I said that I was trying to disparage any of these organizations, but we do need to have standards. And as has been stated before, we've made some boo-boos in the past. I won't say we, because I wasn't on the board, but there were some large allocations of public dollars. Animal shelter is at the top of that list. And so I don't think any of us, I'm certainly not trying to, but I don't think anybody should be throwing any stones. But I also want to give recognition. People's Express has sent me an email as we're talking. I don't know if it's what was asked for. But I did receive some information for, I think it's October 2024 through this year with revenue information. So it still needs to be submitted to administration. But I'm transparent and I want to be clear that they did send that information. And so I appreciate that. And then administration needs to decide if that's what you asked them for. I don't know if it's the time frame or not, but I just wanted to say that. And I do appreciate all of my colleagues' comments and concerns and heartfelt disappointment or excitement or whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, I say this all the time, you won't be ambushing me in the grocery store asking me why I voted a certain way or why I was not trying to be a good steward for somebody else's money.
Considerations on A as amended. Great, let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
He's coming, he says yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yep.
Commissioner LeBarge.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Fantastic. All right, we're on to item B. Any questions, comments, or concerns on B? Okay, I see none. Thank you. And we'll do a roll call vote on B.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
You said
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That was a weird yes, I know, it was a slurry yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBarge,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
motion passed.
Great, thank you. We're on to item E. This is a resolution about the dispatch. Questions, comments, and concerns on E? Commissioner Light?
Well, since I've already drug us through earlier, I'm just gonna save my comments and go ahead and I'm just trying to figure out why accolades are given to individuals for doing their job where we didn't have a resolution for our great admin and staff team for coming up with our budget and doing a tremendous, wonderful job. So I want a resolution for them because they did something that was above and beyond and extra and not just their job.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or concerns? Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Just want to thank all of our staff at the Sheriff's Office Dispatch and Emergency Services Division for their excellent work. And I am glad that we are recognizing their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Dispatch is a hard job. And you have to stay calm and so I'm pleased that they had an exemplary performance review. I do also not understand entirely why we have that resolution on the agenda. We have, compliance audits, across many different areas of this organization, almost every week of the year. They all do fantastic. There's a part of me that feels it's a little unfair to call out one group when we're not doing it for every group. And I really want to commend all the county staff who's always performing in a way that makes all of our audits go well. So I said, let's put it on the agenda now, but I'm really, if we're gonna do this, we should really be recognizing all of the employees in the institution that are doing the good work. So not to take away from dispatch, it's hard. We have a whole week where we recognize the dispatchers here also. So good job, dispatch, and good job, everyone else too. Commissioner Light?
I just wanted to clarify, it wasn't about like the
Oh, I
work,
know
it's
that.
about the audit.
Yeah.
Because this is about an audit that
Audit.
passed, and so that's just, we all have to pass audits. So it wasn't, that is a hard job. That is a dispatcher in Detroit.
True.
So
I have,
no, I'm not taking away from that, but just for passing the audit, I don't think that we should start.
yeah, I get chart audits every month, but nobody writes me a resolution about it. So, all right. Any other questions, comments, or considerations? All right, let's do a vote on that.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Sanders?
As I yawn. So I think a congratulation is in order. And perhaps some level of sadness. We are losing someone to a better position, I suppose. I don't know what it is. That seat is something else. So I think we just wear people out.
Get me away from the commissioners.
Put that in the minutes. Clerk said no.
But I just want to say it's been such a pleasure to work with Ashley.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I appreciate her. She had a steep learning curve with us, and I think a steep learning curve in her office, and she's not leaving us. She's just leaving us. So I just wanted to acknowledge and provide her with appreciation for hanging out with us in our crazy hours with a young family. I understand that. I pray for you all the time when we would leave here that you would make a safe home to your children. And so, we'll see you around, but thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, everybody. It's been nice working with you guys, but I'll still be over in the clerk's office, so you can come visit me at any time.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Commissioner Light?
I just wanted to inform our residents that utilize Xfinity or Comcast services that I had my husband and I decided to cancel our services with them because they came to offer a package saying, oh, if you pay like 6 months in advance, but you have to pay it through using your Target Circle or using a Target credit card or pay it through Target. I do not support Target because they do not support diversity, equity, and inclusion, AKA DEI, DE&I. They don't support it. And I will not support a company that tries to force me to utilize another company that does not support it. And then I also wanted to say that the individual assisting my husband said, you motherfucker, take the package or don't. So I just want to say that Xfinity, count your days. Count your days. And I told them that I would let Washtenaw County know that they want to call names and they want to play with my husband. We gonna have some problems. So I no longer have their service. And that individual is no longer employed there. And I still don't have their service. So just letting you know that you have the right to support whatever company that you pay services for, and you do not have to be forced to utilize a company that does not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's it.
Commissioner Light, I thought you weren't gonna swear tonight. Commissioner Beaman.
All right, mine's quick. I know we want to get out of here. So I've been talking about it, but I really do want to get our township leaders together across the county, corner to corner, when we're talking about this industrialization of our agricultural property. Not to exclude any of our cities, our mayors, they're welcome. These are going to be bordering their municipalities as well. But similar to what we did with broadband, just all coming together and talking and creating a plan and working side by side. Because they're coming hot, they're coming fast, and they're everywhere.
Let me riff off Commissioner Light. The other thing is that you might want to think about supporting local businesses that do the same. So I've moved all of my prescriptions from a big pharmacy conglomerate inside of Target to a nice local mom and pop shop, a pharmacy on West Stadium, and it's fabulous. And I love going back to the small town values. So yeah. Yep. Okay. Any other items for current and future discussion? Do I have a motion to adjourn? All right, let's go. Always in favor, always in order. Always in favor of a motion to adjourn.